Pokémon, the Shiny Pokémon Attractor. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. The two of them were very close, but the two of them were very close. On the return airship, Wutong lay on the bed in his room in a daze. Wutong already understood what Otto and the others meant, but he was not ready to obey the arrangement. Although Wutong knew that his grandparents would take good care of Swampert, it was better for trainers to train according to their own style. In addition to Wutong's own special physical condition, Wutong began to negotiate with Otto. The final result was that the limit on the number of Pokémon that Wutong could carry could be lifted, allowing Wutong to continue to train Pokémon himself. However, the training of the new team could not be stopped. However, because shiny Pokémon were not everywhere, the number of training in each region was no longer strictly regulated. However, when traveling in a new area, the new team must be the main force to challenge the gym and participate in the conference. After all, Otto and the others' goal is to let Wutong deepen the depth of the team. Wutong also agreed. After all, new Pokémon must be captured. It is impossible to build a proper system with only 7 or 8 Pokémon in hand. After the negotiation, Otto, who is also the owner of the power of Evergreen, allowed Wutong to explore the depths of Evergreen Forest. After all, in a sense, they can also be regarded as children of Evergreen Forest. If they explore the depths of Evergreen Forest, they may find unexpected discoveries. Wutong also wanted to see the Paulownia tree that his grandparents picked up for him, so he planned to go and see it before going to the Johto area. After sitting in the airship for a day and a night, Wutong returned to the Kanto area. Because he had just woken up not long ago, Wutong was very energetic now. Therefore, Wutong planned to explore the Evergreen Forest directly. He called the Crow Leader and flew directly to the direction of Evergreen Forest. With Crowhead flying at full speed, Wutong soon arrived at the outskirts of the Evergreen Forest. Although it is not clearly shown in the animation and game, the area of the Evergreen Forest is actually very large. The deeper you go, the stronger the Pokémon will be. This is just like the setting of various games and animations, the boss is always in the deepest part. Of course, this kind of strength is only relative to wild Pokémon. It is not so easy for the champion-level Pokémon to appear in the wild. After arriving at the outskirts of the Evergreen Forest, Wutong took back Crowhead and released a Beedrill that was more convenient to move in the forest and the Platypus for finding the way. After all, Aquan and Xiaozhi couldn't remember where the Wutong tree was. If Wutong was allowed to find it by himself, it would probably settle in the Evergreen Forest. So Wutong directly called out the navigation god Platypus. After all, it is better to let Platypus lead the way than to let Wutong walk around like a headless fly. Wutong walked confidently into the Evergreen Forest with 2 Pokémon. Walking on the outskirts of the Evergreen Forest, he did not encounter any new things, such as a mentally retarded warrior boy who suddenly attacked from behind, or a large group of Spearows attacking him. Wutong still felt a little regretful. As he walked deeper into the Evergreen Forest, Wutong saw more and more Pokémon. If the outskirts of the Evergreen Forest were controlled by humans, then the depths of the Evergreen Forest belonged to the Pokémon Kingdom. Wutong saw more and more Pokémon, but because of Wutong's natural affinity for Pokémon, the wild Pokémon nearby only looked at Wutong curiously, and did not actively attack. Occasionally, some brave Pokémon would come up and interact with Wutong in a friendly manner. After walking in the depths of the Evergreen Forest for a while, Wutong saw a group of Nidorans gathered together and didn't know what they were doing. Wutong approached them out of curiosity. As he got closer, Wutong found that a group of Nidorans were surrounding a Nidoran. It was obvious that the surrounding Nidorans were not very happy and kept shouting at the Nidoran in the middle. Tisk tisk tisk, is there really a palace fight everywhere? Wutong immediately lost interest and turned around to leave. Wait. Something seems wrong. Wutong felt something was wrong as soon as he turned around, and quickly turned around to look. After a closer look, Wutong found that the one surrounded in the middle was not a Nidoran, but a Nidoran of the same color as Nidoran. It turned out to be a shiny Nidoran. Wutong said in surprise. Nidoran's final evolution is a very good attack. The striker is very malleable. Now that a shining Nidoran appears in front of him, he must not let it go. Is this the luck of the blessed in the Evergreen Forest? It's great. Wutong seemed very happy. Neato. Nidalang seemed to have noticed something and looked around and found Wutong, who was observing it. After seeing Wutong, Nidalang did not hesitate to dig into the ground with his claws. It's actually digging a hole. Platypus forced it out with an earthquake. Wutong said hurriedly. Boobin. Platypus stomped the ground and the ground began to shake. However, because it was just to force Nidalang out, it did not release it with all its strength. After all, there are many wild Pokemon nearby. It would be bad if it was considered a provocation and was besieged. However, Nidalang did not come out until the ground stopped shaking. Did he run away? It's impossible to run too far. Platypus, Beedrill, let's chase him. Wutong said and began to chase in the direction of Nidalang's digging hole. Boobin. Buzz the Platypus and the Beedrill also followed Wutong. After searching for a while, Wutong found a hole under a tree. As expected, it was the hole where Nidalang ran out. But for some reason, there was no trace of Nidalang's actions near the hole. What's going on? There is no trace at all? Could it be that this Nidalang can clean up footprints? Or was I deceived? Wutong frowned and muttered to himself. Wutong looked at the hole again and found nothing unusual, and Nidalang couldn't have enough time to leave a fake hole here and then escape. Damn, where did it run to? Wutong said. Pop? The sound of pop suddenly appeared above Wutong's head. Wutong looked up and saw a pop standing on a branch and looking at Wutong curiously. Pop saw Wutong looking at it and flew up directly. Just at this time a group of pop flew through the air. The flying Pidgeot wanted to blend into the group, but as soon as it approached, the group of Pidgeots suddenly became stimulated and screamed at the flying Pidgeot. Seeing that he was excluded like this, the Pidgeot's expression became very sad. Wait? That Pidgeot's color is wrong. Wutong suddenly found that the color of the excluded Pidgeot was lighter than that of the ordinary Pidgeot, and it was a little yellowish. The second shiny Pokemon. I won't let you go this time. Beedrill. Go. Wutong said. Buzz. Beedrill ignored the racial suppression and rushed towards Pidgeot. Pip. The excluded shiny Pidgeot found the Beedrill rushing over and rushed directly into a tree with dense branches and leaves. The figure of shiny Pidgeot disappeared directly in the green, and Beedrill rushed in without hesitation. Wutong and Platypus followed. After a while, Beedrill flew back, but at this time, Beedrill looked confused, as if he was full of doubts about himself. Let that Pidgeot run away? Wutong asked. Buzz Beedrill nodded. You mean you rushed into the leaves and couldn't see Pidgeot, and then you looked around there and didn't see it? Wutong frowned and said. Beedrill nodded again. Strange, is it a ghost? Why are these guys running so fast? Is it the home advantage? No, I am the owner of the power of Evergreen. Shouldn't Evergreen Forest be my home court? Wutong said doubtfully. Just when Wutong was full of doubts, on the branch of the big tree where the shining Pidgeot disappeared, a Pokemon stood there and stared at Wutong below. But the compound eyes of this furball were blue. Obviously it was another shining Pokemon. It seems that the Pokemon resources in the depths of Evergreen Forest are richer than I thought. I don't believe that I can't find those two guys. Dream Demon, come out to help. Wutong called the Dream Demon to the shadow. Dream. Hearing Wutong's call, the Dream Demon poked his head out of the shadow and looked at Wutong curiously. I'm going to catch two new brothers for you, but those two guys run too fast. Next time you see them, use your black eyes to control them and don't let them run away. Wutong said. Dream. The Dream Demon nodded and flew out, circled Wutong twice, rubbed Wutong, and then followed Wutong. With 3 Pokemon, Wutong continued to explore deeper. And the furball on the branch secretly followed Wutong and his group after seeing Wutong leave. However, Wutong's luck was not so good next time. There were no new shiny Pokemon, and the previous Nidoran and Pidgeot did not appear again. As Wutong continued to explore, the sun gradually moved westward, and the sky began to darken. The environment in the depths of the Evergreen Forest darkened even faster because of the tall trees and lush branches and leaves. When it was dusk, the depths of the Evergreen Forest were already dark. It seems that we have to spend the night here today. Platypus, light a lamp. Wutong looked at the surrounding environment and said. Boobin. Platypus raised one arm, and a ball of flame spurted out of the barrel arm, like a torch. Find a flat place to make a bonfire, and then set up a tent to rest. I hope I can find the sycamore tree tomorrow. Wutong said. With the lighting, Wutong and his Pokemon moved forward a lot faster and began to search for a suitable camping site. After walking for a while, the faint appearance of green fluorescence in front attracted Wutong's attention. Out of curiosity, Wutong walked towards the direction of the fluorescence, pulled aside the bushes, and a towering tree appeared in front of Wutong. The crown of the giant tree was so huge that it occupied a large area of the sky, so there was a not-so-small open space under the giant tree. There were dots of green light around the giant tree, but they were not fireflies. Wutong looked at those green light dots and felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. Subconsciously, Wutong used the power of Changpan, and the same green light dots appeared beside Wutong. Wutong's Changpan power was like a child who found his home and connected to the giant tree. This is it, this is the Wutong tree. Wutong said to himself. This should be the source of the blessing of Changpan Forest, but why didn't my grandparents discover this situation at the beginning? Could it be that only the owner of Changpan power has the opportunity to see the current state? Is this why Otto asked me to explore? Wutong said to himself. Neato. Just as Wutong was thinking, the cry of a Pokémon attracted Wutong's attention. A blue Nidolang appeared under the Wutong tree at some point and was looking at Wutong curiously. It's that Nidolang. Dream Demon. Black. Wutong's voice had not yet fallen, and he saw that Nidolang hiding behind the thick roots of the Wutong tree. Just as Nidolang hid in, a shiny Pidgey flew out from the same place. Shiny Pidgey? No. Could it be? Wutong looked at the Pidgey flying in front of him and a guess appeared in his mind. Pidgey. The shiny Pidgey circled Wutong twice and landed in front of Wutong. Then, a white light flashed in front of Wutong, and a fur ball with blue compound eyes appeared in front of Wutong. Sure enough, it's a transformation. Street Kid, is it you? Wutong now confirmed the true identity of the Pokémon in front of him. After hearing Wutong's words, the fur ball seemed very confused. Then another flash of white light passed, and an orange Pikachu tilted its head and looked at Wutong. No, why are they all shiny colors? Wutong suddenly found something wrong. Although Mew likes to turn into other Pokémon and run around, but it always turns into normal appearance and will not deliberately turn into shiny Pokémon. And the Pokémon in front of him, which is shiny from beginning to end, is obviously wrong. Then there is only one truth, that is, the only two Pokémon in the Pokémon world that can learn to transform, the special tool for laying eggs, Ditto. Dream Demon, Black Eyes. Wutong said without hesitation. If it was Mew, Wutong was ready to give up, but if it was Ditto, he would not be polite. Dream. A pair of black eyes appeared on the top of the Dream Demon's head and held the Pikachu in front of him tightly. Pika. The Pikachu stared at by the black eyes felt a chill, and wanted to escape but found that he could not move. Ditto, stop struggling, let me see your true appearance. Beedrill, double needles. Wutong said. Buzz. Beedrill, who had always wanted to avenge his previous shame, flashed a cold light with its double needles and stabbed Pikachu directly. The body of Pikachu that was stabbed twisted, as if it melted and turned into a pool of blue unknown objects. Then the pool of unknown objects suddenly bounced up, and a blue Ditto that looked a little rounder than the average Ditto appeared in front of Wutong. Chapter 152. The weather was very hot, but the weather was very hot. In the depths of the evergreen forest, under the giant Paulownia tree, Paulownia had already set up a tent and lit a bonfire. As for the shiny Ditto, it was being curiously observed by Paulownia's Pokémon. Because the limit on the number of Pokémon that Paulownia could carry had been lifted. So after being captured, Ditto was not teleported to Professor Oak. Normally, with Paulownia's current level, he would not be allowed to remove the limit on the number of Pokémon he could carry, even if he was favored by Otto. After all, there were more than one new trainer that Otto favored. The more important reason was because of Aquan and Xingzi behind Paulownia. For the Alliance, a trainer at the level of a champion was not as important as a breeder at the level of Aquan and Xingzi. After all, top breeders represent the future. So Wutong and the four Heavenly Kings all tacitly agreed not to delve into why Wutong could be allowed to remove the Pokémon carrying limit. Let's talk about the shiny Ditto. Although it successfully fooled Wutong twice, it was still caught by Wutong. Because the combat ability of this Ditto is really a bit scum. Of course, it's not that this Ditto has no combat talent. On the contrary, Wutong thinks that Ditto has great potential. Because this shiny Ditto is different from ordinary Ditto. Normal Ditto needs a template to use transformation, just like Yuji's, which can transform into the opponent. But you can't let it transform into a Dragonite directly. Even if it lives with Dragonite day and night, It can't transform as long as Dragonite is not near it. But this shiny Ditto is different. It can actually transform into the appearance of other Pokémon by its own will, without the need for a template. Doesn't that mean that with this Ditto, a Pokémon is a complete system? The reason why this Ditto is said to be weak in combat is that it can only transform, and does not know what skills the Pokémon it transforms into has. In short, it lacks a knowledgeable commander. As long as there is a person who knows all the characteristics and skills of Pokémon, the potential of this Ditto can be brought into play. So in Wutong's opinion, this Ditto can be regarded as a deleted version of Dream. It will definitely be effective if it is trained well. Okay, stop surrounding Ditto and scare it again. Come to eat. Wutong shouted. Hearing the call for dinner, the Pokémon surrounding Ditto immediately ran to Wutong. Wutong suddenly felt that if he opened a pig farm, he would make a fortune. The Ditto surrounded also came to Wutong, and then hid behind Wutong and carefully looked at Wutong's other Pokémon. Under the temptation of food, Ditto quickly integrated into Wutong's Pokémon. For some reason, Wutong felt that Ditto seemed very happy. After dinner, Wutong was going to study Ditto's abilities carefully. If nothing unexpected happened, its ability to transform freely should be the influence of the power of Flash. Then let's first determine the characteristics. Wutong said to himself. Ditto's characteristics are relatively easy to determine. After all, Ditto has only two characteristics, one is softness and the other is transformer. Ditto, I'm going to do a test, don't resist. Wutong said to Ditto. Ditto twisted to show that he understood. Dream Demon, use electromagnetic waves on Ditto. Wutong said. Dream Demon shouted, and a burst of electricity appeared and hit Ditto. Then I saw Ditto's body stiffen, and there was a flash of electricity on his body. It can be paralyzed, which means it is not a soft characteristic, then it is a transformer. Wutong said and took out the anti-anesthesia medicine. After helping Ditto get rid of the paralysis, Wutong prepared for the next test. It seems that Ditto's flash power may also be related to the characteristics of the transformer, and it should be an enhancement of this characteristic. Next, Ditto, you change all the forms you can change to let me see. Wutong said. Ditto twisted again, and then began the transformation show. Nidoran, Caterpillar, Unicorn, Pidgeot, Spearow and other common Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest made Ditto change all. But what Wutong cares about is that Ditto has never changed his evolution form. Ditto, can you become Nidoking? Wutong asked. Mo-woo. Ditto called out in confusion and then turned into Nidalong again. Not this, it's Nidalong's evolved form, Nidoking. Wutong continued. Mo-woo. Ditto seemed to understand, and then twisted for a while but still couldn't turn into Nidoking. No? Why is this? Wutong frowned and muttered to himself. Mo-woo. Ditto suddenly became flustered when he saw Wutong frowning, and then twisted his body hard. It's okay, Ditto, it doesn't matter if you can't transform now. Wutong rubbed Ditto. Although Wutong wanted to rub its head, Wutong really didn't know where Ditto's head was, or whether it had a head. So why is that? Swampert, come here. Wutong waved at Swampert. Laja. Swampert came over. Ditto, use transformation on Swampert. Wutong said. Moo. Ditto cried out, and its body began to twist. Then after a burst of white light, a pink Swampert appeared in front of Wutong. However, Ditto's Swampert wanted to be smaller than Wutong's Swampert. Was Swampert really too well developed now? However, if Ditto is given more nutrition, it should be able to completely transform into Swampert. Lage. Swampert looked at the slightly smaller self in front of him with a look of shock. Lage. On the other side, Ditto was very happy to see that he looked exactly like Swampert after transformation. You look very happy, Ditto. Wutong said. Moo. 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 Ditto turned back to his own appearance, constantly changing his body shape and looking very excited. Is that so? Hearing Ditto's excited cry, Wutong roughly understood why Ditto was so happy. Ditto was born near the giant Paulownia tree, but it didn't see its parents after it was born. The newly born Ditto wanted to find its own tribe, but it didn't find other Ditto in the Evergreen Forest. Ditto didn't want to live alone, so it tried to integrate into other Pokémon tribes by transforming. But for some reason, its color after transformation was different from other Pokémon, and it was always rejected, even if it became other Pokémon. In this way, Ditto kept transforming into various Pokémon, and after a long time, It found that it could transform into some Pokémon without a template. But it has never been integrated into the tribes of other Pokémon. And Paulownia was also the first human it saw, so Ditto was half curious and half afraid after seeing Paulownia. It was also for this reason that Ditto avoided Paulownia while secretly following him. It was not until Wutong came near the giant Wutong tree that the power of Changpan appeared, making Ditto sure that Wutong was a good person, that it would stop running and appear in front of Wutong. And just now, Ditto could transform into the same Pokémon for the first time. So Ditto was very happy. Ditto felt that it could definitely integrate into Wutong's clan this time, so when it saw Wutong frowning, Ditto was afraid that Wutong would not want it. Don't worry, I won't abandon you, but Swampert and I are not a clan. If you have to say it, we are family, and now you are too, right? Wutong rubbed Ditto and said, "Mo Wu." After hearing what Wutong said, Ditto shed 2 lines of hot tears and fell into Wutong's arms. Wutong rubbed Ditto soothingly, and it must be said that the touch was very good, and for some reason, this Ditto looked a little rounder than the average Ditto. It feels a bit like Rimuru with dot eyes. But what is the principle of Ditto's free transformation? There must be some other conditions. Wutong said while comforting Ditto. Mawu. After a while, Ditto regained his composure, then jumped back to the ground and shouted with full energy. Then let's continue the experiment, Swampert, come back, Ditto, try to become Swampert. Wutong took back Swampert and said, Mawu. Ditto shouted and began to transform, but it didn't succeed. It still doesn't work? Why? Is it because we don't spend enough time together? That's not right. Some Pokémon common in Viridian Forest, Ditto, can't transform themselves. Wutong began to think about what he had overlooked. Hira. Heracris suddenly shouted and ran away came over. Wutong looked over and found that Heracris was holding a broken horn in his hand. However, the horn on Heracris's head was not broken, but it was much smaller. Is it time to change the horn? Wutong said subconsciously. In order to ensure its combat capability, Pokémon like Heracris sometimes shed the huge horn on its head. This is usually because the old horn has been damaged. In order to ensure combat capability, a new horn will grow to push the old horn off, and the new horn will be harder than the old horn. P.S. The above about Heracris's horn change is completely made up by Binkui for the needs of the plot. Moo. Seeing the broken horn in Heracris's hand, Ditto screamed, and a pair of bean eyes flashed with a light called desire. Do you want it? Wutong took the broken horn of Heracris and asked Ditto. Moo. Ditto kept twisting to show that he wanted it. It seems that Ditto has a hobby of collecting fragments of other Pokémon bodies. Heracris, do you mind giving this to Ditto? Wutong still asked the owner of the broken horn for his opinion. Here Heracris spread his hands to indicate that it was no problem, after all, it was useless. Ditto happily took the broken horn, and then wrapped it with his body, and then magically, the broken horn disappeared. Disappeared? Does Ditto still have this ability? Or was it absorbed by Ditto? Wutong said in surprise. Ditto was very happy to have a new collection, and his body twisted and turned into the appearance of Heracris. Heracris, it seems that Ditto is very happy. Wutong said to Heracris. Hira. Heracris was very surprised to see Ditto turned into his own appearance, and then he circled around Ditto and took out 2 energy cubes from somewhere and handed them to Ditto. Hira. Ditto took the energy cube handed over by Heracris and started eating it. Seeing this, Heracris also started eating it. Wutong couldn't help laughing when he saw 2 identical Heracris eating snacks there. Okay, Heracris, come back and rest. Wutong took Heracris back. After all, there are still things to do now, not the time to play with Heracris. Ditto also changed back to its original form and waited for Wutong's next instruction. So how should we test it next? Ditto, change again and you will change to new form and try it. Wutong decided to start from the beginning to see what he missed. Ditto shouted and started the transformation show again. Nidoran, Unicorn, Caterpillar, Pidgeot, Spearow, Heracris, etc. As expected, there is still no change. Wait a minute. It seems that I missed something. Wutong reacted and shouted. Moo. Ditto called out in confusion. Ditto, transform into Heracris. Wutong said hurriedly. Ditto twisted his body obediently and turned into the appearance of Heracris. Success. Why is that? No, it's the broken horn. Wutong felt that he had discovered the truth. After Ditto absorbed the broken horn of Heracris, He could transform without seeing Heracris. So what is missing from Ditto's free transformation is a medium. It seems to be very reasonable. After all, Ditto is not Mew and has enough power and ability to transform freely. Is this why Ditto can only transform into those Pokemon that have not evolved? Wutong said to himself. Pokemon that have not evolved are relatively weak, and it is easier for Ditto to obtain collections. As for those evolved forms, Ditto has little way to deal with them. In that case, fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Let's fight. Wutong looked tangled, then he gritted his teeth and said as if he had risked everything. After Wutong said that, he took off a handmade necklace from his neck, and the pendant of the necklace was a silver feather. Mo-woo. After seeing the silver feather, Ditto's eyes lit up. Here, Ditto, take this away, and then try to become its master. Wutong said with heartache. Mo-woo. With Wutong's permission, Ditto swallowed the silver feather directly into his body. Then under Wutong's expectant eyes, Ditto looked at Wutong. That's right, you haven't seen Lugia either, Dream Demon. Use hypnosis on Ditto and let it see what Lugia looks like. Wutong said. Dream Demon used hypnosis on Ditto's sleeping spell. Ditto soon fell into deep sleep. In the Dream Demon made Ditto dream about Lugia's explosion. Although the current Dream Demon cannot make dreams come true, it can still control dreams. Soon, Ditto woke up. After waking up, Ditto twisted his body directly, and a giant white bird Pokemon appeared in front of Wutong. Wutong couldn't help but smile. He saw a Pokemon full of potential. Chapter 153. The snow-white feathers, the abdomen and dorsal fins are all dark pink, and the two wings that look like palms are the color of Lugia's flash. However, before Wutong could observe carefully, Ditto changed back to its original state, and then fainted with eyes in circles. This? Is it really too hard? Wutong said to himself as he looked at the unconscious Ditto. Wutong was not disappointed that Ditto changed back immediately. After all, if Ditto could really transform into Lugia to fight with a silver feather, from now on, Mew will be called Little Ditto. However, the fact that Ditto can successfully transform shows that he has the potential. Even if he cannot transform into a first-level god like Lugia to fight a whole game, he can still use it as a killer move. Even if he can only last for more than 10 seconds, it is still a very powerful killer move. Moreover, Wutong can also confirm that Ditto can transform freely by absorbing the materials from Pokemon. In this way, Ditto's potential can be said to be infinite, especially for a reborn person like Wutong. It is simply a tailor-made trump card. Swampert, is love going to disappear? The next thing to be determined is to what extent this material is needed to be effective. However, Wutong guessed that it should be the kind of material that contains the power of Pokemon. After all, the Pokemon that Ditto can transform into and have not evolved cannot be used as a reference. And the materials for the transformation of Heracris and Lugia are rare materials that contain their respective powers. Not to mention the super rare materials such as silver feathers. Even the broken horns shed by Heracris are not so easy to obtain. And the broken horn also contains the power of Heracris. It can be sold as a material in the market. But how can Ditto maintain the transformation of Lugia? No one should have studied this topic before, right? Wutong felt that he had another difficult research topic. However, Wutong felt that Lugia's god level was too high, which was also a certain reason. After all, the power of a first-level god like Lugia could destroy the world. Then, if Ditto could be transformed into a low-level beast like the 3 god birds, the 3 holy beasts, and the 5 god pillars, would Ditto be able to fight normally? Wutong thought for a while and decided to put this aside for the time being. After all, this is definitely not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is more important to find a way to obtain some high-quality materials to expand Ditto's transformation pool. Captain Otto will definitely not mind supporting me. Wutong thought of the goal and muttered to himself. Otto and Dragonite, who were on a mission, felt a chill inexplicably, and both the man and the dragon trembled. On the 3rd day after taming Ditto, Wutong left the depths of the evergreen forest. During these 2 days, Wutong continued to explore the depths of the evergreen forest, but did not find anything else. But it was not without any gains. During these 2 days, Wutong successfully harvested a lot of precious fruits. And during these 2 days, Wutong also successfully recorded the transformations of his other Pokemon for Ditto. Wutong also confirmed that it was indeed not enough to just have some hair, scales, etc. It must be a material that contains the power of this Pokemon. So in order to successfully record the transformation of Ditto, Wutong's Pokemon suffered a lot of losses. Fortunately, there was Wutong, a trainer and breeder. Relying on 2 days of full-scale food supplements, plus relying on the special energy blocks made from the rare fruits harvested in the evergreen forest, Wutong's Pokemon all recovered. The happiest person in these 2 days is undoubtedly Ditto. Not only did he find his family, he also got a lot of collections and ate delicious food every day. His entire body has grown bigger. Above the Viridian forest, Wutong held Ditto in his arms and rode on Crowhead to the breeding house. It must be said that after Ditto became a little bigger, it felt better. It was really comfortable and safe to use it as a cushion or a pillow. Without stopping, Wutong quickly returned to the breeding house. When he walked to the door, there was a noise coming from inside. Wutong walked in and found Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming in the yard. Shinji and Xiaomao were fighting. Judging from the way they looked, they probably started quarreling over a small matter, and then instantly turned into a violent solution. Period. Xiaoming, on the other hand, leisurely set up a small table next to him, sat there with Coke and popcorn and watched the show. Wutong walked directly to the small table, opened a can of Coke, and grabbed a handful of popcorn to eat. "Hey, boss, are you back from work?" Xiaoming greeted Wutong after seeing him. "What's the situation with the two of them?" Wutong pointed at the two people who were fighting and asked. "Today, they quarreled over whether Nidoking should go for special attack or physical attack. You know, neither of them can convince the other, so they just used force to solve it, right?" Xiaoming said in a very accustomed manner. "Huh? You can quarrel over this? Wouldn't it be over if you just go for dual blades?" Wutong said strangely. As soon as Wutong finished speaking, he felt two pairs of eyes looking at him. "Well, you guys continue, just pretend I didn't say anything." Wutong quickly changed his words. After the battle between Shinji and Xiaomao ended, the two also sat down at the table. "Why are both of you here?" "Forget about Xiaoming, who is always here for free meals. Xiaomao, don't you have to go and accompany your girlfriends?" Wutong asked. "I came here because I have something to do. Grandpa wants to ask you to come over. But you are not at home, only this gloomy monster is helping you look after the house," Xiaomao said. "The wail of a loser." Shinji glanced at Xiaomao and said. "Shinji narrowly won the battle just now. Maybe Shinji and Xiaomao quarreled too much, and it was assumed that one of them would win. Unfortunately, Xiaomao is the loser today. Professor Oak wants to ask us something." "Do you know what it is, Xiaomao?" Wutong asked. "It should be to upgrade the illustrated book. After all, the illustrated book information now only includes the Kanto region," Xiaomao said. "Oh, upgrade the illustrated book. Wait. Upgrade the illustrated book." Wutong suddenly found an important problem. "What's wrong? Did you lose the illustrated book?" Shinji asked when he saw Wutong's look. "No way, boss. Something as important as the illustrated book won't be lost, right? People like me who don't have the illustrated book can't even have it," Xiaoming said in disbelief. "If it's really lost, it will be troublesome. It seems that we need to have a good talk about the safekeeping of personal belongings." Xiaomao's face became serious and he looked at Wutong and said. Wait a minute. Do I look like the kind of person who would lose things casually?" Wutong said. "Aren't you?" X3 Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming said in unison. "I said it wasn't lost. I just lent it to someone temporarily." "Forget it, it's time to go check the situation," Wutong said helplessly. After that, Wutong stood up and was about to leave. "Do you need our help?" Shinji asked. "No, I'm just going to see a few friends." Wutong waved his hand and said. "Leaving again?" Xiaoming said as he looked at Wutong riding on the crowhead and flew away. "Yet, this guy seems to be busy all of a sudden," Xiaomao continued. "We can't fall behind either," Shinji said calmly. In the hall of Mewtwo's Demon King Castle on the new island, Mewtwo and Ghastly were watching the three little ones playing around Xiaoxia. "Hey, aren't you going to play with them? You should be the same age," Ghastly said to Mewtwo. "A guest is coming." "No, it should be him who is back." Mewtwo ignored Ghastly's teasing and said. Who did you say is back?" Ghastly said puzzledly, and then saw Mewtwo disappear directly in front of him. Long time no see. Wutong just landed at the gate of the castle and saw Mewtwo standing there, as if he knew Wutong was coming and was here to greet him. "You seem to be in a hurry. Did something happen? Mewtwo asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. I came to see how you are doing and take Xiaoxia away. After all, many things are inconvenient without Xiaoxia. Wutong said. Is that so? Xiaoxia and the others have been missing you lately. Let's go in. Mewtwo said and took Wutong to the hall in an instant. Hey, isn't this a little ghost? Finally you know how to go home. Ghastly said. Tisk, old ghost, don't treat me like a husband who has been wandering outside for a long time and hasn't come home for a long time, okay? Wutong said. It's Big Brother. Xiaoxia also found Wutong floating over at this time. Kana, Jenny, Dane. Following Xiaoxia were 3 Kanto Gakkas with strange patterns on their bodies, and the colors were also lighter than the normal Gakkas. Could it be that you are? The 3 little ones. Wutong said in surprise when he saw the 3 little ones running over. The 3 little ones heard Wutong's words and then they all nodded. You all look very energetic. You've worked so hard, Mewtwo. Wutong said to Mewtwo beside him. Xiaoxia and the 3 little ones started playing around Wutong. So what are you going to do with Xiaoxia? Mewtwo asked. Have you forgotten where Xiaoxia is staying now? I'm still a rookie trainer, and I have to continue traveling, so the Pokemon Encyclopedia is very important to me, and the person who gave me the encyclopedia is going to upgrade it recently, so I have to take Xiaoxia back. Wutong said. So, you won't feel bored? Traveling as a rookie trainer? Mewtwo asked. Of course not, after all. My goal is to dominate the regional conference and become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the universe. Wutong said. Is that so? Wutong, I decided to try what you said. Mewtwo paused and said. What I said? Are you going to find other mythical beasts to challenge? Wutong asked. That's right, I also have to have a goal, and I don't want to be left behind by you. If you want to become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the universe, then I will become the strongest Pokemon in the universe. We are a family and we should advance and retreat together, right? Mewtwo said. That's really exciting. I have to work harder, but what about the 3 little ones and the other Pokemon? Wutong asked. Hey, leave it to me, and the 3 little ones seem to want to travel with you. If you all leave, little Mewtwo will be lonely. Ghastly said. Kana, Jenny, Dane. The 3 little ones shouted at Wutong together, and it seemed that they really wanted to travel with Wutong. Humph. Mewtwo snorted but did not refute Ghastly's words. Big Brother, take them on a trip. Xiaoxia also said. Okay, then let's travel to the Johto region together. Wutong responded with a thumbs up. Great, we can travel together, don't be sad, Mewtwo, we will come back. Xiaoxia flew to Mewtwo and touched Mewtwo's head and said. Mewtwo, who was touched on the head by Xiaoxia, looked tangled, wanting to refute but not wanting Xiaoxia to stop. You are still a child after all. Ghastly said. Yes, but this is also good. Wutong nodded in agreement. You two are enough, and, Wutong, what are you holding in your arms? It looks like a Pokemon. Mewtwo said helplessly. Ah, this is the newcomer in my team, a Ditto. Come, Ditto, say hello. Wutong said. Ditto's body extended one side into the shape of a hand and shook it at Mewtwo and the others. Speaking of which, Mewtwo just wants to ask you for something. Can you give me a hair that contains more of your power? Or something else is fine. Wutong said. That's fine, but what do you want this for? Mewtwo said as he pulled a hair off his tail. P.S. Mewtwo should have hair, right? It doesn't seem like the kind of skin that's exposed directly to the outside. For the experiment, Ditto, here's a new collection. Wutong handed the pink hair to Ditto. Maui Ditto happily swallowed Mewtwo's hair into its body. Then, Ditto, use transformation. Wutong threw Ditto forward and said. Maui. Ditto screamed, and then his body was covered with white light. What is this? Mewtwo said a little surprised. A green and white figure flashed by, and then Ditto fell to the ground and turned into a puddle. Can't even last a second. Wutong couldn't help saying when he saw Ditto fainted. What was that just now? Mewtwo asked Wutong. Wutong told Mewtwo about Ditto's situation. Is that so? It should be because of my attributes. If it wants to transform into my appearance and fight, it needs to be able to control the same amount of mental power as me. In its situation, it can't support it. Its spirit will be overwhelmed in an instant, so it can't even support it for a second. Mewtwo analyzed. It is indeed possible. It seems that the main reason is that Ditto's foundation is not good. It needs to increase its energy reserves and adaptability to mental power. But it can't be done by energy blocks alone. This requires legendary resources. Wutong said, troubled. Ditto's plan to copy the mythical beast is more difficult than imagined. That kind of thing can't be done overnight, and Ditto, there should be a limit. It is impossible to transform into me or other mythical beasts all the time to fight. Mewtwo said. I know this too, so I only plan to use this as a trump card. No matter how far this trump card seems to be, it seems that it is far away. Wutong said helplessly. Then why not change your thinking? It can't completely become me, but it can use me as a template and weaken it until it can bear it, and then slowly strengthen it. After all, the opponent you are facing now should not be someone who needs me to go all out. Mewtwo proposed a new direction. Yes, it seems that I am too stubborn. I don't need Ditto to have the power of God. Thank you, Mewtwo, it turned out to be right to come back. Wutong said, tapping his palms. Mewtwo nodded without saying anything. After staying in Mewtwo's Demon King Castle for one night, Wutong left. After all, Professor Oak was still waiting for him. Xiaoxia and the three little ones also followed Wutong, and the originally lively castle suddenly became much quieter. At the gate of the castle, Mewtwo stood there and kept looking at the direction where Wutong left, and did not move his eyes away until Wutong disappeared from his sight. Hey, little Mewtwo, am I not still here? Don't be afraid of loneliness. Ghastly said. Humph, I have to complete my goal too, so I'll choose them as the first guys. Mewtwo said and looked to the south, in the direction of the Orange Islands. Chapter 154. After the battle, the four of them went to the breeding house. Wutong, who brought Xiaoxia and the three little ones back, returned to the breeding house. As soon as he entered the door, the familiar scene came into view again. For some reason, Shinji and Xiaomao started fighting again. At the table next to them, Xiaoming was still watching the show, but this time he changed from cola and popcorn to juice and melon seeds. Now Xiaomao has the advantage on the field. It seems that yesterday's failure has made him grow up. After the two finished fighting, the four of them packed up and prepared to go to the new town of Pallet Town together. Before leaving, Wutong locked the door well. After all, this time he was going directly to the Johto area, and he didn't know when he would come back next time. So, can't you guys learn to drive? Xiaomao said irritably. After all, it feels totally different to lead 6 beautiful girls and 3 men. However, the 3 ignored Xiaomao and continued to do their own things. Damn it. Xiaomao saw that no one was paying attention to him and could only step on the accelerator to get back to Pallet Town as soon as possible. In Pallet Town, above Professor Oak's research institute, a meow-shaped hot air balloon floated above, and a huge tent of unknown material was covered from the hot air balloon, covering the entire Oak Research Institute. What's going on? Xiaoming couldn't help asking as he looked at the situation in front of him. I don't know, but it must be something bad. Xiaomao continued. Just destroy it. Shinji gave his opinion. Don't think about it, just do it directly. It's probably the 3 idiots of Team Rocket again. Wutong said helplessly. Beedrill. Double Needles. Nido King. Chop Tiles. Nido Queen. Catch. Sand Sun King. Chop. The huge tent covering the Oak Research Institute was directly torn into 4 huge holes. The airflow kept pouring into it, and the huge tent finally couldn't hold on and flew away. I seemed to hear a cry as the tent flew away. The flying tent made the Meowth balloon in the air lose balance and kept shaking, and then fell directly to the ground. As the Meowth balloon fell, a large number of Pokeballs flew out. Wutong and the other 4 also saw the situation in the tent. Professor Oak, Xiaozhi, Xiaojian, and Xiaoxia were all tied up with ropes. Musashi, Kajiro, and Meowth were shocked. Obviously they couldn't believe that their perfect plan was broken. It is worth mentioning that a steel cable was suspended in the air, and a creature resembling Xiaogang squatted on it with a small umbrella, and the whole atmosphere was very gloomy. It's you 3 idiots. Wutong said to the Rocket Trio. It's the 3 guys who wanted to steal my Sansang King before. Xiaoming also recognized the 3 people. You dare to come to Grandpa's Research Institute to make trouble. Xiaomao said with a serious face. Just knock them away. Shinji said. Wutong and the other 4 stood in front of Professor Oak and Xiaoxia who were controlled. Beedrill, Nido King, Nido Queen and Sansang stood beside the 4 and stared at the Rocket Trio. After seeing Wutong and the others, the rocket trio unconsciously took 2 steps back. Xiaoming, who had knocked them away before, Xiaomao with a serious face, and Shinji with a gloomy look. However, these 3 people are not the focus. The focus is the smiling Wutong. Although Wutong's face is bright, the rocket trio seems to see a devil. So, how do you want to fly this time? Wutong asked caringly. If it's possible. Meow Meow doesn't want to fly, Meow 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 said tentatively. Wrong answer, Beedrill. Missile Needle. Wutong said. Needle King, Poison Needle. Needle King Needle Queen send Sandal, Poison Needle. X3 Shinji and the other 2 also launched an attack together. A large area of white and purple mixed energy needles shot towards the rocket trio. What a disgusting feeling. X3 after knocking the rocket trio away, Wutong and the other 4 untied Professor Oak and Xiaozhi's group. What should we do with the creature up there? Xiaoming pointed at Xiaogang on the cable and asked. I think it's better to leave him alone. Wutong said after thinking for a while. Are you okay, Grandpa? Xiaomao asked after helping Professor Oak up. I thought something bad was going to happen, but luckily you guys came back in time. Professor Oak replied. Xiaotong and the others' Pokemon are also powerful. Xiaoxia said while holding Tajipi. Yet, they seem to have made a lot of progress. Xiaogang came down and said. When did that person come down? Seeing Xiaogang with his hands on his waist, Shinji frowned and said in confusion. That's because Xiaomao and the others have never stopped training. Professor Oak explained. Xiaozhi on the side couldn't stand up immediately after hearing what everyone said, and ran to Xiaomao and proudly said, I won the Orange League Winter Cup. After hearing Xiaozhi's words, Wutong and others' faces immediately became complicated. Are you talking about this? The 4x4 took out the Winner's Cup in unison. Wutong and Shinji's families are not on the Kanto region, and Xiaoming went to Wutong's place to eat and drink after returning home. As for why Xiaomao brought the Winner's Cup with him, it is unknown. Maybe he lost a dumbbell and used it as a substitute. What? Xiaozhi couldn't help shouting when he looked at the 4 Winner's Cups in front of him. So that's all you have? Let Team Rocket do whatever it wants. Xiaomao said to Xiaozhi. What? I ranked higher in the Quartz Conference. Have you forgotten? Xiaozhi thought for a while and continued. Xiaomao didn't bother to refute and pointed at Wutong and Shinji. Xiaozhi looked at them subconsciously and instantly felt as if his chest had been hit hard. After all, 1 champion and 1 semi-finalist were better than him. Tisk, isn't it just a higher ranking? There is not only this conference. Xiaoming, who was innocently caught in the crossfire, squatted aside and pulled the grass on the ground while saying, and I'm not the same person I used to be. Xiaomao ignored Xiaoming's complaints and said to Xiaozhi. How do I know if you've become stronger? Xiaozhi replied. It feels like this guy has become smarter. Wutong looked at Xiaozhi and said suddenly. Why? Shinji asked. He actually knew to ignore the 2 of us and continued to fight with Xiaomao. Wutong said. Damn it, don't underestimate me. After I defeat Xiaomao, it's your turn, Xiaotong. Xiaozhi said angrily after hearing what Wutong said. Hey, it's so troublesome, Xiaomao, don't lose, let's go in first. Wutong said. There is no point in fighting Xiaozhi here, after all, Xiaozhi is already in a half-reset state. You guys should at least stay and cheer me up. Xiaomao said speechlessly. Dr. Oak, what do you want to talk to us about? Wutong asked Dr. Oak. Aren't you going to travel to the Johto area? So I'm going to upgrade your illustrated book. Come with me to the laboratory, Xiaoming, you should come too. Dr. Oak paused and said. Me. Xiaoming, who was still pulling weeds, was a little surprised when he was suddenly called, and then looked at Xiaomao. Xiaomao obviously didn't look at Xiaoming, but suddenly raised his hand and waved, indicating Xiaoming to follow in quickly. It's Xiaomao as expected. Wutong said. That's right. Shinji rarely hurt Xiaomao. The 3 followed Professor Oak into the laboratory. First, they upgraded the illustrated books for Wutong and Shinji. Although there seemed to be a pause when upgrading Wutong's illustrated book, the upgrade was successfully completed in the end. After Wutong took the illustrated book, he also sensed Xiaoyi's existence and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that it would not affect Xiaoyi, Wutong was still a little nervous at this time. Xiaoming, this is the Pokemon illustrated book for you. You are also a very potential Pokemon trainer. I believe you will use this illustrated book well. Professor Oak took out a dark green illustrated book and handed it to Xiaoming. I will definitely treat it well. Xiaoming nodded seriously. Although according to the rules of the Alliance, as long as children reach the age, they can go to receive the Pokemon illustrated book and start their journey. However, there are far fewer people who actually own the illustrated book, so for Xiaoming, this Pokemon illustrated book is very precious. Not bad, you have to work hard and don't fall too far behind us. Xiaomao also walked in and said at this time. Humph, I will definitely be ahead of you in the Silver Conference. Xiaoming replied. Where is Xiaozhi? Wutong asked. That guy is in the yard. Xiaomao said casually. So, you lost? Shinji asked. How is it possible? I am the dignified old man Xiaomao, how could I lose to last placed person? Xiaomao said confidently. Professor Oak also began to upgrade Xiaomao's illustrated book, and soon Xiaomao's illustrated book was also upgraded. Okay, this way, all your illustrated books can be used in the Johto region. If you want to participate in the Silver Conference, you must go to Wakaba Town first. Dr. Oak said. Is it Wakaba Town, which is also known as the town where the wind of opening blows? Wutong asked. Yes, only after completing the registration there can you participate in the Johto Alliance Conference. Just like in the Kanto region, you can only participate in the Silver Conference after obtaining 8 gym badges, so, come on. Dr. Oak continued. Then how should we get to Wakaba Town? Xiaoming suddenly said. Do I need to say it? Wutong answered without hesitation. Shinji didn't say anything but looked at Xiaomao. You 3 guys. I won't drive this time. I decided to travel in the Johto region on my own legs. Xiaomao said immediately. Then there's no other way. We can only walk. Wutong said regretfully. Ha, it's great to be young. Come on. Professor Oak said. Wutong and the other 4 said goodbye to Professor Oak and set off together to the starting town of the Johto region, Wakaba Town. In fact, Wutong hesitated whether to wait and set off with Xiaozhi, although he might arrive in Wakaba Town later. But there is a chance to see Sukyun. If you are lucky, you may even get some fur or something. But Wutong quickly gave up this idea. It's better not to see this water dog. After sending Wutong and the other 4 away, Professor Oak started working, that is, studying GS balls. However, no matter how Professor Oak tried, it was all question marks, and there was no progress in the research. At this time, Xiaozhi rushed in. Professor Oak. I want to travel to the Johto region too. Satoshi said excitedly. Dr. Oak saw the excited Satoshi and showed an expression that he had been waiting for you for a long time. After telling Satoshi about the precautions in the Johto region, Dr. Oak gave Satoshi a task. Give the GS ball to Steel, the Pokeball maker in Hinoki Town in the Johto region. Satoshi accepted the task without hesitation. It's a pity that Aquan and Anzi went back to manage the breeding house, otherwise the research on GS balls might be easier. Looking at Satoshi leaving, Dr. Oak thought regretfully. On the other side, Wutong and the other 4 walked together on the way to Wakaba Town. So, it seems that we have been wandering in one place for a long time. Xiaoming looked at the nearby environment and said. That's right, Wutong, are you sure there is no problem with the route? Xiaomao also asked. Of course, I followed the map carefully. Wutong said confidently. Wait a minute. Are you saying that you are following the map? Isn't Rodham leading the way? Shinji asked, grasping the point. Yes, I think I should have made progress in such a long time. Wutong said a little guilty. Who gave you the confidence? You are a champion-level road idiot. Shinji approached Wutong with a gloomy look and said. I thought I could do it. Wutong moved his eyes away and said in a low voice. You guy. Didn't you say that Rodham would lead the way? Xiaomao also came over and said fiercely. So because of you, we haven't walked out of the Kanto area for a day. Xiaoming also looked at Wutong with sinister eyes and said. Then Wutong's map was confiscated and his right to lead the way was deprived. Then, in order to punish this guy, Shinji and the other 2 trapped Wutong tightly and let Nidoking drag him away. Anyway, this guy is thick-skinned and will not be injured. You guys. The God of Lost will punish you. I was just taken care of by the God of Lost. Wutong is still struggling. X3 Shinji, Xiaomio, and Xiaoming all looked at Wutong after hearing what Wutong said. Being stared at by three sinister eyes, Wutong stopped talking honestly and became a salted fish. On a nearby cliff, three beast-shaped Pokemon looked at the four people who were making a fuss below. If Wutong saw these three Pokemon, he would recognize them. They were the Phoenix Guards, the three sacred beasts of the Johto region, Suicune, Entei, and Raikau. And the three sacred beasts didn't know whether it was coincidence or for some reason that they kept staring at Wutong and the other four. After the four disappeared in their business, the three sacred beasts also left. The journey to the Johto region officially began. Okay. Chapter 155. The weather was very hot, and the weather was very good. In the Johto region, there is a town that tells the story of the beginning of the Wind of Change, Wakaba Town. At the entrance of the town, there are four people from the Kanto region, Wutong. Perhaps to welcome the arrival of the four people, or to celebrate the beginning of the four people's journey in the Johto region, a breeze blew, rustling the leaves nearby. Is this the town where the wind of opening is blowing? It seems that this is our new beginning. Wutong looked at Wakaba Town in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, if it weren't for someone, we should have started a long time ago." Xiaomio said, "Hey, isn't this the wind of beginning blowing?" Wutong said with a cough. "Are you sure this is not the wind of ending?" Xiaoming continued. "Ahem, since we're already in Roy Town, can you untie me?" Wutong said after squirming twice. "Nidoking." Shinji called Nidoking. "Nido." Nidoking's claws flashed with cold light and cut the rope that tied Wutong. "Nidoking, go back and double your training because it's a waste of resources," Shinji said coldly. "Nido." After hearing Shinji's words, Nidoking's body trembled, and then cast a light of help to Wutong. "Come on, I will prepare special food for you." Wutong patted Nidoking on the shoulder and ignored Nidoking's life-saving grace and said, "Nido." Nidoking was in disbelief after hearing Wutong's answer. It was actually betrayed. Shinji finally couldn't stand the stupid interaction between Nidoking and Wutong, and took Nidoking back directly. The four of them did not delay any longer and went directly to the Pokemon Center to register for the Johto Alliance. After the registration was successful, the four decided to visit Professor Sora. Xiaomio was because Dr. Sora was Dr. Oak's student, and Dr. Oak also praised him, so Xiaomio had to visit him when he came to Wakaba Town. Wutong was interested in Dr. Sora's research field and wanted to consult Dr. Sora about some questions. As for Shinji and Xiaoming, it was always good to visit Dr. Sora to expand their knowledge. The four of them came to the door of Dr. Sora's research institute. Just as Xiaomio was about to ring the doorbell, there was a loud noise behind the door. Wutong, who had been trained a lot, had a keen sense of danger and pulled Xiaomio back. "What's wrong?" Xiaomio was startled and asked. However, as soon as Xiaomio finished speaking, the door of Dr. Sora's research institute was directly knocked open, and a large group of various Pokemon rushed out from behind the door. The Pokemon that ran out quickly scattered. Wutong and the other four immediately ran into the research institute to see what happened. After entering the research institute, the four saw many open Pokeballs. In the chaotic research institute, Dr. Kongmu and a boy wearing a backwards cap, a red jacket and black knee-length shorts fell to the ground. Both of them had circles in their eyes, and their bodies twitched from time to time. Some footprints of different Pokemon could be vaguely seen on their bodies. Dr. Kongmu. Are you okay? Xiao Mao immediately ran to Dr. Kongmu and tried to wake him up. Hey, little brother, wake up! Wutong came to the boy and pushed him. Then Wutong found a Pokemon poking its head out from under the boy, and immediately went back after seeing Wutong. Fireball? There's no way. Swampert, wake him up. Wutong called Swampert and said, "Laja." Swampert appeared next to Wutong, picked up the boy, and then sprayed a mouthful of water in the boy's face. "Swampert, calm down. Forget it. Wake him up first." Wutong covered his face helplessly when he saw Swampert's gangster-like way of waking him up. "Where am I?" The boy who woke up said a little confusedly. "Ah. No. Get out of the way." The boy quickly woke up and shouted. Okay, calm down. Swampert, put him down." Wutong said to Swampert. Laja. Swampert obediently loosened his claws, and the boy fell directly to the ground. "Who are you?" No, all the Pokemon ran away. On the other side, Professor Xiaoxi also woke up and shouted excitedly. Dr. Xiaoxi, calm down. What happened? Xiao Mao comforted. You are? Teacher's grandson Xiaomao. Dr. Kongmu also saw the person in front of him clearly and said. It doesn't look like there is an invasion. Xiao Ming said. I don't see anyone else. Shinji continued. While Xiaomao and Wutong woke up the two unconscious people, the two checked nearby to see if there were any hidden problems. Dr. Kongmu, I'm really sorry. I will definitely find all the Pokémon back. The boy suddenly said excitedly, and then bowed hard to Kongmu to apologize. It's not all your fault, but what can I do? Those Pokémon are all for my research. Dr. Kongmu said troubled. After Wutong and the others introduced themselves, the four Wutongs also learned about the incident from Dr. Kongmu and the boy's narration. The boy's name is Xiong, a rookie trainer in the Johto area. Today he was just about to receive his initial Pokémon to start his journey. At Dr. Kongmu's place, Xiong immediately took a fancy to the flame mouse. Who knew that this flame mouse was a little too timid, and Xiong had to work hard to get along with it. In the process, due to various coincidences, Xiong accidentally let all the Pokémon that Dr. Kongmu is researching run away. Wutong and the other four looked at each other, and always felt as if some hidden task had been triggered. Dr. Kongmu, let's help too. Xiao Mao said. We are still quite strong as trainers, and we should be able to catch those Pokémon back. Xiao Ming also said. After all, it should be difficult for that reckless guy to catch all the Pokémon that ran away. Shinji glanced at Xiong and said. If it is a Pokémon used for research, there must be some markings, right? Wutong asked. This time, I applied for 100 different Pokémon for research. In order to facilitate statistics, each Pokémon has a number, but can I really trouble you? Dr. Kongmu said. Leave it to us. X4 Wutong said at the same time. I'll go find it too. Xiong said seriously, but it was also a question whether he could defeat the Pokémon used for research after just receiving the initial Pokémon. Then I'll leave it to you. I will also provide you with help in the institute. Dr. Kongmu said as he took out a few walkie-talkies and handed them to a few people. Some special Pokémon will have tracking, and I will guide you in the institute. Dr. Kongmu continued. The 5 people took the walkie-talkies and ran out of the institute. After all, time was tight. The longer they delayed, the farther the Pokémon would run. After leaving the institute, the 4 Wutong people called out their respective flying Pokémon and flew out in one direction each. Where should I go? Xiong was stunned and set at a loss when he saw the 4 people flying away in an instant. At this time, the fireball mouse lying on Xiong's shoulder sniffed in the air, then patted Xiong's head and pointed him in a direction. Over there? Okay, fireball mouse, we have to work hard too. After all, it's us who caused the trouble. We must work hard. Xiong said as he ran to the direction fireball mouse pointed. I didn't expect to encounter a side quest right after arriving in the Johto area. Crow Chief, observe carefully to see if there are any Pokémon with numbers on them. Wutong said to Crow Chief. Gah. Crow Chief responded, scanning the ground with sharp eyes. Soon, Crow Chief found the target and rushed down. A Meowth was lying on a rock lazily basking in the sun. There was a label hanging on Meowth's neck with 26 written on it. Crow Chief, the wind blows. Wutong commanded. Gah. Crow Chief called out and flapped his wings, and a strong storm rolled towards Meowth. Meowth was blown up by the storm and hit a tree and fainted directly. Wutong casually threw a Pokeball over, and Meowth was captured without resistance. No, it should be recovered successfully. After all, Xiong released all the Pokémon used for research due to a series of coincidences. Then the first one is in hand. Crowhead, continue to look. Wutong said to Crowhead. Gah. Crowhead called out and flew into the air again to continue searching. Wutong, there is a signal in your southeast direction, please go over there to check. Dr. Kongmu's voice suddenly appeared from the intercom. Received. Wutong replied briefly and asked Crowhead to fly in the direction Dr. Kongmu said. Until dark, Wutong felt that he could not go any further, so he took the Pokémon that were successfully recovered back to Dr. Kongmu's research institute. Back to Dr. Xiaoxi's research institute, Shinji and the other 2 looked like they had just returned. The 4 put all the Pokémon they had recovered in front of Dr. Xiaoxi. After counting, they found that a total of 96 Pokémon had been recovered. I'm back. At this time, Xiong also ran back. At this time, Xiaoxia was panting and looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, Xiaoxia also worked hard. Being able to recover 3 Pokémon for research with the initial Pokémon, Wutong, and the other 4 couldn't help but look up to Xiaoxia. Is there another one that hasn't been recovered successfully? Dr. Xiaoxi said, looking at the 99 Pokeballs in front of him. Is there one missing? I'll go find it now. Xiaoxia was ready to run out after hearing this. Swampert, bring him back. Wutong said. Logger. Swampert directly picked up Xiaoxia and brought him back to Dr. Xiaoxi. It's too late now. It's not safe to go out in the wild. Besides, if we haven't found them yet, they've probably run away. Wutong said to Xiaoxia. But, it was because of me that they ran away. Xiaoxia was obviously still worried. It's okay. If only one ran away, it wouldn't have any impact on the research. But I still ask you to bring it back if you have the chance to see it. After all, it's a Pokémon from another region. Although it's not rare, it's more troublesome to apply for one. Dr. Kongmu said. Xiaoxia, you've done a good job, and you didn't do it on purpose. You can't be blamed for this. Dr. Kongmu then comforted Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia calmed down and didn't rush out again. Xiaomao, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise things would have become very troublesome. Let me think about how to thank you. Dr. Kongmu thought about it. No need, Dr. Kongmu, we didn't do anything particularly difficult. Xiaomao said. Wutong and the other 2 nodded in agreement. After all, they were just helping to recover some Pokémon, so they treated it as training. By the way, I'm doing another research, so you wait a minute. Dr. Kongmu said as he entered the depths of the research institute. Wutong and the other 3 looked at each other and decided to wait for Dr. Kongmu. After a while, Dr. Kongmu came back with 4 cylindrical incubators. There was a Pokémon egg in each incubator, and the colors and patterns of the 4 Pokémon eggs were all different. You 4 can choose one for each of you. I'm currently researching Pokémon eggs, and I just need to find a suitable Pokémon trainer to help. But I don't know what Pokémon will hatch from it, so it depends on your fate. Dr. Kongmu put the 4 Pokémon eggs in front of the 4 people and said. Looking at the 4 Pokémon eggs that Dr. Kongmu took out, Wutong had no interest at all. After all, he couldn't command any Pokémon that wasn't shiny, so it would be meaningless even if he hatched the eggs. Do I have to gamble on the probability and believe that I will hatch a shiny Pokémon? Dr. Kongmu, I don't want it. I have a problem. I will tell you the specific reason later. I also have some questions to ask you. Wutong declined. Seeing Wutong's serious look, Dr. Kongmu did not continue to persuade Wutong, but turned his eyes to Xiaomao and the other 2. Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming looked at the 4 Pokémon eggs in front of them and each chose a favorite target. Shinji chose a Pokémon egg with a brown background and a cream-colored twisted ribbon pattern. Xiaomao had an egg with a dark yellow background and several spiral patterns. Xiaoming chose an egg with a sky blue background and white spots on it. P.S. Guess what Pokémon eggs they are? Xiang also knew that he should leave. After promising Dr. Kongmu that he would continue to look for the Pokémon that was not recovered during the trip, Xiang left with a flame mouse. Xiaomao, Shinji and Xiaoming also left with their newly harvested Pokémon eggs. After all, it was getting late, so the 3 of them went back to the Pokémon Center first. Wutong was going to ask Professor Sora some questions, so he stayed. While all this was happening, in the trailer of a pickup truck, a Pokémon with a number 19 tag on its neck looked firmly at the night sky. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. In the Research Institute of Dr. Xiaoxi, Wutong was ready to ask Dr. Xiaoxi some questions. Speaking of this, we have to mention Dr. Xiaoxi's research field. As the Pokémon doctor in the Johto region, Dr. Oak admires his students very much. Dr. Xiaoxi's only research topic is Pokémon breeding and Pokémon eggs. Pikachu's pre-evolution form Pichu was discovered by Dr. Xiaoxi, and the egg group, which is very important for egg hatching parties, was also researched by Dr. Xiaoxi. In addition, Dr. Xiaoxi also studies the characteristics and evolution of Pokémon. Dr. Oak praised Dr. Xiaoxi as a top researcher in Pokémon evolution. So Wutong, what do you want to ask? Also, why don't you consider taking that Pokemon egg? Although I'm not sure what kind of Pokemon it is, it won't be bad. Dr. Kongmu said. Sorry, Dr. Kongmu. My situation is special. Wutong said and told Dr. Kongmu about his special physique. Can only command shiny Pokemon to fight? It's really an interesting situation. In this case, there is really no way to take that Pokemon egg. After all, there is no guarantee that shiny Pokemon will hatch. Dr. Kongmu nodded to show that he understood. But, can't you just cultivate ordinary Pokemon after catching them, and then let it fight on its own? Dr. Kongmu asked. After hearing what Dr. Kongmu said, Wutong's expression was complicated. What kind of problem is this? Dr. Kongmu, this is meaningless. Not to mention how much it takes to train such a Pokemon, even finding a Pokemon with this talent is not much easier than finding a shiny Pokemon. Wutong said helplessly. Besides, Pokemon are different from their trainers after all. Even if some Pokemon have a strong sense of combat, they are very few after all. Most Pokemon still need to rely on the command of the trainer to exert their strength beyond their own. After all, the vision of Pokemon and trainer is different during battle. Wutong continued. Is that so? It seems that I really don't have the talent of a trainer, ha ha ha. Dr. Kongmu touched his head and said. Dr. Kongmu, your idea is meaningful. The ability of Pokemon to fight independently also needs to be trained, but it can only be used as an auxiliary to deal with emergencies that are too late to command. And if I really only train and cultivate Pokemon but command a battle, then wouldn't I just be a breeder in the skin of a trainer? Wutong spread his hands and said. That's true, but your physique is really hard. Dr. Kongmu nodded and said. It doesn't matter, I'm used to it, but my problem is not this. Dr. Kongmu, you should know that there is a super evolution system in the Kalos area, right? Wutong asked tentatively. Are you talking about mega evolution? I've always been interested in it, but it's hard to get experimental materials, so I've never had the chance to study it. Dr. Kongmu said with a look of regret. Actually, it's like this. Come out, fossil pterosaur. Wutong released a fossil pterosaur. Roar! The fossil pterosaur appeared, and it was not very comfortable to find that it couldn't take off indoors. Is this the fossil pterosaur? And the color seems to be different from the information. Is it shiny? Dr. Kongmu said with shining eyes after seeing the fossil pterosaur. Yes, my fossil pterosaur is shiny, fossil pterosaur, rock-armed. Wutong said to the fossil pterosaur. Roar! The fossil pterosaur roared, and black rock spikes began to appear on its body. A circle of black sharp rocks also appeared near its mouth, as if it was wearing a half-face mask with sharp teeth on the fossil pterosaur. What is this? Dr. Kongmu looked at the changes of the fossil pterosaur with a little surprise. I don't know what's going on. My pterosaur is in a state similar to super evolution, but it's not exactly the same and it doesn't have the huge changes of super evolution. At least the characteristics haven't changed, and there's no need for specific props. Wutong touched the pterosaur to indicate that it was ready. The pterosaur changed back directly. After all, it had only mastered active transformation not long ago, and that state consumed a lot of energy. A super evolution-like state of a fossil Pokemon? Wutong, you really found me a very good one. Interesting topic. Dr. Kongmu said as he looked at the fossil pterosaur. I want to know if the fossil pterosaur will be harmful to its body if it often uses this kind of transformation, and then is there any way to make this transformation more complete? I feel that this is not the final form yet. I think Dr. Kongmu, who has made great achievements in the field of evolution, may have a way. Wutong asked a series of questions. It is a topic worth studying, but it is definitely impossible for me to give you an answer now. This requires time for research, and I can't be sure how long it will take. Dr. Kongmu replied seriously. And the most important thing is that if I conduct research, I need the fossil pterosaur to stay and cooperate. Are you sure this is okay? It should be your main force, right? Dr. Kongmu looked at the fossil pterosaur and said. Fossil pterosaur, this is your way to become stronger, but because you have to cooperate with the research, I hope you can decide for yourself. Wutong said as he looked at the fossil pterosaur. Roar! The fossil pterosaur shouted in agreement without hesitation. The fossil pterosaur is no problem, Dr. Kongmu. I'll leave the fossil pterosaur in your hands, but I'll ask you to send it over when I need it. Wutong said to Dr. Kongmu. That's really nice, but I'm also very interested in research, and I just happen to have the opportunity to apply for resources from the Alliance. This is also a good topic. Dr. Kongmu said. Wutong's hands and the tail of the fossil pterosaur clapped quietly. The plan worked, and a free meal ticket was found. If he was lucky, he might be able to enhance the semi-super evolution of the fossil pterosaur. After all, Wutong had to focus on training new Pokémon in the Johto region, and the training method of the fossil pterosaur did not need to be updated for the time being, so it was not necessary to stay with Wutong. Before coming to the Johto region, Wutong had this plan. Now he could not go directly to the Kalos region, so he could only settle for the second best and ask Dr. Kongmu, who was praised by Dr. Oak in the field of evolution, for help. Then I actually have a second question, Dr. Kongmu. Is it possible to distinguish whether the Pokémon hatched from a Pokémon egg is a shiny Pokémon? Wutong asked. After hearing Wutong's question, Dr. Kongmu was also stunned, and then began to think. In theory, this can be done, but there is not enough value, so no one has conducted research in this area. Dr. Kongmu touched his chin and said. After hearing what Dr. Kongmu said, Wutong nodded. It was indeed possible. After all, there was a way to determine whether a large egg could hatch a shiny Pokémon in the game. As for the fact that no one has studied it, it is understandable. After all, reality is not a game. It is not that you can produce unlimited eggs just by putting two Pokémon of the same egg group but different genders into a breeding house. In the absence of a sufficient number of Pokémon eggs, even if there is a machine to determine whether a Pokémon egg is shiny, it will not be of much use. And if someone really dares to use some means to obtain Pokémon eggs in large quantities, they would probably have been invited to drink tea by the Alliance long ago. Dr. Kongmu, I wonder if you can teach me this method? After all, my physique is quite special. I don't want to miss any hope. Wutong asked. Is that so? Wait a minute. Dr. Kongmu said and ran to the warehouse of the institute. After a while, Dr. Kongmu came back with something that looked like a watch. Here is this for you. When I was in college, I used to study this topic, but later I found it meaningless and gave up. This is the scanning device I made at that time. It can scan the Pokémon egg to determine whether it can hatch a shiny Pokémon, but the accuracy is hard to say. Dr. Kongmu said after handing the watch to Wutong. Really? Thank you so much, Dr. Kongmu. Wutong happily took the watch. Accuracy and so on, having a chance is better than doing nothing. There is a button next to it. Press it to scan. If red light appears on the screen, it means that the egg cannot be a shiny Pokémon. Green light means that there is a 50% chance that it is a shiny Pokémon. Blue light can confirm it. Of course, this is how I designed it. Dr. Kongmu explained the usage to Wutong. After hearing what Dr. Kongmu said, Wutong looked complicated, and suddenly felt that this device seemed unreliable. Dr. Kongmu, if you don't mind, can you let me try it? Wutong asked. No problem. Dr. Kongmu said happily. After getting the consent, Wutong looked at the Pokémon that were not selected. Beaton scanned it, and then the red light on the watch screen began to flash. It seems that I am not the chosen one. Wutong said jokingly. After getting what he wanted, Wutong left the fossil pterosaur, said goodbye to Dr. Kongmu, and prepared to go to the Pokémon Center to meet up with Shinji and others. Anyway, the harvest was good. The next day, Wutong and his friends were ready to start their journey to the Johto region. Before leaving, they decided to say goodbye to Dr. Kongmu. Anyway, the four of them had gained something from Dr. Kongmu, so it was necessary to say goodbye before leaving. On the way from the Pokémon Center to Dr. Kongmu's research institute, Wutong and his friends saw a group of people wearing yellow jackets with black vertical stripes on them. Listen, Nana. Since you are leaving Wakaba Town to pursue your dream of becoming a Pokémon master, you must not embarrass us electric beast fans. The leading uncle said to a girl wearing the same jacket and a baseball cap with a lightning mark on her head. Although the Electabuzz team is always the last one every year, it never gets discouraged and always strives for the championship. Only those with confidence can achieve their dreams. Another uncle continued. So Nana, you must be like the Electabuzz team, never give up and keep working hard. As long as you win, it means that the Electabuzz team has also won. Another uncle also interrupted. I will definitely work hard. I won't lose to anyone. The girl called Nana said seriously. Come on. Come on. Nana. Come on. After hearing Nana's answer, the people around cheered together. Is this really a blessing? Xiaoming couldn't help but say as he looked at the excited people. If I were blessed like this, I would probably feel very uncomfortable. Xiaomao also said. It's obviously a curse. Shinji said coldly. Well, but it does make people feel complicated. But this is the sadness of fans of weak teams. Wutong said with a spread of his hands. The four of them were going to bypass the group of people and continue walking towards Dr. Sora's research institute. Nan also said goodbye to the people and prepared to start her journey, but she was walking in the same direction as the four Wutong people. Nana walked in front, and the four Wutong people walked behind. When they arrived at the door of Dr. Sora's research institute, Nana turned back suddenly. Why are you following me all the time? Nana said vigilantly. The four Wutong people looked at each other. It was indeed a coincidence, and it was easy to be misunderstood. After all, a girl would be scared if she was followed by four boys. We are here to find Dr. Sora, don't worry. Xiaoming explained. With that, the four of them walked past Nana and walked into Dr. Sora's research institute. Realizing that she had misunderstood, Nana was a little embarrassed and followed in. Dr. Sora had a good impression of the Wutong people who helped him, and coupled with Wutong's selfless dedication, Dr. Sora told the four people a lot of precautions in the Johto area. After that, Dr. Xiaoxi noticed Nana. Hello, Dr. Xiaoxi, I'm Nana who made an appointment to receive the initial Pokémon. Nana said when she saw Dr. Xiaoxi finally noticed her. You're a new trainer? Wait a minute, there were originally 3 initial Pokémon, but yesterday a child named Xiong came earlier than you and took away the Flamuich, so you can only choose between Chico and Crocodile. Dr. Xiaoxi said to Nana. I've made up my mind, I'm going to choose Chico. Nana said without hesitation. Seeing Nana so sure, Dr. Xiaoxi handed Chico to Nana directly. Come out, Chico. Nana, who got the initial Pokémon, called Chico out directly. Seeing the first interaction between Nana and Chico, Wutong and the others also showed an interested look. After all, the 4 of them were actually just semi-new Pokémon trainers who had just traveled for more than a year. Wutong, you guys are here too, why don't you guide Nana as a senior? Dr. Kongmu looked at Wutong and the others and suddenly said. Really? I'm ready. Nana said passionately after hearing Dr. Kongmu's words. Wutong and the others looked at each other, and then attacked at the same time. Damn it. Did the 3 of you collude? Wutong couldn't help saying as he looked at the 3 rocks in front of him with a pair of scissors. Don't cheat, go quickly. X3 Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming said in unison. Well, I also have a few Pokemon in the novice clothes, so it's not bullying. Come on, let me show you the senior's strength. Wutong said to Nana. I won't lose. Nana said with a fire flashing in her eyes. Chapter 157. The battle was a battle, but the battle was over. In the open space outside Dr. Xiaoxi's laboratory, Wutong looked at Nana who was burning across from him and began to think. After all, Nana was a real rookie trainer who had just received her initial Pokémon, so there were only 3 ways to deal with it. The first way was to send the main Pokémon to kill in one fell swoop, which might yield the white eyes of the friends, Nana's hostility, and Dr. Xiaoxi's surprise. And get the title, Rookie Killer. The second way was to send one of the 3 little ones to fight in the juvenile group, which might have the risk of overturning, and after overturning, it might yield the white eyes of the friends, Nana's contempt, and Dr. Xiaoxi's comfort. And get the title, Weak Chicken Champion. The last way is to let Ditto play, transform into one of the main players, and quickly resolve the battle during the transformation period, but there is also a risk of failure. After failure, you may gain contempt plus rolling eyes from your friends, friendship from Nana, and helplessness from Dr. Sora. And get the title, Friend of Newcomers. Asshole, why are you always being rolled eyes? Wutong hugged his head and roared. What's wrong with that guy? Xiaoming looked at Wutong with a cold face. I don't know, but it seems that he has started to think about it again. Xiaomao said with an expressionless face. This idiot. Shinji said coldly. Then let me be the guest referee. Wutong from Takawa City will fight Nana from Wakaba Town. The game will begin. Dr. Sora said standing in the referee position. Go. Kikusoba. Nana cheered Kikusoba. At this time, Chikorita had a headband with a lightning mark on her head, and Chikorita seemed to like it very much. The leaves on her head kept spinning. Never mind, come out. Wutong took out one of the 3 little Pokeballs and threw it out. Wutong didn't have the idea of bullying the weak after all. After all, he was not a demon. Dane. Bulbasaur appeared in the center of the venue and called out in spirit. It's Bulbasaur. Xiaoming said in surprise. When did this guy capture Bulbasaur? Xiaomao also said curiously. This Bulbasaur is different from the usual ones, and it doesn't look like the ordinary Flash. Shinji said as he looked at the pattern on Bulbasaur. Little frog? Then let's have a duel of the same attributes. Wutong said after seeing that it was Bulbasaur that came out. Dane. Bulbasaur was also looking forward to his first real battle. Chikorita, use the Leaf Blade. Nana couldn't wait to launch the attack first. Chico. Chikorita swung the leaves on its head, and a burst of rotating leaves shot towards Bulbasaur. Little Frog, use the Vine Whip to scatter it. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur's body bent slightly, and 2 Vine Whips stretched out from the roots of the seeds on its back. The 2 Vine Whips swung, and all the rotating leaves flying towards Bulbasaur were knocked down. What? All of them were knocked down? Chikorita, can you use Vine Whips? Nana asked Chikorita. Chico. Chikorita called and nodded. Okay. Then we will use Vine Whips too. Nana commanded. Chico. The buds on both sides of Chikorita's neck stretched out into 2 Vine Whips and whipped towards Bulbasaur. Little Frog, take root and grow. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur's 2 front feet thrust into the ground forcefully, and then a burst of green energy enveloped Bulbasaur. After being wrapped by green energy, Bulbasaur seemed to have grown a little bigger. Chikorita's vines entangled Bulbasaur but couldn't move it at all. Control it. Leaf Blade. Wutong said when he saw the opportunity. Dane. Bulbasaur used the vines to entangle Chikorita, and then used Leaf Blade. Chikorita, who was deeply entangled with the Bulbasaur, had no way to dodge and was directly washed in the face by Bulbasaur's Leaf Blade. Chico. Chikorita cried out in pain after being hit by Leaf Blade head-on. Little Frog, keep going, hit. Wutong didn't think of giving way to the newcomer and continued to let Bulbasaur attack. Dane. Bulbasaur shouted and rushed towards Chikorita, who was directly knocked out. However, because the vines were still entangled with Chikorita, Chikorita was pulled back again. The last blow, Petal Dance. Wutong said. Dane. Bulbasaur swung its 2 Vine Whips hard and threw Chico into the air. Then Bulbasaur aimed the seeds on its back at Chico in the air, and a burst of pink energy petals spun and shot at Chico. Chico fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Chico has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong from Viridian City. Dr. Sora announced. Wutong nodded with satisfaction at the panting Bulbasaur. It was indeed a body created by Mewtwo, and its talent was beyond words. Although I don't know where the genes come from, it has inherited 3 very practical skills: Petal Dance, Poison and Rooting. It is enough to prove the excellence of this gene. This Bulbasaur is so strong. Xiaoming touched his chin and looked at Wutong's Bulbasaur and said. He mastered Petal Dance so early, and it is also very smooth to use. The talent is really good. Xiaomao also said. The instructions to Wutong were well implemented, which shows that they have a high degree of trust in Wutong. When did they conquer him? Shinji also said strangely. But, they were too harsh. They were totally bullying. X3 Shinji and the other 2 said at the same time. I actually lost so thoroughly? I clearly swore to everyone that I would not lose before I left. Nana said in disbelief while holding Kakuko. It seems that I was too harsh. Wutong scratched his cheek as he looked at Nana with tears in her eyes. Then Wutong felt 3 gazes. Wutong turned his head and found that Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming were staring at him. Hurry up and deal with it. The 3 people's eyes revealed this meaning uniformly. Wutong replied with a look of, I don't know how to deal with it either, help me. After all, what he promised to Dr. Xiaoxi was a coaching match, but he didn't give any guidance, and he used all his strength out of habit, and killed Chikorita in one move. Shinji, Xiaomao and Xiaoming looked away, with no intention of helping. Seeing the 3 guys who resolutely abandoned him, Wutong could only bite the bullet and walk towards Nana. Dr. Xiaoxi on the side also looked like he was watching a show, with no intention of helping. You seem very unwilling. Wutong squatted in front of Nana and said. Nana looked up at Wutong and didn't say anything. Let me ask you, Do you know me? Wutong asked. No, I don't know you. Nana said decisively. Sure enough, you should know the Quartz Conference, right? It's a Pokemon trainer conference similar to the Silver Conference. If you are a trainer who aims to be a Pokemon master, you will know it. I am the champion of the Quartz Conference. Wutong said helplessly. Why does it seem that no one knows me even though I won the championship? After hearing what Wutong said, Nana was still a little confused. She didn't understand what Wutong wanted to say. Was he showing off to her? Question mark. So, I'm very strong. It's normal for you to lose. It would be surprising if you won. You are a baseball fan, right? Do you think a team composed entirely of beginners can defeat a team that has won the championship without any special circumstances? Wutong continued. This time Nana understood what Wutong meant. I understand. I'm too arrogant. Nana said. No, this is a good thing. Only if you are unwilling to lose can you continue to improve. You are a fan of the Electric Beast team, right? Although the Electric Beast team has always been at the bottom, they have never given up, right? You should also have this spirit. Don't give up even if you lose. Turn your unwillingness into food and eat it into your stomach to make yourself stronger. One day you will achieve your goal. Wutong said as a life mentor. Isn't it just chicken soup? I didn't read so many chicken soup articles before my rebirth in vain. Senior, can you also understand the charm of the Electric Beast team? I understand, Senior. I will never give up. Nana, who was filled with chicken soup, was revived with full blood, and looked at Wutong with stars in her eyes. It's good that you understand, but I am indeed partly responsible today, so you can ask me if you have any questions in the future. I think I am still good in terms of knowledge. Wutong said with a senior posture. I understand, thank you very much for your guidance, Senior Wutong. I will definitely not let you down. Nana bowed to Wutong and said. Seeing Nana's appearance, Wutong suddenly felt that he had filled too much chicken soup. Why does it feel like this child seems to have chicken blood? Then is the first step to achieve your goal. Let's form your team. As a senior, I suggest that you try to cultivate Pokemon from a young age. Wutong said. I understand, Senior Wutong. I will definitely form my own Electabuzz team. Nana responded loudly. Is it a bit unlucky to form your own Electabuzz team? Xiaoming said to the excited Nana. It is indeed a bit unlucky, after all, the Electabuzz team seems to have never won. Xiaomao said in praise. Keep your voice down, don't attract that child. Shinji said to Xiaoming and Xiaomao. After instructing Nana on the cultivation method of hornworms to giant beepers, Wutong and the other four also bid farewell to Dr. Kong Yu and officially started their journey. Wutong and the other four left Wakaba Town, and the four who had not yet determined their destination moved forward casually. We are almost at the Heracris Forest and Karas Forest ahead. Wutong said as he walked in front. We need to camp in the forest today, Lotto said the mobile phone Rodham, which was acting as a navigation. Originally, Shinji, Xiaomao, and Xiaoming did not want Wutong to lead the way, but at this time, each of the three of them was holding a culture device, and they had no hands to look at the map. There was no choice but to let Wutong lead the way in front, but under the serious warning of Shinji and the other two, Wutong obediently called out the mobile phone Rodham as a navigation. It also avoided the situation where the four people went around in circles in the forest. With the guidance of the mobile phone Rodham, the speed of Wutong's four people's progress was not slow, and they soon came to the canyon where the Heracris Forest and Karas Forest met. I didn't see the suspension bridge. It seems that we need to camp in Karas Forest today. Wutong said. It would be better to go to the Heracris Forest. Xiaoming suggested. Xiaoming makes sense. Compared with Karas, Heracris is more friendly and docile, basically not aggressive, and it will be safer to camp at night. Xiaomao agreed. Are you sure that Heracris is more docile? Shinji suddenly said. Of course, aren't you familiar with Wutong's Heracris? Xiaomao said. Yeah, that guy is a very docile kid as long as you don't snatch snacks from his mouth. Xiaoming also said. Heracris is indeed more docile, but in this case, you need to find a way to cross this canyon. Although you can fly directly, you are holding a Pokemon egg after all, so it doesn't seem very safe to fly. Wutong said a little entangled. Look over there. Shinji pointed in a direction and said. Huh? X3 Wutong and the other two looked in the direction Shinji pointed in confusion. I saw a scarred Heracris beating a Karas. There were 2 unconscious Karas lying at the feet of Heracris. What's going on? X3 Wutong, Xiaomio, and Xiaoming said in unison. I don't know, but the Heracris used sword dance just now. Shinji said, holding the Pokemon egg, and walked over. Obviously, a Heracris that can sword dance aroused Shinji's interest. As a strength party, Shinji was very interested in conquering that Heracris. Heracris that can sword dance? That's really interesting. Xiaomao said and followed. These 2 guys. Wutong said helplessly. Let's go. Although I have no interest in that Heracris, I have to watch the excitement. Xiaoming said and followed. Wutong had no choice but to chase after him. Wutong and the other 4 looked at the Heracris beating Karas and did not act rashly, but wanted to see what this Heracris wanted to do. The 4 followed this Heracris all the way. This Heracris is not as gentle as other Heracrises. It is the embodiment of violence. When it sees Karas, it rushes over without saying a word. It is either fighting or on the way to fight. Wutong looked at Heracris, who looked like a flat-headed brother, and didn't know where to start to complain. What kind of lone hero is this Heracris? A lone Pokemon fighting in other Pokemon's territory? Is it necessary to be so reckless? Chapter 158. The battle was won, and the battle was won. At the edge of the Karas forest, the 4 Wutongs had been watching the show. Perhaps because they wanted to see where Heracris's limit was, Shinji had not chosen to make a move. After several Karas were defeated, a Karas that was a circle larger than the other Karas appeared in front of Heracris. Obviously, this was the leader of Karas. The pair of horns on the top of this Karas's head were very thick, and they were densely covered with small thorns. The carapace on its body was also very thick, so it looked a circle larger than the average Karas. Since this leader Karas has big horns and thick carapace, why don't we call it the big carapace? After seeing the big armor, Heracris rubbed his 2 claws together and stared at the big armor with his eyes. It was obvious that Heracris's target was the big armor. Karo. The big armor looked at Karas lying on the ground nearby and shouted at Heracris unhappily. Hira. Heracris obviously didn't want to care so much and shouted at the big armor. That Karas looks good. Wutong said to the big armor. It seems that this is not the first time that Heracris has come to Karas. Xiaoming said. I am a little interested in this Karas. I feel that it is stronger than Heracris. Xiaomao said. Being challenged by Heracris, this Karas should be strong, but I still prefer Heracris. Shinji said. After Shinji finished speaking, Xiaomao and Shinji stared at each other, and it was obvious that their opinions had diverged again. These 2 guys are starting again? Xiaoming, aren't you interested? Heracris and Karas are both good Pokemon. Wutong asked. I'm a member of the Beedrill party, and my team is not short of physical attackers now. Xiaoming replied. While Wutong and the other 4 were talking, Heracris and Heracris had already started fighting. Sword-shaped energy appeared around the 2 Pokemon at the same time, circled around them twice, and then merged into the bodies of the 2 Pokemon. This Karas can actually do sword dance? But it doesn't look like it's of a high level. Wutong said in surprise. So this Karas has a good talent too. Xiaomao said. Sword dance against sword dance? It's getting more and more interesting. Xiaoming said. Heracris has fought many battles, and the advantage now should be on Karas' side. Shinji said with a frown. I didn't expect that Karas could actually do sword dance. The battle between Karas and Heracris didn't last long. After a fist-to-fist fight between the 2 Pokemon, Heracris fell to the ground. The battle is over, it's time for you 2 to come out. Wutong said to Shinji and Xiaomao. Shinji and Xiaomao walked over without hesitation. They were very decisive and sent out 2 windy dogs to attack indiscriminately, and then capture their respective targets. These 2 guys are really simple and rough. Xiaoming couldn't help but say when he saw the way they captured them. It won't be that easy. Whether it's the pride of Karas and Heracris or the personalities of those 2 guys, they won't succeed so easily. Wutong said with his hands spread out. Wutong, please help me. Xiaomao handed the Pokeball to Wutong and said. Please. Shinji also handed Wutong a Pokeball. Yes, I knew it. But let's go to another place to talk about it. Wutong said. Looking at the Pokeballs Xiaomao handed to him, the leader of the first generation of Karas, Dajia, fell. From now on, there will be no Dajia, only Xiaomao's Karas. What a pity. Wutong and the other 4 left this troubled place, walked for a while and found a flat place suitable for camping. Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming set up tents, made fires, and prepared ingredients. Wutong released Heracris and Karis, and then a green light appeared on Wutong's body, and the power of Changpan was activated. The injuries of Heracris and Karis were slowly healing. After healing the two Pokémon, a feeling of fatigue came over. "I'm done here," Wutong shouted to Xiaomei and Shinji. The two immediately put down their work and walked over. At this time, Karis and Heracris also woke up. Although I don't know what the reason is, but the two Pokémon had just woken up and knew they were captured. However, Karis and Heracris obviously did not accept the fact that they were captured in this way. "Kylo." Karis stared at Xiaomei, and the two big horns on his head moved. "Hira." Heracris also looked at Shinji with his hands rubbed. Obviously, Karis and Heracris were ready to solve it by force. "I know you are very dissatisfied with being captured in this way," Xiaomei said. "So come and fight, and if you lose, just obey me," Shinji said. "Kylo." "Hira." Karis and Heracris looked at each other and shouted together. "Come out, Nido Queen. Nido King. Get ready for battle." Xiaomei and Shinji also called out their own Pokémon, and they were going to have a doubles capture battle. "Boss, this way," Xiaoming called Wutong. Wutong turned around and found that Xiaoming had already set up the table and prepared snacks. "You guys have maxed out your skill of watching the fun," Wutong couldn't help but say with admiration. No referee was needed, the battle started directly. "Hira." "Karo." The battle started, and Heracris and Karis performed sword dance at the same time. The attacks of the two Pokémon increased significantly at the same time. Nido Queen. Million-ton punch. Xiaomei directly let Nido Queen start attacking. Nido. Nido Queen rushed towards Karis and Heracris, and light appeared on her fist. Nido King, 100,000 volts. Shinji also commanded. Nido. The horns on Nido King's head flashed with lightning, and a bolt of lightning struck Heracris and Karis. Nido King's 100,000 volts restricted the actions of Heracris and Karis. Nido Queen attacked with a heavy punch, and Heracris and Karis were caught off guard and flew out. These two guys cooperated unexpectedly well, Xiaoming said in surprise. Maybe the more they quarrel, the better their relationship is. Wutong analyzed. Although Karis and Heracris have good talents, they are still not good enough to face Xiaomei and Shinji. Although Heracris and Karis tried 2 waves of counterattacks, they were still pressed to the ground by Shinji and Xiaomei. Soon, Heracris and Karis turned into circles again and fell to the ground. So far, Shinji has conquered Heracris, and Xiaomei has also conquered Karis. Chapter 159. The next day, Wutong and his 4 friends continued their journey, but they stopped at an intersection not long after they left. The 4 people who had passed through the Heracris forest came across a 4-way intersection, which was so coincidental that people couldn't help but wonder who was playing a prank. "So, what should we do now?" Wutong said. "What else can we do?" Xiaoming asked back. "Hasn't the answer been determined long ago?" Xiaomei said. "It seems that it's time to travel separately," Shinji said directly. "This is also a normal thing. After all, it's not time for Wutong and his 4 friends to travel together. Although traveling alone will be a little lonely, it is more suitable for their growth. In addition, the 4 people are not only friends, but also opponents. After all, they have to study some cards in their hands. How can we hide our cards if we travel together all the time?" So, from the beginning, Wutong and the other 4 were going to travel separately, and now this fork in the road just gave them an opportunity. "Then, let's each choose a road," Wutong said. Shinji, Xiaomei and Xiaoming also agreed. After each of them chose a road, Wutong and the other 4 started traveling alone again. "Rodham, which city is the nearest gym in?" Wutong asked while walking on the road. "It's Kikyo City," Rodham replied on the phone. "Kikyo City? I remember the Kikyo gym is a flying gym. It seems that Ditto will be sent in. The 3 little ones are not easy to beat, but this way there is no way to train the 3 little ones," Wutong said to himself. After all, it is to train a new team, so Wutong is not going to use his main team to challenge the gym unless there are special circumstances. Moreover, many gyms in the Johto region are run by young gym leaders, that is, the 2nd generation of gyms. Although their strength is not bad, there is no desire for Wutong to use the main force to fight a good battle. Of course, if it is with Songhai, Aussie and Liubo, Wutong is still willing to use the main force for a good fight. As for the remaining few, even Xiaozhi of Yanmo Gym is difficult to rouse Wutong's interest. After all, Xiaozhi's cousin Otto is his immediate superior. If you really want to challenge, why don't you try to let Otto guide the battle with you? Otto should agree to give a few cloaks. Wutong was thinking about it while moving forward under the guidance of Rodham on the mobile phone. The distance from Wakaba town to Kikayo city is not close, and there are several towns in the middle. Wutong walked until the evening without encountering any town. I really want to sleep in bed, Rodham, let's hurry up at night today, Wutong said to Rodham on the mobile phone. After hearing this, Rodham on the mobile phone said that it was okay and continued to serve as the navigation. The sky gradually darkened, but because the moon was very big and round today, Wutong could still see the way forward clearly. It's strange, Lotto. After moving forward for a while, Rodham on the mobile phone suddenly stopped and said, "What's wrong, Roto?" Wutong looked at Rodham and asked in confusion. "There is no signal, Lotto. There is a problem with the map, and the navigation cannot be Lotto," Rodham on the mobile phone said to Wutong. "This is not easy to deal with. It seems that we can only try it from the air. Come out, Crowhead," Wutong said and called out Crowhead. Gah. Wutong sat on the back of Crowhead and flew into the air. However, after flying in the air for a while, Wutong found that he still did not fly out of the range of the forest. "This forest is unexpectedly large, Rodham. Has the signal recovered there?" Wutong asked Rodham on the mobile phone. "No, Lotto." Rodham shook his body and replied. "This is really troublesome. Although Crowhead is a nocturnal Pokémon, it is not familiar with the Johto area. It is easy to get lost if it flies around at night," Wutong said to himself. Back on the ground, Wutong stood and began to think about what to do. On the tree near Wutong, a group of Jengar and Haunter were standing on the branches and looking at Wutong, who was spinning in place with a smirk on their faces. It turned out that Wutong had come to the enchanted forest without knowing it. Here, the astonishing number of Jengar and Haunter made Wutong and his Pokémon hallucinate. Although the qualitative change caused by quantitative change is not as powerful as that of Millennium Ghastly, it also made Wutong not realize that he had entered a hallucination for a while. In this case, I can only walk around and try my luck, Wutong thought. I want to say, although he is favored by the god of Lost, the distance that Wutong can walk is limited, which is better than letting the crow fly randomly. Moreover, when he has no way to find the way, Wutong thinks that he might be able to get out by getting lost. This is the so-called negative plus negative. This time, Wutong just started to walk randomly based on his feelings. The nearby Jengar and Haunter saw Wutong start to move forward again, and followed him with a smile. Obviously, they decided to find fun on Wutong tonight. However, soon, Jengar and Haunter found that something seemed wrong. Obviously, Jengar and Haunter were giving Wutong the illusion of the wrong road. But for some reason, Wutong always turned suddenly and moved in the right direction. He. Jengar and Haunter looked at each other, not understanding what was going on. Jengar and Haunter were very unconvinced and began to try hard to pull Wutong back on the right track. They began to build road signs in the illusion created for Wutong to attract Wutong's attention. However, Wutong, who was favored by the god of Lost, always passed by the road signs by coincidence, but walked to another road according to his own feelings. Jengar and Haunter were all shocked. How could such a human exist? Question mark. This ability to recognize the road can no longer be described as a road idiot. Jengar and Haunter, who found that the road signs were useless, began to try again and set up various illusion traps on the way forward for Wutong. But soon they found that the road of the human in front of them was completely irregular, and all the traps were ineffective. In this way, while trying to make the other party lost, Wutong walked as he pleased. When it was slightly light, Wutong found that he had walked out of the forest unknowingly, and a straight road appeared in front of him. Come out? Looks like my luck is pretty good, Wutong said to himself. After he left, Jengar and Haunter in the enchanted forest showed up, and their bodies turned gray as they stared at Wutong who had left. From then on, a legend about a demon who ignored illusion spread among the Jengar clan in the enchanted forest. Chapter 160. The new situation is still unknown. In the Pokémon Center, Miss Joy and Miss Junxia told Wutong about the current situation. Although they were surprised that Wutong became a trainee investigator at such a young age, this was not the first time, which only showed that Wutong had a strong talent. After all, The Alliance has been working hard to absorb talented Pokemon trainers to join the Alliance, and the Alliance has been short of manpower for a long time. Moreover, the Alliance's certificates are difficult to forge, and those evil organizations that are capable of forging certificates will not forge the certificates of a trainee investigator, even if they forge certificates. So that's the case. The guy named Xiaozhi is also a trainee investigator, and his original mission was to collect relevant information because of the information about the Rocket Team appearing here, but this guy discovered the Rocket Team's secret base, so he sneaked in. Wutong said. Miss Joy and Miss Juncha nodded together to show that it was right. What a reckless guy. It's very dangerous to sneak in without knowing the situation. Wutong couldn't help but say. That kid became a Pokemon investigator because he admired Adu, and he has been working hard. Miss Joy said. So Xiaoxia must want to be promoted as soon as possible, and then she can become an excellent investigator standing beside Adu. Miss Juncha also said. We can't directly support Xiaoxia, so Xiaotuang, can you help? X2 Miss Joy and Miss Juncha said in unison. I understand. After all, I am also a Pokemon investigator. Although I am an apprentice, I will never let Team Rocket act when I meet them. I will go to help. Wutong nodded and said. Xiaozhi seems to be very good friends with Miss Joy and Miss Juncha. Is this the advantage of handsome guys? Xiaogang might be jealous to tears if he knew. Hannah at this time, a call sounded. It was the always ignored Beauty Flower. By the way, let Beauty Flower come up too. It should be able to help you find Xiaoxia. Miss Joy said. Wutong looked at the cute Beauty Flower and nodded. It was good to have an extra helper. After all, he really didn't have any Pokemon to use in Xiaotong mode. His Pokemon were too easy to identify, especially the 6 main ones who appeared in the Quartz Conference, which could be found with a casual search. It was simply telling others that Wutong and Xiaotong were the same person. Therefore, it was the Dream Demon who had been staying in Wutong's shadow that could be used with confidence. After that, it was the Crystal Onyx that was captured in the Orange Islands, and the 3 little ones and Ditto. However, the 3 little ones and Ditto had to be cultivated as the main forces in the Johto region and could not be used casually. So now the only ones that can be used in Xiaotong mode are Dream Demon, Crystal Onyx and Ditto in other forms. Of course, if he really encountered danger, Wutong would not care about these. I understand, but I will report it first. After all, recklessness is not my style. Wutong said. Miss Joy and Miss Juncha nodded to show that they understood. Wutong took out the Pokemon Investigator's special communicator and dialed Odu's contact. After a while, the communicator was connected, and Odu's voice came out of the communicator. What's wrong? What's the matter? I am now in the Orb Spider Town in the Johto area. I found the traces of the Rocket Team here. Now a trainee investigator has sneaked in to investigate. I want to apply for support. Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's words, Odu fell into a brief silence. Xiaotuang, you should know the current situation of the Alliance, right? Odu said. That means there is no way to support, right? Wutong asked. No, there will be support, but it won't be fast, so you need to be careful to protect yourself first. Remember to turn on the location of your investigator communicator. Odu said. I understand. I'll be careful. Wutong replied. The Pokemon Investigator's dedicated communicator has a positioning function, which needs to be turned on by the investigator himself, so that it is convenient for the Alliance to support when infiltrating. Of course, this is just what he said. Whether the Alliance needs the investigator to turn on the positioning himself to see the investigator's location is not a question that everyone knows. After all, there are gains and losses. Sure enough, the investigator is also a high-risk profession. Let's go, Dream Demon. It seems that we have to rely on him here. Wutong said. The Dream Demon appeared behind Wutong and called out, then disappeared again. Although he couldn't see it, Wutong knew that the Dream Demon didn't enter the shadow, but was protecting him by his side. Then its Ditto, turned into Moon Eevee. Wutong said. A Moon Eevee with a gray-black background and blue patterns jumped onto Wutong's shoulder, then hid in Wutong's cloak. Everything is ready, let's go. Wutong was about to throw his cape when he stopped, and was almost infected by that guy Odu. Wutong put on his hood and followed Mileho to the Rocket Team base near Orb Spider Town. Looking at Mileho walking in front, Wutong always felt that something was wrong. However, Under the leadership of Milihua, Wutong quickly found the entrance to a cave. There was no guard at the door, and it seemed that they didn't want to attract attention here. Hana Milihua pointed to the cave entrance to indicate that its trainer was inside. It doesn't look like the defense is very tight, but it is very likely a disguise. Wutong said to himself. Dream Demon, go in and see if there is any way that won't be discovered. Wutong said. Dream. The cry of the Dream Demon appeared in the air. Wutong waited for the news of the Dream Demon. After a while, the Dream Demon appeared in front of Wutong. It seems that I found it, so, the infiltration begins. Wutong said. Wutong walked into the cave carefully, and followed the instructions of the Dream Demon. The road was very dark at the beginning because there was no light. After going deep for a while, light appeared in the passage. It seems that we have entered the area where the secret base is located. Who are you? Wutong just entered the bright area and heard a sharp shout from behind. Dream Demon. Wutong did not turn around and called the Dream Demon directly. The Dream Demon appeared in front of the man, with blue light in his eyes. What? A man in the rocket team uniform was startled by the sudden appearance of the Dream Demon, and then his eyes became very heavy and closed, and then he slowly fell to the ground. Huh? It was close. I was almost discovered. Wutong said with a breath. There is an intruder. Another shout appeared. Ditto. A flash of lightning. Wutong said. Bray. The Ditto in the form of Moon Eevee turned into a white light and rushed out from Wutong's cloak, hitting the abdomen of the newly appeared rocket soldier. Ugh. The rocket soldier was hit hard and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Damn, how could there be so many people? Fortunately, we still sneaked in. Wutong said as he looked at the two rocket soldiers in front of him, one unconscious and the other sleeping. Dream Demon, give me another hypnosis. Wutong said to Dream Demon. Dream Demon shouted, his eyes glowed blue, and the two rocket soldiers fell into deep sleep. After tying up the two rocket soldiers with ropes, stuffing their mouths and hiding them in the corner, Wutong continued to sneak in. Hana? Milihua looked at Wutong's skillful operation and was a little unsure whether Wutong was a support for a moment. She always felt that she looked more like Team Rocket. Okay, let's continue to sneak in. Wutong said. With 3 Pokémon, Wutong continued to move forward carefully in the base of Team Rocket. Hey. How did you get in? However, Wutong didn't move forward for long before he ran into 2 Team Rocket soldiers at the corner. Dream Demon. Dream. Another set of skillful operations, hypnotizing the 2 Team Rocket soldiers before they released their Pokémon, then tying them up, gag them, and hiding them in the corner, a set of operations that went smoothly. Really, sneaking in is really difficult. Wutong wiped the non-existent sweat and said. Hana? Milihua looked at Wutong in shock. You call this infiltration? Ignoring the shocked Milihua, Wutong continued to move forward. However, he would always encounter 2 rocket team soldiers after moving forward for a while. As Wutong moved forward, more and more rocket team soldiers who were tied up and hypnotized behind him were also increasing. Infiltration X unparalleled. As long as you kill everyone who sees you, no one will be able to find that someone has infiltrated. But it doesn't feel right. Although I met many rocket team members, they are all miscellaneous soldiers, and they are all so weak. This is too abnormal. Wutong said after tying up 2 rocket team soldiers again. Wutong walked in and saw a lot of rocket team soldiers, but all the rooms were empty, and there were only some garbage items left. Obviously, there was something wrong with this base. It was either abandoned and self-destructed, or the mission here had been completed and the base was no longer needed. No matter which option it was, it could only prove that this operation was basically a failure. The only gain might be those rocket team soldiers. Wutong felt more and more that something was wrong, so he simply gave up sneaking in and turned on the Musou mode directly, and began to move quickly in the base. Dream Demon and Ditto in the form of Moon Eevee followed Wutong on both sides. Wutong did not need to command when encountering enemies. Dream Demon and Ditto were all handled by himself. As for dealing with the unconscious rocket team soldiers, Wutong also gave up. It's totally not worth it. It would be a waste of time, so Wutong moved forward a little faster. However, Wutong soon found that the rocket soldiers he met began to be abnormal, as if they were running away. When he finally found a place that looked like a laboratory, Wutong couldn't help but frown when he saw the situation inside. Why do you say this place looks like a laboratory? Because in this empty room, There are no other items except a few damaged petri dishes that cannot be taken away. It seems that the rockets have conducted some experiments here before, but now the important things should have been taken away. In this room, in addition to the broken petri dishes, there is also a guy wearing a Pokemon investigator uniform and a cloak of the same style as Adu. It was the trainee investigator named Xiaozhi, and there were several unconscious rocket soldiers at his feet. Hannah. After seeing her trainer, Milihua ran over happily. Milihua, you are back. After seeing Milihua, Xiaozhi was also very happy. You are the trainee investigator Xiaozhi, right? I am trainee investigator Wutong. If you don't mind, please tell me what's going on now. Wutong said. Wutong? Question mark. Are you the Wutong who was recommended by Mr. Oda himself and became a trainee investigator without taking the exam? Question mark. Xiaozhi said excitedly after hearing Wutong's words. Yes, if there is no other person named Wutong, then it should be me. Wutong replied with a frown. For some reason, after seeing this guy named Xiaozhi again, Wutong still had a strange feeling, especially when he was Wutong. This strange feeling is not like disgust, but a feeling of seeing the same kind. I didn't expect it to be such a cute little girl. I was very curious about what kind of guy could be recommended by Mr. Oda himself. I really want to appreciate that person's ability. But since it's such a cute girl like Wutong, forget it. After all, girls are to be pampered. Xiaozhi walked up to Wutong and said with a sunny smile. Seeing Xiaozhi's sunny smile, Wutong couldn't help but squint slightly. It was really dazzling, so dazzling that Wutong was a little irritated. After Xiaozhi approached Wutong, he was suddenly stunned, and then began to look at Wutong constantly. His expression was very complicated, as if he had doubts about his own judgment. Please don't talk about irrelevant topics. What is the situation here now? I have applied for support, but it seems that it is not needed. Wutong took a step back and distanced himself from Xiaozhi and said coldly. Support is still needed, but it's just to help detain these members of the rocket team. Unfortunately, I'm still a little late. The base here has been evacuated. Now these members of the rocket team are just finishing up. I haven't even found any relevant information about what experiments they are doing. Xiaozhi sighed and said. When Wutong heard Xiaozhi's words, he folded his arms in front of him and fell into thought. Is it really like this? However, the rocket's experiments in the Johto region should be mainly based on evolution. Near the orb spider town, are they trying to study the forced evolution of the orb spider? Wutong stood there and analyzed secretly. On the other side, a few rocket soldiers who had escaped by chance took out the communicator and contacted their superiors. Have you been discovered? It doesn't matter. The research on the evolution of the orb spider has been completed. The focus now is on the Gyarados plan in the Lake of Anger. You should return to the team as soon as possible. But the cute little girl with white hair and the handsome boy with an old-fashioned cloak? The alliance is getting worse and worse. Don't worry, if I see it, I will let them know that Team Rocket cannot be messed with casually. A man's voice came from the communicator. At this time, Wutong didn't know that as Wutong, he had been remembered by a cadre of Team Rocket. Chapter 161. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two were in a state of panic. At the entrance of the secret base of Team Rocket outside the Orb Spider Town, Wutong and Xiaozhi stood on both sides of the entrance. Neither of them spoke, but if you look closely, you can see that they were secretly looking at each other. And all the rocket soldiers were trapped and neatly placed at the entrance of the cave. After reporting the situation, the support was much easier, and soon 3 transport helicopters landed. Several Pokemon searchers handed over to Xiaozhi and took the subdued rocket soldiers to the transport helicopter. Although this operation was not successful, Wutong and Xiaozhi, as trainee searchers, caught so many rocket soldiers, which still made a small contribution to their trainee searcher careers. After dealing with the rocket team's miscellaneous soldiers, Wutong and Xiaozhi returned to the Pokemon Center in Orb Spider Town. After all, Wutong had promised Miss Joy and Miss Junxia to help Xiaozhi from the beginning. Xiaoxia, I'm so glad you're okay. Miss Joy said happily after seeing Xiaoxia. It's really reckless. How could you sneak into the rocket team's base alone without preparation? It's too dangerous. Miss Junxia said angrily. Sorry, I considered not looking for it, but I made Miss Joy and Miss Junxia so worried. It's my fault. Xiaozhi said. Thank you, Wutong. Miss Joy turned to Wutong and said. That's right, Xiaoxia is really worrying. Thanks to Xiaotong for coming in time. Miss Juncha also said. It doesn't matter. After all, I am also a Pokemon searcher. It's my duty to take action when encountering a situation. Wutong said. Miss Joy and Miss Juncha told Xiaoxi for a long time. After comforting the two, Xiaoxi was ready to leave. Wutong and Xiaoxi looked at each other, and then left the Pokemon Center together in tacit understanding. The two returned to the secret base of Team Rocket in silence. At this time, the place was completely empty. All the things that might have clues were taken away. The laboratory that was supposed to be full of various instruments became empty, leaving a large space. Wutong and Xiaoxi came to the empty laboratory and stood on both sides. After a while of silence, the two broke the silence at the same time. Are you a woman, man? Wutong and Xiaoxi said at the same time. After hearing each other's words, both of them raised their eyebrows, as if they were not surprised that their secrets were discovered by the other party. Sure enough, only the same kind can discover the same kind. Is it really like this? No wonder I have a strange feeling every time I see you. Wutong said in his original voice. Same here, but I was almost fooled by you at the beginning. It's obviously a boy, but the size is not small. Tisk Xiaoxi glanced at Wutong's chest and couldn't help smacking his lips. This is fake. If you like it, I'll give you one. Wutong covered his face and said helplessly, why is the other party's focus so strange? No need, I still like my original authentic products, so be more honest. You are the weak guy I met in the Pokemon Center before, right? Xiaoxi said. Ah, yes, it's me. Since you know what I look like, shouldn't you let me see what you look like? Wutong said, for no other reason, just simply not wanting to suffer a loss. Huh? I'll look like this. Xiaoxi said puzzledly. Ah. So you mean that Miss Joy and Miss Juncha know that you're a woman? Wutong asked. Of course. Of course they. Xiaoxi suddenly felt something was wrong halfway through. Although Miss Joy and Miss Juncha were very close to her, their attitude towards her did not seem to be that of a girl. Seeing Xiaoxi's look, Wutong covered his face helplessly. What kind of innocent tomboy is this? Forget it, since you don't plan to hide your identity, why do you always wear men's clothes? Wutong asked to change the subject. That's because it's more convenient to move around in men's clothes. Xiaoxi said as a matter of course. Really? Just be happy. I want to know enough. Goodbye. Wutong felt that he didn't want to get involved with this guy and was ready to leave. Wait a minute, you have been asking me questions all the time, it's my turn to ask? Xiaoxi stopped Wutong and said. Okay, what do you want to know? But if you ask me why I wear women's clothes, I can only say I have no comment. Wutong said coldly. I don't care about other people's hobbies. Since you were recommended by Mr. Otto, you must be very familiar with Mr. Otto, right? Then do you know what kind of girls Mr. Otto likes? Or does he not like girls so he recommended you? Does he like cute boys who wear women's clothes? Question mark. Xiaoxi asked a series of questions, and he became more and more excited. After hearing Xiaoxi's questions, the corners of his eyes began to twitch. What on earth is this guy's brain like to ask these questions? Looking at the excited Xiaoxi, and the same cloak as Otto on her, it can be confirmed that this is a guy who admires Otto very much. First of all, there are deep reasons for my appearance. Otto recommended me because he recognized my ability. As for Otto's preference, it may be a girl like Dragonite. Wutong said helplessly. A girl like Dragonite? Do you mean a girl who is powerful and cute? Question mark. Xiaoxi thought for a moment and replied. If you think so, then so be it. I have something to do and I have to go. Wutong felt that if he didn't leave, he might be infected by the stupid bacteria. Please wait a moment. Xiaoxi stopped Wutong again. What else? Wutong said unhappily. Please teach me how to become cute. Mr. Otto must like people like you. No, he must like cute women, so I hope you can help me. I also want to become a cute girl like you. Xiaoxi bowed 90 degrees and said. Huh? Wutong couldn't help shouting. Please, even if you let me become your apprentice, it's no problem. No, please let me call you master from now on. Master. Please teach me. Xiaoxi said seriously. Wutong felt a headache. Why, there is another strange guy who wants to worship him as a master. The last guy who wanted to worship him as a master wanted to learn ninjutsu. Why is there another guy who wants to learn to be cute now? His real job is a Pokemon trainer. He is a trainer, bastard. It's all because of that bastard Adu. I must beat him up when I have the chance in the future. Wutong secretly made a note of Odu in his heart. Forget it, as expected, trainers should solve problems with trainer methods. You want to worship me as a master, right? Then come and fight. If you defeat me, I will agree to accept you as a disciple. If you can't even defeat me, what qualifications do you have to stand by Odu's side? Wutong looked at Xiaozhi with sharp eyes and said, I understand, master. I will definitely work hard. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaozhi responded seriously. The rules are 3 vote 3. Pokemon can be exchanged freely. The party whose all Pokemon lose their combat ability first loses. Wutong said, setting the rules. I have no problem. Xiaozhi nodded and said. Then let's start. Crow Leader, I leave it to you. Wutong sent out his main lineup without any hesitation. Anyway, they have been exposed, so there is no need to hide. In order not to be entangled, no matter whether you are Guang Xiaozhi or Xiaodonghei, he will not be called Wutong if he doesn't beat you to the sea today. Gah. Crow Leader appeared on the stage, and after seeing Wutong, Crow Leader instantly became more excited. Gyarados, please. Xiaozhi also sent out his first Pokemon. Gyarados appeared elegantly on the field. It's Gyarados? I always feel like something is wrong. Is your Gyarados male? Wutong looked at Gyarados and suddenly asked. As expected of the master, you can tell the gender of Gyarados at a glance. Xiaozhi flattered. Just to ask, your beauty is not also a male, right? Wutong continued to ask. Yes, beauty is also a boy. Xiaozhi answered honestly. Wutong felt a headache even more. Is this what birds of a feather flock together? Are the Pokemon attracted by the trainer also similar to himself? Male Gardevoir and beauty, could it be that this guy also has a female Pokemon? Master, I will attack first without hesitation. Gardevoir. Hypnosis. Xiaozhi commanded directly. Gardevoir. Gardevoir's eyes emitted blue light, and an invisible wave enveloped the crow head. Gargoyle the crow head fell to the ground in a sleeping state. Gardevoir, continue. Use poison. Xiaozhi shouted directly when he saw the hypnosis was successful. Hypnosis starts? It's not that easy. Crowhead, sleep talk. Wutong commanded. Gah. Gardevoir, with a dark purple arm, was blown away by a gust of air as soon as it approached the Crow Leader. I actually dreamed of. In that case, consume it remotely. Gardevoir, will-o'-the-wisp. Xiaozhi commanded calmly. Crow Leader, continue to talk in your sleep. Wutong continued to command, without any idea of exchanging Pokemon. After all, Crow Leader can talk in his sleep, and it is not the case that he has no ability to resist when he is asleep, and the existence of evil can also indirectly seal Gardevoir's psychic skills. But with a few skills that Gardevoir currently uses, maybe Xiaozhi is really suitable to be his apprentice. Gah. Crow Leader called again, and his body was entangled by black mist, and then his figure flashed and appeared behind Gardevoir and blew Gardevoir away with one wing. Very good, I won the prize, it's a sneak attack. Wutong said. Although since Gardevoir has the attribute of fairy, evil skills will not do double damage to it, and it was obviously triggered by a critical hit just now. As long as Xiaozhi's Gardevoir does not know fairy skills, there will be no problem. Anyway, Xiaozhi is not like someone from such a remote area, so there should be no problem. How can it still be so fast when it is asleep? Question mark. Gardevoir, teleport, absorb kiss. However, Xiaozhi's words made Wutong stunned. I saw Gardevoir instantly appear next to Crowhead, and then kissed Crowhead on the cheek. A burst of yellow light flew out of Crowhead's body and entered Gardevoir's body. Damn. Cheating, right. Your Gardevoir can actually absorb kiss. Question mark. Wutong couldn't help but say. Does the master also know the absorb kiss? It is said that this is a skill in the Kalos area. I got it as a reward from the Alliance by coincidence. Xiaozhi said. After using the absorbing kiss, Gardevoir's status instantly recovered. This amount of recovery. Question mark. Could it be that your Gardevoir is carrying a large rhizome? Wutong said. Master is really amazing. You can see this. Question mark. Are you not only a cross-dressing master but also a very powerful Pokemon trainer? Question mark. Xiaozhi couldn't help but say. Damn it, Crowhead. Wake up. Let that Gardevoir know what a quality triple is. Wutong couldn't help but roared after hearing what Xiaozhi said. Duh. Question mark. After hearing Wutong's roar, Crowhead really woke up and flew back into the air. It's useless, Gardevoir, continue to absorb the kiss. Xiaozhi commanded. Duh. The recovered crow leader had no intention of giving Gardevoir a chance, and shouted loudly. Bluffing, provocation, and flattery were used smoothly. Gardevoir's eyes turned red and stared at crow leader. Self-suggestion. Punishment. Wutong continued to command. Gaga. Crow leader's eyes flashed, and his physical fitness improved greatly. Purple light appeared on crow leader's wings like two light blades. Crow leader rushed to Gardevoir's side, slashed down with both wings, and the purple light blades hit Gardevoir's body. Gardevoir was directly knocked away and lost consciousness. Gaga. After crow leader shouted, a flash of light flashed on his body, which was obviously triggered by overconfidence. How could it be? Question mark. In this case, strange power, go. Xiaozhi saw this situation and exchanged Pokémon. A four-handed humanoid Pokémon appeared on the field. However, this muscular brother-like Pokémon had a small flower on its head as a decoration, which looked very awkward. There is actually a female monster. Wutong said in shock. Monster, rock blockade. Xiaozhi commanded Monster to launch an attack. Monster raised a huge rock with four arms and threw it directly at Crowhead. Crowhead, dodge with the wind. Wutong commanded. Ga. As the airflow wrapped around its body, Crowhead suddenly increased its speed and avoided the rock blockade of Monster. Keep the distance, wind. Wutong continued to command. Ga. Crowhead flapped its wings, and a gust of wind swept towards Monster. Facing the rolling storm, Monster's four arms protected in front of him and struggled to resist. Brave bird attack. Wutong showed no mercy and continued to let Crow Leader launch a fierce attack. Duh. Crow Leader was wrapped in white energy and instantly turned into a giant energy bird and crashed into the strange power. Stay strong, hold on. Come back to life. Xiaozhi shouted. The strange power hit the flying energy bird with four arms. However, it was in vain, and the strange power was directly knocked out and lost its combat ability. Duh. White light flashed again on Crow Leader's body, and the attack power increased significantly. I give up. Seeing Crow Leader hovering confidently in the air, Xiaozhi reluctantly retracted the strange power. Said. Chapter 162. The weather is very hot, but the weather is very hot. Binkui's family members are sick, and Binkui has a fever today. I guess he is also infected. I can't type these words anymore, and I may stop updating for a few days. Wutong felt a little strange when he saw Xiaozhi suddenly admit defeat. After all, according to her previous performance, she is not the kind of person who admits defeat so easily. Why did you admit defeat? Your determination should be more than this, right? Wutong asked. Because I only have beautiful flowers left. Xiaozhi said distressedly. After hearing Xiaozhi's reason, Wutong was also a little speechless. This guy's team depth is even shallower than his. I see. Get stronger. If you really want to stand by Edu's side, you have to get stronger. Cuteness is just superficial. Strength is more important to Edu. Wutong said. Master. After hearing Wutong's words, Xiaozhi looked at Wutong with emotion. Don't call me master, you've already lost. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wutong left without any hesitation. Master. I will definitely work hard. Xiaozhi shouted loudly as he watched Wutong leave. Tisk, why do I have to take on this kind of trouble for that guy Edu? Wutong said irritably. After leaving the cave of the Rocket Team's secret base, Wutong didn't want to go back to the Orb Spider Town, so he found a similar place and changed back to his original appearance. After changing back to his original appearance, Wutong continued his journey to the next city. A day later, at the entrance of Jihua City, Wutong's destination, a truck slowly drove into Jihua City. After driving for a while in Jihua City, the truck stopped in front of a restaurant in Jihua City. The owner of the restaurant seemed to have known that the truck was coming and was waiting at the door of the restaurant. Master Z, all the goods for this month are here. The truck driver patted the car and said to the boss. Oh, great, my ingredients are almost gone, you came at the right time. The boss called Master Z said happily. At this time, there was a sudden sound of collision in the truck compartment. What's going on? Master Z said in surprise. I don't know, is there a thief sneaking in? The truck driver said vigilantly. The two came to the gate of the compartment carefully. Inferno, come out. Master Z decisively called out a Pokémon. A seemingly arrogant Inferno, standing up with two claws around his chest, appeared next to Master Z. Circle Bear. The truck driver also called out a Pokémon next to him. With two Pokémon, Master Z and the truck driver became much bolder and opened the door of the carriage carefully. As soon as the door of the carriage was opened, a black figure rushed out. Inferno. Hold him. Master Z shouted. Qua, go. The truck driver also said decisively. Inferno and Kua instantly blocked the black shadow that rushed out. With two collision sounds, Inferno and Kua were all knocked back. A black-covered onion duck stood there proudly with a green onion in his hand. And on the neck of Onion Duck was a number tag with number 19 written on it. Inferno. Qua. Master Z and the truck driver shouted anxiously when they saw their Pokémon being knocked back. The two Infernos and Kua all turned into circle eyes and fell to the ground. It's far-fetched. Your turtle is too weak. It just died in a flash. Said Master Z. It's because it's weak that I'm a delivery man. If my partner was strong enough, I would have gone traveling long ago. And isn't your Infernape the same? How did it fall down in a flash? Doesn't it look very cool normally? The truck driver retorted. Come on. It's old. It must have hurt its waist when it took it down just now. Ouch, my old waist. Master Z said excitedly, and then there was a crack. Master Z immediately squatted on the ground with his hands on his waist. Crack. Farfetch'd saw the scene in front of him and swung the scallion in his hand, trying to collect the scallion like a swordsman and leave. However, as Farfetch'd swung it, the scallion in its hand broke directly. Seeing the broken scallion, Farfetch'd was petrified. Master Z. Master Z, are you okay? That Farfetch'd too, why did it turn gray? Wait, my Farfetch'd onions. The truck driver didn't know where to look for a moment. When he turned around, he saw the miserable situation in the car. He was originally delivering food to Master Z, but now he saw the rotten onions all over the car. It is estimated that there are not many intact ones. Onions? Question mark. How come the onions are like this? Question mark. Tomorrow is the food day. How can I open a shop like this? Exclamation mark. Master Z said in despair. The sign hanging on the door of the restaurant clearly reads the taste of onions. It seems that this is a restaurant that mainly uses onions to make dishes. Excuse me, what happened? Do you need help? Wait, this onion duck. It's actually here. Question mark. Wutong suddenly appeared and saw Farfetch'd and said. After hearing what Wutong said, Master Z and the truck driver looked at Wutong at the same time, as if they had found the culprit. Seeing the expressions of the two, Wutong couldn't help swallowing his saliva. In the Scallion restaurant, Wutong, Master Z and the truck driver sat at the same table, and the three of them looked serious. In the middle of the table was the tied Farfetch'd, struggling to break free, but to no avail. Wutong was not a serious Pokemon trainer, how could a bully Farfetch'd be his opponent? Next to the three, Kumar was holding Swampert's shoulders like a good brother, and Infernape was looking at the two Pokemon with ferocious eyes. Baby, nodding and calling out in agreement from time to time. According to Master Z, Infernape is not angry, but because of presbyopia, it looks ferocious because it is trying hard to see clearly. And the giant swamp monster in the middle looks like who am I and where am I? Let's get back to the point. After communicating with Master Z and the truck driver, Wutong also understood the general problem. Near Jihua City, there is a group of Swamp Kings. These Swamp Kings like round things very much and hold celebration ceremonies regularly. Because the Swamp Kings are very important to Jihua City, their celebration ceremonies have also affected the people of Jihua City. People began to celebrate spontaneously when the Swamp Kings held celebration ceremonies. Over time, it has formed a unique delicacy in Jihua City. On the day of Food Day, a food tour will be held, and each restaurant will bring out the most distinctive food of its restaurant for the people of Jihua City to enjoy. On this day, the people of Jihua City will also have a Swamp King badge, which is a Swamp King-shaped badge. They will give the badge to the restaurant they like the most. In the end, the restaurant with the most badges will be awarded the title of Swamp King Taste. As a restaurant featuring green onions, the taste of onions is now not only out of green onions, but Chef Z, the chef and owner, has also sprained his waist. It can be said that the situation is very critical. After Wutong learned about the situation, his expression was complicated. What kind of tradition is this? Why did the Swamp King celebration ceremony eventually turn into Food Day? What is the connection? And what the hell is the taste of the Swamp King? Listen, it doesn't taste good at all. Wutong didn't know where to start complaining for a moment, but he promised Professor Xiaoxi to take the last Pokémon back after all. Now that this Pokémon has caused trouble, it's better to report to Professor Xiaoxi. Wutong thought and looked at the struggling onion duck. The fur of this onion duck was black and looked a little dirty. The original feather color could no longer be seen. However, the sharp eyes and thick eyebrows of this onion duck made Wutong recognize that it was an onion duck from the Galar region. After all, the Galar form of onion duck has an evolutionary form, which is indeed an excellent research material for Professor Xiaoxi who studies evolution. As an onion duck, how can it not have its own onion? So this onion duck sneaked into the truck to pick a satisfactory onion, but the final result was not good. I'm very sorry to have caused you so much trouble. If you don't mind, please let me contact Dr. Kong Mu first and then discuss the compensation method. Wutong said with a businesslike expression. Forget it, it's useless. It's too late to transport more green onions now, and even if there are green onions, I can't cook now. Master Z sighed and said. So I told you to be careful a long time ago. You are not young anymore, but you are still so excited like a young man. The truck driver said helplessly. It seems that the two should have been friends for a long time. Is this taste of the Swamp King important to you? Wutong thought for a while and asked. I'm an old man. The taste of the Swamp King is very important to you. It doesn't matter to me, I just don't want to see the disappointed faces of the guests who like my restaurant tomorrow. Master Z said sadly. Wutong looked at the disappointed Master Z and thought for a moment, and decided to contact Dr. Kong Mu first. Carrying the onion duck, Wutong borrowed the video communication device of Master Z. Oh, it's Xiaotong, what's wrong? The video communication device was connected, and Dr. Kong Mu appeared on the screen. Wutong picked up the onion duck and showed it to Dr. Kong Mu, and then explained some of the situations caused by the onion duck. Did this happen? I'm really sorry for him, what can I do? Oh, by the way, the person who sent me this batch of Pokémon said that one of them was a shiny Pokémon, but I don't have any shiny Pokémon here, it seems that it should be this onion duck. Dr. Kong Mu said. What? Question mark. Shiny? Wutong said in surprise as he looked at the dirty Farfetch'd that was struggling in his hand. Swampert, water wave, wash it. Wutong said to Swampert. Lag Swampert spurted out a circular stream of water, washing Farfetch'd from all angles. However, Farfetch'd was still dirty after being washed. It turned out that it was not the Farfetch'd that was dirty, but its flash color was this dirty black. This is actually a dirty duck? Looking at the dirty duck in his hand, Wutong began to think that Farfetch'd in the Galar region could evolve into Farfetch'd, which was a very good choice as a physical attacker. Professor Sook, let me handle the issue of the onion flavor. Also, if possible, can you give me Farfetch'd? Wutong asked. Speaking of which, Xiaotong, your special physique can only command shiny Pokémon. Okay, just treat it as a replacement for the previous Pokémon egg. With you, this Farfetch'd may evolve faster. Oh, by the way, that Farfetch'd is the Galar region form, and has an evolutionary form called Onion Ranger. Dr. Sora said. I understand. Thank you so much, Dr. Sora. Wutong replied happily. The matter of onion taste must be properly resolved. After all, if you want to subdue this Farfetch'd, you have to be responsible for what it has done. Dr. Sora said. Wutong nodded to show that he understood. After that, after chatting with Dr. Sora for a few more words, Wutong hung up the call. It's really an unexpected gain, but we have to properly resolve the matter you caused. Wutong said to Farfetch'd. Gah. The onion duck glanced at Wutong and turned his head to the side. Dirty duck will never be a slave. Oh, you are so cool. Wutong couldn't help but say after seeing the onion duck's appearance. Quack. The onion duck called out and raised its neck proudly. Although it looked really embarrassed when it was tied up. Wutong looked at the onion duck and smiled. He didn't expect the thing to be useful now. I'll give you another chance. Be my Pokémon. I'll help you solve the trouble you caused. Wutong said. Quack. Dirty duck will never be a slave. What about this green onion? Wutong took out a green onion and set it some point. Quack. Looking at the long and fragrant onion in Wutong's arms, Onion Duck was stunned, and then Onion Duck's eyes were full of stars as he stared at the onion. This might be love at first sight. For Onion Duck, this is the best onion in the world. Quack. Onion Duck called Wutong seriously. The dirty duck would never be a slave unless it was given the best onion. Then I'll give you a lot of advice. Wutong loosened the rope on Onion Duck, and then handed the super long onion to Onion Duck. Quack. Quack. Onion Duck kept rubbing the super long onion, as if he had found his true love. Wutong didn't care, and took out a Pokeball to collect Onion Duck. With the best onion, Onion Duck was subdued without any resistance. Then, let's think of a way to solve the problem caused by Onion Duck. Wutong said. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. After a long wait, the food was cooked. Back in the Hall of Onion Taste, Wutong found that only Master Z was left sitting there. It seemed that the truck driver went to deliver the goods. Master Z, tomorrow's food day will be fine as long as we don't disappoint the guests, right? Wutong walked up to Master Z and asked. That's right, but I can't cook in my current state. Master Z said sadly. If that's the case, leave it to me. After all, it was the Onion Duck that caused the trouble. Wutong said. You? Is it okay? Our Onion Taste restaurant is as its name suggests. It is a restaurant that uses onions as the main ingredient to make dishes. The guests also like the taste of onions, but now all the onions are rotten and there is no way to make dishes normally. Master Z said. Normal methods are definitely not going to work, but don't worry, I'm still a little confident in cooking. Wutong patted his chest and said. Is it really okay? Master Z looked at Wutong's confident look and said doubtfully. Wutong decided to speak with reality. It happened that the kitchen of Onion Taste was an open kitchen, and the guests who came here to eat could see the whole process of the chef cooking. Wutong decided to show Master Z his cooking skills. There was a door in the corner of the kitchen, and behind the door was a warehouse for storing ingredients. Walking in, there were fresh ingredients that Wutong and Swampert had just helped to move in, and of course there were a bunch of onions, but none of these onions were intact, and none of them could be used normally. If you chop it a little more, it can be used as chopped onions. I don't know how the Onion Duck did it. Wutong said as he looked at the pile of onions in front of him. Wutong looked around the inventory in the warehouse, and a bag of unopened flour attracted his attention. That's it. Anyway, it's almost chopped onions, so let's focus on chopped onions. Wutong said to himself. Wutong took the bag of flour and walked out. Take out a bowl, add water, knead the dough, and divide it into 2 portions. One portion starts to rise directly, and the other portion is set aside with a little yeast to ferment. After preparing the dough, Wutong brought back some green onions, cut the green onion whites and green onion leaves into 2 portions for later use. After that, Wutong took out a small bowl and started to season the sauce, a little salt, a few spices ground into powder, a little peach fruit and limu fruit juice to increase the sour and sweet taste and fruity aroma, and finally add a few spoons of soy sauce to enhance the flavor and aroma. Next, heat the oil in a pan, add the green onion whites after the oil is hot, and fry until the green onion whites become brown and slightly black, then remove the green onion whites. After removing the green onion whites, turn down the heat to low, add the green onion leaves, and remove them when the green onion leaves turn dark green and crispy. At this time, turn off the heat and add the sauce and stir continuously. When the temperature drops again, take a few eggs, remove the egg white and only use the egg yolk, put it into the pot and mash and stir, and use the residual heat to cook the egg yolk until it becomes a golden thick sauce. After the sauce is ready, the noodles are also ready. The noodles are processed again, and then cut into noodles of uniform thickness and cooked in a pot. After the cooked noodles are rinsed with cold water, they are put into a bowl, and then poured with a prepared sauce and mixed well. Finally, sprinkle with fried crispy green onion leaves, and a golden scallion oil noodles are ready. Master Z on the side was very surprised to see Wutong's smooth operation, but the most important thing about food is the taste. Although the onion fragrance can be smelled now, it still needs to be eaten. Soon, Wutong came over with a plate. For some reason, Wutong covered the food with a plate. Master Z had already seen that he was making noodles, so what else could be kept? Golden scallion oil noodles, please. Wutong put down the plate and said elegantly. Strange boy, I know what you are cooking, why do you still cover the plate? Ah. This is. Master Z said as he opened the plate cover, and then he exclaimed. Because the moment Master Z opened the plate cover, a dazzling light came out from under the plate cover. It's a flashlight, I put the flashlight. Wutong said calmly. Why put the flashlight? Master Z took the flashlight next to the noodle bowl speechlessly and yelled. Hey, isn't it embarrassing if the dishes you cook don't glow? How can you become a top chef like this? Wutong replied. What is a top chef? Aren't you a Pokemon trainer? Master Z was shocked. I felt that he was a little short of oxygen. Damn it, isn't this book a food article? Wutong clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes and said with regret. Master Z looked at Wutong. Although he didn't understand what Wutong was saying, he always felt that this guy seemed to have said something serious. After thinking for a second, Master Z decided to ignore this guy and eat noodles first. It was the first time for him to eat this golden scallion oil noodles, and it looked very good, so he couldn't help but look forward to it. Master Z opened his eyes wide when he put a mouthful of noodles into his mouth, because the noodles felt very smooth when wrapped in the sauce with egg yolk, but they were very chewy. As he continued to chew, the onion fragrance filled the whole mouth, and there was a faint aftertaste of fruit fragrance. It was rich in onion fragrance but not greasy. Another mouthful of noodles, this time with a few scallion leaves. A different scallion fragrance appeared with the fried scallion leaves, and the crispy texture of the scallion leaves added a new layer to the noodles. Soon, a bowl of golden scallion oil noodles was eaten by Master Z. It's delicious, the fragrance of scallions is perfectly brought out. Although there are not many scallions, the taste is in line with the name of our store, the taste of scallion. I have to say that you are qualified. Master Z looked at Wutong and said. Thank you for your compliment. My other piece of noodles should also be fermented. Let's try the next dish. Wutong said and walked back to the kitchen. Standing in the kitchen, Wutong thought for a moment and called out the scallion duck. Huh? The scallion duck stood in the kitchen and looked around and called out in confusion. Scallion duck, you have caused trouble yourself, so you have to help yourself. Come on, use your scallions to help me mix the noodles. Wutong mixed some noodles with flour and water again and put them in front of the scallion duck and said. Duh. Onion duck hugged his onion tightly and shouted. Don't worry, I asked you to use the onion to beat the dough. Remember to wash it first, and then beat it evenly. Remember to knead it after beating it for a while and then continue beating it. Wutong said and demonstrated it to Onion Duck. Gaga. Onion Duck nodded first, then shouted to Wutong in confusion. Huh? Who told you that being able to cook means being a chef? I'm a serious Pokemon trainer. Wutong replied. Master Z on the side looked at Wutong with a cold face. Who was the guy who said he wanted to be a top chef just now? Gaga. Gaga. Onion Duck continued to shout after hearing Wutong's words. Why are you so excited all of a sudden? And why do you want me to become the strongest Pokemon trainer and then switch to being a chef? Wutong looked puzzled. Ignoring Wutong, the Onion Duck suddenly burned and began to beat the noodles with the onion seriously. The onion was even swung to create an illusion. What's wrong with this kid? Did he have water in his brain when he was taking a shower just now? This is a wild dance, too dedicated. Wutong said to himself as he watched the Onion Duck swinging the onion to create an illusion. Soon, Wutong's second dish appeared. This time he took the food honestly without adding a flashlight or anything. The second dish was also very simple, also a noodle dish, scallion pancake. This scallion pancake also received praise from Master Z. At this time, his eyes changed when he looked at Wutong, and he felt like he wanted to take Wutong as his apprentice to inherit the taste of onion. After getting the recognition of Master Z, the crisis of the food day of the taste of onion was mostly solved, and the rest just needed to be prepared in advance. Wutong's Pokemon also came and got a set meal of scallion pancake plus golden scallion oil noodles. Wutong's Pokemon were very happy to eat the food they had never eaten before, and the Onion Duck was in tears, looking very moved. Wutong was even more confused about this, and always felt that this new kid in the team didn't seem very smart. In order to verify his own thoughts, Wutong decided to have a good talk with Onion Duck. After cleaning up the kitchen and preparing for tomorrow's food day, Wutong took Onion Duck for a walk in Jihua City under the moon. Onion Duck, why do you want me to be a chef so much? Wutong asked Onion Duck. Quack, quack. Onion Duck responded with 2 calls while carrying a super long onion. Because I'm strong? You want to find a strong chef? Why? Wutong was even more confused after hearing Onion Duck's answer. Quack, quack. Onion Duck showed a look of reminiscence. The story begins when Farfetch'd was a child. Unlike other shiny Pokémon, Farfetch'd the duck was not rejected by its own kind because its flashing color was not very obvious. The Onion Duck tribe had a collective activity of running to a square every night. Why did they run to the square? Because there was a large screen in the square, and TV programs would be broadcast randomly every night. Onion Duck and its tribe would come here to watch TV every day. And a program one day completely influenced Onion Duck, and that was also the story of Onion Duck. The story is very short, telling that in a chaotic worldview, this Onion Duck kept training for its own dream, overcoming all kinds of enemies, and during this period, Onion Duck evolved into Onion Soldier. Finally, he found his goal, the world's strongest chef, and then met various difficult tasks left by the chef and collected various rare materials. Onion Soldier and the various materials it collected were made into the most delicious delicacies in the world, and the world became peaceful because of the delicacies incarnated by Onion Soldier. From then on, the world opened the era of gourmet food, and at the same time, this Onion Soldier also remained in people's hearts forever. Statues of it have been built all over the world, and its life has been compiled into a book and passed down. It was this story that made the Onion Duck feel the mission of being a duck, and since then it has been motivated to become the most delicious Onion Duck. It keeps training itself to improve its meat quality, looking for the best onions in the world to match itself, and also looking for the strongest chef to cook itself. Now that it has been conquered by Wutong, it seems to have seen the hope of fulfilling its dream, because Wutong's cooking skills have conquered it, and the next step is to make Wutong the strongest in the world. After listening to the story told by the Onion Duck, Wutong had 2 thoughts in his mind. First, his Onion Duck seems to be really not very smart, and second, what kind of dark fairy tale is that story, and is it sure that it will not infringe on the rights? Is it really okay? Wait a minute, that story seems to be an advertisement before. I remember it was reported to affect the physical and mental health of Pokémon and was banned. Wutong suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself. Quack, quack. Onion Duck carried a green onion on one wing and patted Wutong with the other wing, looking like I am optimistic about you. Wutong suddenly regretted looking at Onion Duck. Is it too late to return the goods now? After learning about Onion Duck's idea, Wutong also returned to the Scallion Taste to rest, but Onion Duck did not return to the Pokeball but ran out with a green onion. According to Onion Duck, it is because it keeps exercising itself that its meat quality can be kept in perfect condition. Wutong didn't know how to stop Onion Duck for a while. After all, no matter what the purpose is, Onion Duck has to work hard to exercise. Wutong could only tell it not to come back too late and rest first. The next day, the food day began, and the food tour of the residents of Jihua City officially began. At the same time, there were many tourists who passed by Jihua City or knew that Jihua City had come to travel for this festival. Wutong and Onion Duck were also ready to provide guests with golden scallion oil noodles and scallion pancakes. Master Z was sitting at the cashier counter, acting as a mascot and cashier. Wutong also asked Master Z's family. According to Master Z, his wife had passed away, and he had a daughter who was traveling as a trainer. So this Onion Taste restaurant was run by him. In short, although various situations occurred, Onion Taste passed smoothly on the food day. Not only did it not disappoint old customers, but it also gained a lot of new customers. However, the final Swamp King taste did not fall on Onion Taste. There was nothing to do about it. After all, not everyone likes onions and can eat onions. If you want to get the Swamp King taste, you still need food that is acceptable to the public. Are you really not going to stay, Xiaotong? My daughter is very beautiful. I will also pass on all my skills to you. You must make Onion Taste better. In the evening, Master Z stood at the door of Onion Taste and said to Wutong. Really, Master Z, my dream is to become the strongest Pokemon trainer in the universe, so I can't and won't stop here. Wutong refused. That's a pity, but everyone has their own dreams. Come on, Xiaotong, I will cheer you on here too. Master Z said with regret. After bidding farewell to Master Z and harvesting a large onion duck that wanted to be the best ingredient, Wutong continued his journey. Chapter 164. After a few days of traveling, Wutong, who had left Jihua City, finally arrived at the first city with a gym, Kikayo City. After entering Kikayo City, Wutong began to recall the gym information in Kikayo City. The guy with the pink backpack over there. Please wait a moment. A voice suddenly appeared and interrupted Wutong's thoughts. Wutong stopped. There was no way. It was difficult to find a second guy with a pink backpack besides him. Looking in the direction of the voice, a fat uncle wearing a tight purple gym suit, a white cloth wrapped around his waist, and a strange hairstyle turned around and looked at Wutong. After thinking for 2 seconds, Wutong turned around decisively and prepared to leave. After all, Grandma said that if you meet a pervert, you must stay away from him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You are the champion of the Quartz Conference, Wutong. The uncle stopped Wutong, who was about to leave, and said, "What? Say it again." Wutong said in surprise. "I said you are the champion of the Quartz Conference, Wutong. I am Xiaozhi, the director of the Pokemon Trainer School in Kikayo City. I hope you can come to our school to be a special lecturer for a day. Of course there will be a salary." Xiaozhi said quickly. "No problem. Director Xiaozhi, right. I am very willing to give lectures to the children. Being a teacher has always been my dream," Wutong said excitedly. There is no way. Since winning the championship, Wutong has basically not been recognized by anyone, let alone being recognized on the road and even invited to give lectures. Today Wutong felt the treatment that a champion should have, which is really too difficult. Following Xiaozhi, Wutong came to the Pokemon Trainer School in Kikayo City. When he walked into the classroom, a very beautiful female teacher seemed to have received the notice and was waiting there. "Hello, I am Sayuri, a teacher here." Sayuri took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Wutong, and I was invited to be a special lecturer for a day." Wutong also responded politely. "Classmates, we have invited the champion of the Quartz Conference, Wutong, to be your teacher for a day today. Everyone must be obedient," Sayuri said on the podium. "Yes." The XN children responded in unison. "Then I'll leave it to you, Wutong," Sayuri said and gave up the podium. "Well, hello everyone, my name is Wutong, and I was invited by the initial director to teach you a day today," Wutong said on the podium. "Please give me more advice," the XN children said in unison again. "Well, although I am the champion of the Quartz Conference, I still have a long way to go as a Pokemon trainer, so I can only tell you about my limited experience. Is there anything you want to hear?" Wutong asked. The children in the audience immediately chirped and shouted, and one of the little boys shouted the loudest, attracting Wutong's attention. "Pokemon Battle! I want to hear Pokemon Battle!" The naughty-looking little boy shouted loudly. Seeing this little boy, Wutong raised his eyebrows. He had an impression of this child, and it was not a good impression. After all, this was a naughty child who bullied Pikachu. Since most of the classmates want to know about the Pokemon battle, then let's go to the playground. Wutong temporarily ignored the naughty child and said, after all, he didn't provoke him now. Okay. XN bringing a group of children, Wutong, Sayuri and Xiaozhi came to the playground. Everyone, come out. Wutong thought about it and released all his Pokemon. Anyway, the problem of his carrying capacity would be discovered sooner or later, and there was nothing to hide. Besides, there must be more than one Pokemon trainer who carries more than 6 Pokemon, so there's nothing to worry about. Except for the Dream Demon who was still sleeping in the shadow, while other Pokemon of Wutong were released, and even the mobile phone Rotom flew out to join in the fun. The children happily gathered around the various Pokemon. Swampert kept showing off his muscles, and Crowhead showed off his feathers. Platypus carefully controlled the flames that might ignite on his body to avoid burning the children. Beedrill sharpened his needles as usual, and then performed a knife flower for the children. Heracross had mixed in with the children and was eating snacks without knowing when. Crystal Onyx was coiled on the ground, serving as a climbing frame for the children. Ditto collapsed on the ground and fell into bed mode, allowing the children to knead him. The 3 little ones ran to Wutong. They were most comfortable with Wutong. Farfetch'd set its sights on Beedrill. It thought Beedrill's sword skills were good and it was a good opponent, so it went to find him with a Scallion. Aren't you 3 going to play with him? Wutong asked the 3 little ones. Kana, Jenny, Dane. The three little ones seemed a little confused. It seemed that the three little ones who were born in an abnormal way were not used to this kind of thing. However, Wutong knew that they were not afraid of strangers, but simply did not know how to play with other children. Although Xiaoxia took them to play with Wutong, could Xiaoxia be considered a normal child? Xiaozhi and Sayuri were also a little surprised to see Wutong release so many Pokemon at once, but they were just surprised. Okay, let's continue the course. After all, I'm not a professional teacher and I'm not much older than you, so all I can do is give you a chance to practice. Wutong snapped his fingers. Swampert, Infernape, Crowhead, Beedrill, Heracris, Crystal Onyx, and several other Pokemon formed a circle, leaving a large enough place for fighting in the middle. Ditto climbed onto Wutong's shoulder and then transformed into a water blue scarf and hung it around Wutong's neck. The three little ones stood in the center of the circle waiting for Wutong's next instructions. Oh! Seeing Wutong's Pokemon obeying commands so well, the children couldn't help but shout. Each region has its own unique initial Pokemon, and these three are the three starters in the Kanto region: Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. They and other Pokemon are my family. Wutong touched the heads of the three little ones and said, "These three kids have just started traveling with me recently, and they are still at a stage suitable for new trainers to command, so today I will give you a chance to choose one of them to fight." Wutong said. Great. After hearing what Wutong said, the children all responded happily. Please, just treat it as a simulated battle training. Wutong touched the heads of the three children again and said, Kana, Jenny, Dane. The three children responded energetically. In order to allow everyone to participate as much as possible, the first one to beat the opponent out of the circle wins. Wutong said and made a mark on the ground. Sayuri and Xiaoxi immediately began to help organize these children. Of course, not all children like Pokemon battles. They may prefer to play with Pokemon, and Wutong doesn't care. After all, there are many professions related to Pokemon, and you don't have to become a Pokemon trainer. Wutong acted as a referee to observe these children, and at the same time prevented them from doing dangerous things. After all, they were all children. If they lost, they might start to cheat when they were excited. However, these children did not have much knowledge of fighting. They were all using sparks, flying leaves, quick knives, water guns and the like to attack each other. The victory or defeat basically depends on the attribute restrained, and there is no technology to speak of. But even so, the children seemed very excited. Soon, the children completed the simulated battle, and the three children also won and lost against each other. In fact, for the three children, this was not a battle, but rather a skill hit and dodge training. Wutong saw that it was still early, so he let his Pokemon play with the children for a while, which was also a way to relax his Pokemon. Charmander, be my Pokemon. I like you, so come and be my Charmander. At this time, a discordant voice appeared. Wutong raised his eyebrows and looked over, and found that naughty child Xiaoxia was squatting in front of his Charmander, trying to dig into his corner. Charmander looked at the naughty kid with a puzzled look, and then looked at Wutong, as if to say that there was a fool here. Come be my little Charmander. Xiaoxia shouted while rushing towards Charmander. Kana. Charmander dodged the attack of the naughty kid flexibly, and then looked at Xiaoxia unhappily. Xiaoxia, be gentle, don't use fire. Wutong said calmly. It's not okay to set fire casually, after all, it would be bad if it burned flowers and plants. As for the naughty kid, just beat him up. Kana. Charmander nodded to show that he understood, and then his two claws flashed with a metallic luster and raised them at Xiaoxia. It must be said that although it is unknown where Mutual got the genes from, the three little ones have high potential and rich skill pools, and all have many inherited skills. Charmander's talent is mainly in physics, so not using fire does not affect Charmander's lethality at all. Xiaoxia still has no intention of giving up and continues to chase Charmander. Charmander evades flexibly while constantly tearing Xiaoxia's clothes with his claws. It seems that Charmander is playing with its prey. Soon, Xiaoxia's clothes are torn. Charmander also sees that it is almost done, so it jumps behind Xiaoxia and slaps Xiaoxia's butt with its metallic tail. Wow! Xiaoxia, who was spanked, sat on the ground and cried. If you want to become a Pokemon trainer, you can't cry so much, and it is illegal to forcibly snatch other people's Pokemon. Wutong stood in front of Xiaoxia and said. Kana. Charmander stood behind Wutong, hugged Wutong's legs, stuck out his head and stuck out his tongue at Xiaoxia. I didn't cry. I didn't snatch it. Give this Charmander to me. Xiaoxia shouted at Wutong. Ha, you really don't learn from your mistakes. I told you, Charmander is my family, would you just give your family away? Wutong looked at Xiaoxia with cold eyes and said in a cold voice. Seeing Wutong's eyes, Xiaoxia was frightened and didn't dare to speak for a while. Seeing Xiaoxia's look, Wutong turned around and left with Charmander. He couldn't understand why Xiaozhi in the anime let this kind of naughty kid go. Not only did he let him bully Pikachu, but he also let him snatch the Pokeball and capture the new Pokemon. Let alone Sayuri, who didn't look like a teacher at all. Xiaogang, that guy, didn't use his brain at all when he saw the beautiful woman. He actually spoke for the naughty kid the whole time. Wutong was so upset when he saw it at that time. Even if this kid named Xiaoxiang has good talent as a Pokemon trainer, if he doesn't correct his bad temper, he will only train new members for the Pokemon poachers in the end. Mudito disguised as a scarf on Wutong's neck screamed, and then stretched out. Then Wutong heard some kind of sound behind him. Ha, it's really annoying. You want to steal my Pokeball, right? Wutong turned around and said as if he knew what happened. Looking back, as expected, Xiaoxiang was blocked by Ditto, and he didn't get the Pokeball and fell to the ground. Xiaoxiang. I'm so sorry, my student has caused you trouble. Sayuri also noticed the abnormality here and ran over to say. Teacher Sayuri, I hope you understand that being gentle all the time won't make a good student. Especially for what this guy did. If it weren't for his age, I could have sent him to jail. You don't want your students to become prisoners, do you? Wutong is not the kind of person who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman, and he said sternly to Sayuri. Yes, I'm sorry. Sayuri was also frightened by Wutong's stern look, and couldn't help but continue to apologize. It's not me you need to say sorry for. You can forgive him for what he did because he is still young, but this is not a reason for you to continue to let him go. As a teacher, you have the obligation to guide him on the right track, otherwise he will become a Pokemon trainer in the future and will be a trouble for the Alliance. Wutong said mercilessly. I'm so sorry, Wutong, it's our inadequate education. Xiaozhi also ran over and said. Forget it, I'm just a special instructor. I won't come here again after today, but I don't want the Alliance to have a mission to catch the children I taught in the future. So I'll say goodbye today. Wutong said, and took back his Pokemon and left. Only Xiaoxiang, who was still crying and trying to attract attention, and Xiaozhi and Sayuri, who were looking at each other in bewilderment, were left. Dean Xiaozhi, am I not a good teacher? Sayuri said to Xiaozhi. Although Wutong was too harsh, he was actually right. We did spoil them a little too much? Xiaozhi also said seriously, and now he looked a bit like a school director. Chapter 165. After leaving the Pokemon Trainer School, Wutong calmed down. After all, it was not worth it to ruin his mood because of a naughty kid. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Wutong decided to rest for a night before challenging the gym. The next morning, Wutong went straight to the Kikyo gym. When he arrived outside the Kikyo gym, Wutong was a little amazed at the spiraling building in front of him. The Kikyo gym received challengers on the top floor of the building, and the battle venue is also on the roof without a ceiling. As expected, the owner of the flying gym knew how to maximize the abilities of flying Pokemon. Wutong took the elevator to the top of the building, but he did not see the gym owner Asu. At this time, a person who looked like an apprentice in a white uniform ran over. Are you the challenger who came to challenge the Kikyo gym? Asked the apprentice who ran over. Yes, I am here to challenge the Kikyo gym. Wutong nodded and said. I'm so sorry, the gym owner went to observe the flying Pokemon today and will be back in the afternoon. The apprentice said. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. Then I'll come back in the afternoon. Wutong frowned and said, not expecting to encounter such a thing. If you have nothing to do for the time being, I recommend you to go to the Bell Bud Tower in Kikyo City. There are also many trainers practicing there. The apprentice said. Okay, I will consider it, thank you. Wutong said and left. After leaving the Kikyo gym, Wutong thought about it and decided to go to the Bell Bud Tower. The location of the Bell Bud Tower is very conspicuous, and Wutong soon came to the bottom of the Bell Bud Tower. Big brother, this tower looks so old. Xiaoxia was also not sleeping, flying beside Wutong and said. Yes, This tower does look very old. Wutong said, looking at the quaint Bell Bud Tower. Walking into the first floor of the Bell Bud Tower, Wutong saw a sign in the center of the first floor hall, and behind the sign were 2 stairs. To visit, go to the left, and to train the trainers, go to the right. Wutong said to himself while looking at the sign. It's so boring, I'll go back and sleep, Xiaoxia said after walking around the first floor. After that, Xiaoxia went back into Wutong's Pokemon Atlas. This little guy is getting more and more like the Dream Demon. Wutong said helplessly, and then walked towards the stairs on the right. Going up the stairs to the second floor of the Bell Bud Tower, there are many people who look like trainers studying here. There are many books on the second floor. It seems that the second floor is a place to impart Pokemon knowledge. Wutong also took a few books to look at. I found that there was a lot of knowledge here, including some myths and legends in the Johto region and some small habits of Pokemon. The most of them were about the cultivation techniques of the Bell Sprouts. After all, it was the Bell Sprout Tower. Wutong felt that it was not interesting after reading for a while. In terms of cultivation, his grandparents' teaching since childhood did not help him much. In terms of myths and legends, he knew all the mythical beasts and strange beasts, and knew much more than what was recorded here. As for those small habits, to be honest, there was basically no place for them to be useful. A large part of the reason why knowledge is little known is that it is useless to know. After putting the book back in place, Wutong went to the third floor. Entering the third floor, the lights became much dimmer, and several monks sat there knocking wooden fish. When Wutong approached, several monks stopped at the same time and looked up at Wutong. "Are you a trainer who came to practice?" asked a monk. "Yes, I wonder what the practice method here is like," Wutong asked. "Since you are here to practice, you must purify your 6 senses first," another monk said. "So, please shave your hair first," another monk continued. "Sorry. Goodbye." Wutong turned around and prepared to leave without hesitation. What a joke, he just came to see and asked him to shave his head. Question mark. Wait a minute, the donor has come up, you can't leave casually, you have to finish your practice, another monk said. Huh? You want to use force, right? It just so happens that I'm not in a good mood these 2 days. Wutong raised his eyebrows and said. All 6 monks stood up, and a trumpet bud emerged from under each of their monk robes. Is it really a trumpet bud? Come out. Wutong threw out 4 spirits. Spirit Ball. Kana. Jenny. Dane. The 3 little ones appeared in front of Wutong. Little Frog, Hypnotic Powder, Little Fire, Belly Drum, Little Turtle, Life Water Drop. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur leaned slightly and sprayed a burst of powder from the seed towards the trumpet sprouts. Kana Charmander patted his belly and made a drumming sound. Jenny. Squirtle raised his 2 little paws flat in front of him, and a drop of deep blue water appeared and dripped on Charmander. Charmander recovered a lot of the physical strength lost by Belly Drum. Bull Sprouts, use Air Sword Dance. X66 monks said at the same time. The 6 trumpet sprouts jumped into the air together and spun, and several energy swords spun around them. The airflow caused by the rotation prevented the hypnotic powder from flying close. Bull Sprouts. Circular attack formation, IAI/. X66 monks commanded at the same time again. The 6 trumpet buds formed a circle, holding each other and began to rotate. The rotating trumpet bud ring hit the 3 little ones like a cold weapon. Zio-ho, Metal Claw. Wutong shouted directly. Kana. The little fire dragon shouted, and the claws appeared with a metallic luster and rushed towards the trumpet bud ring. A sound of metal clashing appeared, and the trumpet bud ring was directly hit back. Even if they are surrounded together, what's the use? When they collide with each other, they will still be 1 against 1. Wutong said disdainfully. Zio-ho, continue, Iron Tail. Wutong continued to command. Kana. The little fire dragon rushed towards the trumpet bud, and after the tail was covered with the metallic luster, it turned 180 degrees and whipped the trumpet bud hard with its tail. The trumpet bud's ring attack formation was directly broken. Little Frog, Flying Leaf Knife, Little Turtle, Water Wave. Wutong commanded. Jenny. Squirtle fired a circular stream of water at the 6 trumpet buds. Dane. The seed on the back of Bulbasaur moved and a rotating blade shot out. Bull Buds. Cheer up, Triangle Defense Array. Reflection Wall. X6 monks shouted again. The 6 trumpet buds cheered up and stacked into a triangle, and then a 2-layer glass-like transparent wall appeared in front of the trumpet buds. The flying leaf blade was directly blocked by the reflection wall, and the water wave passed through the reflection wall without hindrance and hit the 6 trumpet buds. However, the damage caused by water-based skills is indeed average. Donor, we have more than 2 formations. Give up resistance. X66 monks said in unison. Really? Ditto, platypus mode, big word explosion. Wutong said calmly. Mo Wu A cry appeared behind the 6 trumpet buds, a white light flashed, and a pink platypus appeared. Then the platypus raised its cannon arm, 2 balls of flame shot out, and the 6 trumpet buds took a large character explosion directly to their faces. When? X66 monks shouted in surprise. After all, trumpet buds are trumpet buds, no matter how they are trained, they are still fragile. They have already taken the attack of 3 small ones before. In addition, they took a large character explosion to their faces, and all 6 trumpet buds lost their combat ability. Mo Wu Ditto returned to Wutong, changed back to its original form and climbed onto Wutong's body. This time it did not turn into a scarf, but into a single-sided cloak hanging on Wutong's right shoulder. Now I don't need the 6 roots of purity, right? Wutong looked down at the 6 monks with a cold look and said. Yes, the donor can continue to move forward. X66 monks said obediently. Really? Wouldn't it be better if it was like this earlier? Wutong took back the 3 small ones, then threw the Ditto cloak and walked towards the stairs to the upper floor. However, just after taking a step, Wutong stopped. Seeing Wutong suddenly stop, the 6 monks trembled together and looked at Wutong vigilantly. However, Wutong ignored the 6 monks and said to Ditto, don't change into a cloak in the future, it's a bit unlucky. Moo. Ditto called out in confusion, but still began to transform obediently, turning into an arm guard on Wutong's right arm. Seeing the aqua blue arm guard on the right arm, Wutong nodded with satisfaction and walked to the next floor again. Entering the 4th floor of the Bell Bud Tower, it was even more empty, with only an old monk sitting cross-legged in the center. It's been a long time since a practitioner has come to the 4th floor. I am the elder of the Bell Bud Tower, Guangshen, little donor, welcome. The old monk said. I don't think many trainers are willing to shave their heads for a chance to train. Wutong said directly. What? Shave your head? Question mark. Elder Guangsheng asked in confusion. Don't you know that your disciples force the practitioners to shave their heads on the 3rd floor? Wutong asked back. What? These bastards. They actually did such a thing? I'm so sorry, I will teach them a lesson later. Elder Guangsheng said sincerely. Seeing the angry look of Elder Guangsheng, he should not know what the monks on the 3rd floor did. Wutong was also a little helpless. Is the management of the Tower of Bellsprouts so loose? Since you don't know, then forget it. What is the test on the 4th floor? Wutong asked. The test on the 4th floor is very simple, just defeat the bell sprout of the poor monk. Elder Guangsheng said and called out his own bell sprout. A bell sprout that looked weak appeared on the field, shaking its body constantly. It's a bell sprout, Xiaozhi, go. Wutong thought about it and sent out the little fire dragon. Kana. The little fire dragon stood in front of Wutong and stared at the weak trumpet bud opposite. Little donor, please go first. Elder Guangsheng said humbly. Little fire, sparks. Wutong looked at the weak trumpet bud opposite and had a guess in his mind. Kana. The little fire dragon spit out some flames and shot at the trumpet bud. Bull bud, dodge. Elder Guangsheng said. Although the trumpet bud looked weak, it was surprisingly flexible. It easily dodged the little fire dragon's spark attack. Stick to it, metal claws. Wutong seemed to have known that the sparks would not hit, and directly commanded the little fire dragon to continue attacking. Kana. The little fire dragon rushed towards the trumpet bud, and grabbed the trumpet bud with its metallic claws. Bull bud, continue to dodge. Elder Guangsheng commanded as if he didn't intend to fight back. The bud twisted its body flexibly and dodged the claw attack of the little dragon. After dodging, it kicked the little dragon's head with a foot like a root and kicked it back. Is it true? Xiaozhi, smoke screen. Wutong was sure that his guess was correct. This bud took the path of using softness to overcome hardness by making the most of its own weakness. Kana. The little dragon blew out a puff of black smoke, hiding itself in the bud. Have you seen it, little donor? You really have an excellent fighting awareness, bud, run out. Elder Guangsheng said. That won't work, Xiaozhi, indiscriminate sparks. Wutong commanded. Kana. Sparks flew out of the black smoke. Ballad, Vine Whip, disperse this black smoke. The Elder Guangsheng finally made a move. With a command of the Elder Guangsheng, the black smoke began to stir and gradually dissipated. Xiaozhi. Now, grab the whip. Wutong commanded. Kana. The little fire dragon saw the opportunity when the whip flew past him, and pounced on it and grabbed the whip. Pull it over. Wutong continued to command. Kana. The little fire dragon exerted force, and the fragile trumpet bud flew directly to it. Bull bud, flying leaf knife. Elder Guangsheng tried to struggle. The trumpet bud twisted its body, and waves of rotating leaves shot at the little fire dragon. Sparks, burn it. Wutong said. Kana. The little fire dragon spit out a mouthful of flames again, and all the flying leaf knives that flew over were burned. At this time, the trumpet bud was also pulled to the little fire dragon. Don't be careless, control it completely, bite it. Wutong continued to command. Kana. The little fire dragon held the vine whip tightly to prevent the trumpet bud from escaping, and then bit the trumpet bud's slender trunk. Buzzard bud, attack its head. Elder Guangsheng commanded the trumpet bud to fight back. The thin limbs of the trumpet bud began to whip the little fire dragon's head. The last blow, flame teeth. Wutong commanded. The little fire dragon biting the trumpet bud had flames in its mouth, and the upper and lower jaws exerted force again, and the flames instantly burned all over the trumpet bud. The crispy trumpet bud lost its fighting ability directly and fell softly. It seems that you, the little donor, have won. Congratulations, little donor. Elder Guangsheng said with no sadness or joy on his face. I took advantage of it. This trumpet bud is indeed a strong enemy of the little fire dragon. Wutong said modestly. Elder Guangsheng shook his head without saying anything, took out a small box and handed it to Wutong, then sat cross-legged on the futon again. Wutong was a little curious about what was inside the box, but he still bowed to Elder Guangsheng and left first. After all, Elder Guangsheng was a respectable opponent. Chapter 166. After leaving the Tower of the Horn Bud, Wutong saw a glider flying in the sky towards Kikayo City. As expected, that should be the owner of Kikayo Gym, Asu. It seems that I can challenge Kikayo Gym, but what is in this box before that? Wutong opened the box curiously. Inside the box, a white disc-like object lay inside. Is this a shiny skill-learning machine? Wutong said to himself as he looked at the disc-like object inside. In the game, after defeating Elder Guangsheng, you will get a shiny skill-learning machine as a reward. I didn't expect that I would get this thing in reality. Well, it's not bad. Wutong closed the box again and put it back in his backpack. Well, since Asu is back, let's challenge the Kikayo Gym. Wutong said, looking in the direction of the Kikayo Gym. After going to the Pokemon Center to restore the status of the three little ones, Wutong returned to the Kikayo Gym. After taking the elevator to the top floor, Wutong finally met the owner of the first gym he was going to challenge in the Johto region. Asu. Are you the trainer who was going to challenge before? Asu asked when he saw Wutong. Yes, I am Wutong from Takua City in the Kanto region, and I am here to challenge the Kikayo Gym. Wutong replied. Wutong? It sounds a bit familiar, but since I am here to challenge, I have to fight well. Asu replied. After hearing Asu's words, Wutong could only shed tears silently in his heart. It was too aggrieved. This champion was so dazzling, and too few people knew about it. Wutong and Asu stood on both sides of the battlefield. An apprentice in a white uniform acted as the referee, and there were several apprentices in white uniforms on the sidelines ready to watch the battle. Kikayo Gym is also an old gym, but Asu, the current gym owner, is not very old because he inherited the position of gym owner from his father. In short, Asu is the second generation of the gym owner. Because his father went on a trip, Asu took over as the gym owner. However, in order to ensure that Asu can deal with various challengers, Asu's father left a few Pokemon for Asu to use. This is also the reason why Wutong has no intention of fighting with Asu with all his strength. After all, the strongest Pokemon in the team are not cultivated by themselves, and they are still a little short of it. So Asu is the kind of gym owner who is still in the growth stage, and it can only be said that the future is promising. Then from now on, Asu, the gym owner of Kikayo Gym, and the challenger Wutong from Takua City will start the gym challenge with badges as rewards. the referee said loudly. Both sides can use 3 Pokémon. Are you ready? The referee said, looking at Wutong. No problem, I can start. Wutong nodded in response. After experiencing the complicated and restricted gym competition in the Orange Islands, Wutong was actually a little excited to face this kind of regular battle. My number 1 player is it. Go, Goo. Asu threw a Pokeball and said. Goo, a chubby owl-like Pokemon appeared on the field. Little frog, leave it to you. After all, it is to train 3 little ones. Wutong thinks that he should let Bulbasaur try to fight against a flying Pokemon. After all, Wutong can't guarantee that he can always be in a duel with attribute advantages. Even if he can't become a master of reverse attributes, he can't be helpless when encountering a battle with reverse attributes. Dane. Bulbasaur appeared on the field. A grass-type Pokemon? It seems that you are a new trainer. The grass type is restrained by the flying type. I hope you can remember this after this battle. Asu said after seeing Bulbasaur. Obviously, he regarded Wutong as a new trainer who didn't even memorize the attribute restraint table. Really? I thought you would understand. Attribute restraint is very important, but like flying type Pokemon, people have always said that they can't withstand electric shocks. If you are shocked, you will give up resistance when you encounter electric type Pokemon. Wutong said in shock. What? Yes, I obviously won't forgive those who look down on flying type Pokemon. How did I become the person I hate the most? Sorry, it seems that my practice is not enough. After hearing Wutong's words, Asu was shocked and said seriously. So come okay. Even if it's a flying Pokemon, even if the attribute is restrained, nothing will change if you don't try. Wutong continued passionately. You are a respectable opponent, I will use all my strength. Come on, let's start fighting. Asu was also infected and said loudly. Young gym owner, you are really easy to fool. Seeing Asu's excitement, Wutong whispered to himself. What? What did you say? Asu asked in confusion. No, nothing, come on, let's start fighting. Wutong said hurriedly. Start. The referee shouted, and another apprentice behind the referee beat the drum. Goo, fly up. Asu commanded. Goo and Asu's shoulder flew directly into the air. Little frog, take root and grow. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur's limbs extended roots and plunged into the battlefield. Green light flashed continuously on its body, and its body seemed to have grown a little bigger. Goo, hit. Asu launched an attack. Goo hit Bulbasaur from the air. Little frog, flying leaf knife. Wutong shouted. Dane. Bulbasaur's seeds on its back swayed left and right, and large pieces of rotating leaves shot at Goo. It's useless, Goo, dodge. Asu commanded. Goo evaded the flying leaf knife flexibly, and continued to hit Bulbasaur at the same speed. That's it, Goo, peck. Asu pursued the victory. You fell into the trap, little frog, hypnotic powder, poison powder. Wutong commanded. Dane. Because it had used rooting in advance, Bulbasaur's body did not move even when it was hit by Goo. Facing the pecking Goo, the seeds on Bulbasaur's back expanded and contracted, and a blue and purple powder sprayed out and submerged Goo. What? Goo, fly up. Asu hurriedly commanded. Don't let it go, Vine Whip. Wutong also shouted. Goo tried to flap its wings to get out of the mist mixed with hypnotic powder and poison powder. Dane. Bulbasaur stretched out vines on both sides of its body and directly wrapped around Goo. Goo, who wanted to fly away, was directly entangled by the vine whip and pulled back. Little frog, throw it to the ground. Wutong continued to command. Dane. Bulbasaur swung the 2 vine whips to the ground with force, and Goo fell directly to the ground. Goo, telekinesis. Asu commanded. Goo. The eyes of Goo, who was lying on the ground, glowed blue. Dane. Bulbasaur felt as if he was squeezed by an inexplicable force, and the vine whip loosened inevitably. Goo successfully flew up. Goo, blow away the powder. Asu shouted. Goo heard Asu's command and fell directly to the ground, then snored, and purple marks appeared on his body. Little frog, flying leaf blade. Wutong commanded at the right time. Dane. Bulbasaur shot at a large piece of rotating leaves and hit Goo. Goo lost his ability to fight. Bulbasaur won. The referee shouted. A very powerful tactic, worthy of being someone who has the same idea as me. Come out, Doodly. Asu said and sent out his second Pokémon. Doo-doo. The three-headed Dodley appeared on the field. Dodley, then restrict its movements first, little frog, parasitic seeds. Wutong commanded. Dane. The seeds on the back of Bulbasaur sprayed several seeds at Dodley. Dodley, move at high speed, avoid it. Asu commanded. Toot. Dodley suddenly increased its speed to avoid the seeds shot by Bulbasaur. Little frog, poison powder, hypnotic powder. Wutong commanded. Dane. Bulbasaur sprayed a burst of blue and purple powder again. My Dodley can fly. Dodley, fly up, triple attack. Asu shouted. Toot. Dodley suddenly jumped up high while running, and then the three heads were arranged in a triangle. 3 different colored light balls appeared in front of the 3 heads, and the light balls connected to form a triangular energy frame and shot at Bulbasaur. Little frog, petal dance. Wutong shouted. Dane. Bulbasaur called out, and the seeds on its back shot at a large piece of petal energy and rotated towards Dodley. The petal dance and the triple attack collided and exploded. Dodley, peck drill. Asu commanded. Toot. Dodley didn't know when he had landed. It ran behind Bulbasaur at a very fast speed. 3 sharp and slender bird beaks appeared with rotating energy, and then pecked at Bulbasaur at the same time. The roots under Bulbasaur's feet could not support it after all, and it was directly knocked out. Bulbasaur has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Dodley. The referee announced. Come back, little frog, you have worked hard. Wutong took back Bulbasaur and said, after all, it is just a little guy, and it is good to be able to do this. Then, it's your turn next, go, Xiaozhi. Wutong sent out his second Pokémon. Kana. Xiaolong appeared on the field and shouted in spirit. Xiaolong? Are you really a newcomer? Seeing the second Pokémon sent by Wutong, Asu asked in confusion. I am just a trainer who has just started traveling in the Johto region, Xiaozhi. The enemy is very strong, we must do our best. Wutong shouted to Xiaolong. Kana. Kana. Charmander tilted his head in confusion, then shouted as if he understood something. Then Charmander looked at Dodley on the opposite side, squatted slightly with his legs apart, clenched his 2 little claws into fists, and a burst of red energy like flames burst out of Charmander's body. Fierce fire. X2 Wutong and Asu shouted in surprise. Wait, why are you also surprised? Asu asked Wutong. Hey, you saw it wrong, very good, little fire. Smoke screen. Belly bulge. Wutong coughed and directly commanded Charmander to start attacking. Kana. Charmander sprayed thick black smoke covering the field. Then there were bursts of drums in the smoke. Dodley. Run. Move at high speed. Asu commanded. Doo-doo. Dodley began to run at high speed in the smoke, and the smoke on the field began to flow with the airflow caused by Dodley's running. It's really not very useful, but it's enough, Xiaozhi, metal claws. Wutong commanded. Kana. The 2 claws of the little dragon showed a metallic luster, and then it grabbed Dodley fiercely. Dodley, jump up. Asu shouted. Doo-doo. Dodley jumped high and avoided the metal claws of the little dragon. Jumping up casually will make you a target, sparks. Wutong shouted. Kana. The little dragon raised its head and sprayed out flames. Dodley, who had nowhere to hide in the air, was directly hit by the flames. Dodley, peck from the air. A spark obviously couldn't make Dodley lose his combat ability, and Asu continued to command Dodley to attack. Doo-doo. Dodley aimed at the direction of the little dragon and fell from the sky, using 3 heads to peck and drill together. Xiaozhi. Use the iron tail to whip it away. Wutong shouted. Kana. Charmander's tail was covered with a layer of metallic luster, and it turned 180 degrees and swung its tail towards Totoro. The tail collided with a bird's beak, and neither side gained an advantage. However, the distance between the 2 Pokémon became very close at this time. Charmander, now is the time, bite its neck, anyone, Flame Fang. Wutong shouted. Kana. Charmander heard the command and the flames in his mouth burst out, biting the neck of the middle head closest to it. Toot. Totoro screamed in pain. Don't give it a chance, bite it to pieces. Wutong continued to command. A faint black mist appeared near Charmander's teeth, and with the flames that had not yet dissipated, Charmander bit it hard again. Totoro's thin neck seemed to make a crisp cracking sound, and Totoro fell directly to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Doodooly has lost his ability to fight. The winner is Charmander. The referee announced loudly. Kana. Charmander shouted happily, and then the red light on his body suddenly disappeared, and then his eyes turned into circles and fell to the ground. Seeing Charmander fall to the ground, the referee was also stunned. He just announced that Charmander won, but he fell down? Was he acting? Come back, Charmander, you've worked hard. Wutong took Charmander back and said. He can now determine what Charmander's flash power is. It should be able to actively turn on the fierce fire. If that's all, this flash power is too weak. After all, the characteristics of fierce fire, torrent, and lushness can be actively turned on after effective training. But the problem is that Charmander's characteristic is not fierce fire, it is the power of the sun. Then this flash power is very interesting, which is equivalent to giving Charmander dual characteristics. Actively turn on the fierce fire, and then add the ability of the power of the sun to increase Chang. Wutong seemed to see a future violent special attack output player of the Sunny team. But Charmander seemed to be a little biased, and its skill pool was all based on physical attack. Should it switch to dual blades? Wutong thought a little tangled. Don't be dazed, Wutong. Now we only have one Pokemon left. I will send my strongest Pokemon. Asu declared. The strongest? In that case, I have to give corresponding respect. Come on, let's start. Wutong said confidently. Chapter 167. The battle between Wutong and Asu on the top floor of the Kikyo gym has reached the final stage, and both sides have only one Pokemon left. Finally, it's you. Go. Pidgeot. Asu sent out his trump card Pidgeot. Pi. A strong Pidgeot appeared in the air. Crowhead, it's your turn to perform. Wutong decisively sent out Crowhead. Although he still wanted to test Squirtle, it was obviously not the right time. Gah. Crowhead made a loud cry as soon as it appeared. This Crowhead? You are the champion of the Quartz Conference, Wutong. Asu recognized Wutong at once after seeing Crowhead. Yes, it's me, but why did you recognize it only after seeing Crowhead? Wutong couldn't help asking. Is it you? I recognized it when I saw this Crowhead. With its beautiful feathers and strong body, it is indeed an excellent flying Pokemon. Asu looked at Crowhead and admired it. Wutong was a little speechless. It seemed unnecessary for him to ask this bird lover. The battle has begun. Crowhead. Tailwind. Wutong didn't plan to continue talking and directly commanded Crowhead to start fighting. Gah. Crowhead called out and the airflow wrapped around his body. I will defeat all the Pidgeots. Pidgeot. We can't lose either, move at high speed. Asu commanded. Pi. Pidgeot's body flashing speed also increased significantly. Crowhead and Pidgeot started a speed competition, and the two Pokemon chased each other in the air. Crowhead, provoke. Wutong commanded. Gah. Crowhead increased his speed again and rushed in front of Pidgeot, then turned around and made a provocative gesture towards Pidgeot. Then he turned back and continued to fly. B. A visible red appeared on Pidgeot's forehead. Calm down, Pidgeot, attack with wings. Asu commanded. B. After hearing the command, Pidgeot also increased his speed again and hit Crowhead with his wings. Crowhead, we will also attack with wings. Wutong commanded. Gah. Crowhead turned flexibly in the air and also hit Pidgeot with his wings. Crowhead and Pidgeot began to collide constantly. Crowhead, take off, the bird of prey slams. Wutong saw that the two sides were in a stalemate and chose to change tactics. Gah. Crowhead directly distanced himself from Pidgeot and quickly climbed to high altitude. Pidgeot, ultimate impact. Asu also prepared for a head-on collision and commanded. B. Pidgeot called out and didn't directly hit Crowhead. Instead, it flew down, and then made a U-turn and rushed into the sky before landing. At this time, Crowhead had already flown to a sufficient height, turned its body upside down, and rushed towards Pidgeot with orange light covering its body. A white light also appeared on Pidgeot's body, and the two Pokemon collided in mid-air. The next second, Pidgeot fell from the air and landed on the ground. Gah. Crowhead slowly landed in front of Wutong and called out confidently. Little Pidgeot was defeated under the wings of Cruel Lord after all. Pidgeot has lost his ability to fight. The winner is Wutong from Takua City. The referee waited for a while to make sure that Crowhead would not fall down, and then announced the result. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeot. Asu took back Pidgeot and said. Come back, Crowhead. Wutong looked at the excited Crowhead and took it back directly. I lost. Wutong, you are really strong. This wing badge is yours. Asu came to Wutong and said. Thank you for the compliment. Your Pidgeot is also very good. Wutong took the wing badge and said. This game with you has taught me a lot. I will continue to work hard to become the strongest flying Pokemon trainer. I hope we will have another chance to fight in the future. Asu said. The strongest flying Pokemon trainer? You have to work hard. After all, there is a flying King Adu. Wutong directly began to persecute Adu's reputation. Adu? Isn't he the Dragon King? Asu said in confusion. No, it's a fake. Think about it, among his Pokemon, are there not many dragon Pokemon? Are they all flying Pokemon? You taste it carefully. Wutong waved his hand and said. After hearing Wutong's words, Asu fell into thought, and then his expression changed. Okay, you think slowly, I'm leaving first. Seeing Asu fall into thought, Wutong prepared to leave directly. At this time, a dodo that was rushing to the next criminal haunted place sneezed. After leaving the Kikayo gym, Wutong finally got his first gym badge in the Johto region. Wutong was not in a hurry to leave Kikayo City, but went to the Pokemon Center to restore his Pokemon first. Miss Joy at the Kikayo Pokemon Center saw that Wutong came to restore Pokemon so quickly, and her eyes looked at Wutong a little strangely. After restoring Charmander, Bulbasaur and Crowhead, it was already dark, and Wutong decided to stay in Kikayo City for another day. After eating with his Pokemon, Wutong came to the outskirts of Kikayo City in the bright moonlight, intending to verify his guess. Come out. Wutong threw out 3 small Pokeballs. Kana, Jenny, Dane. The 3 little ones appeared, standing neatly in front of Wutong, and then raised their heads and looked at Wutong obediently. Xiaozhi, repeat the state when you fought with Doodly during the day. Wutong said to Charmander. Kana. Charmander called out, and the red energy like flames appeared on his body again. Okay, it's okay. Wutong nodded and said, as expected, Charmander can control itself. Kana. Charmander called out more obediently, and the energy on his body disappeared, but Charmander seemed to have used a lot of strength. Then, next, Frog, Squirtle, do you two have a way to do the same as Xiaozhi? Wutong looked at Bulbasaur and Squirtle and asked. Dane, Jenny. Bulbasaur and Squirtle looked at each other. Dane, Jenny. The 2 Pokemon nodded together to indicate that they could do it too. Then, Little Frog, you go first. Wutong said. Dane. Bulbasaur called out, and the emerald green energy spread all over his body. Sure enough, it's lush. Okay, Little Frog, it's done. Wutong said. Dane. Bulbasaur called out, and the energy on his body dissipated. Jenny. Without Wutong saying anything, Squirtle saw Wutong looking over, and blue energy like water flow appeared on his body. Well, that's right, Rapids, it seems that the 3 little ones' flash power is the same. Wutong nodded and said. It seems that Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle are semi-artificial flash Pokemon, and even the flash power is the same. But how did you 3 know that you can open this state? Wutong asked, sitting cross-legged in front of the 3 little ones. Kana, Jenny, Dane. The 3 little ones shouted one after another. So that's how it is. Did Mutuo tell you? Wutong nodded and said. I don't know if Mutuo has learned the relevant knowledge of the power of Flash or discovered it by chance when making the bodies of the 3 little ones. Anyway, no matter what, it is now confirmed that the power of Flash of the 3 little ones is good after all. After playing with the 3 little ones for a while, Wutong returned to the Pokemon Center to rest. The next day, Wutong embarked on a journey again. After a few days of travel, Wutong came to Valley. The next city with a gym is Juniper's Town. Lotto Mobile Rodham flew beside Wutong and said. Juniper's Town, by the way, my grandparents told me that I must visit Grandpa Steel when passing by Juniper's Town. I don't know if Grandpa Steel is in good health recently. Wutong said to himself. We will pass by Charizard Valley. Lotto Mobile Rodham suddenly said. Charizard Valley. As a person who will have a Charizard in the future, you must go and see it. Okay, let's go to Charizard Valley first. Wutong said. Correct the direction and go to Charizard Valley. Lotto Mobile Rodham said. Under the leadership of Mobile Rodham, Wutong came to Continuous Valley. This is much larger than expected. Rodham, is there no direct route to Charizard Valley? Wutong asked. No, Lotto, Charizard Valley is a place that ordinary people are not allowed to enter, so you have to find Lotto yourself, Mobile Rodham said. That's really troublesome. Wutong said, stroking his chin. Charizard Valley will not let ordinary people enter casually, a voice sounded above Wutong's head. Wutong looked up and saw a man wearing a baton in his hand. A cool, green, explosive ponytailed woman stood there. However, you don't seem to be an ordinary person. Although you don't have a Charmander, you should have a Charmander, which is also considered to be eligible to enter. The woman jumped down, approached Wutong and sniffed. How did you smell it? Did the child pee on me? Wutong sniffed herself curiously and said, Your thinking is really clear, so do you want to visit the Charmander Valley? The woman asked. Then let me introduce myself. I am Wutong from Changpan City. I am very interested in the Charmander Valley, so please let me visit it. Wutong said. I am GK, the Charmander trainer. I know you. Kikyo Jim told me that you have a very good Charmander. However, I seem to have heard your name somewhere, GK said. Everyone says so. It's okay. I'm used to it. Wutong said sadly. Then, wait a moment, my little Lisa, come here. GK turned the baton in his hand and pointed it at the sky. As GK's voice fell, a pillar of fire appeared in the air. Roar. Then, accompanied by a cry, a fire-breathing dragon with a pink bow on its head flew in front of the two with a hot air balloon. This is my fire-breathing dragon, cute little Lisa. GK touched the head of the fire-breathing dragon and said to Wutong. Roar. Lisa also turned back and called to Wutong and said hello. Then I'll leave it to you, little Lisa. Wutong sat directly in the basket under the hot air balloon behind Lisa and said. Then Wutong, let's go, little Lisa, let's fly. GK said. Roar. Lisa shouted and flew up with her wings vibrating. Lisa carried GK and dragged Wutong behind her, flying at high speed in the valley, and soon arrived at the entrance of a valley. There was a row of fire-breathing dragon-shaped sculptures on each side, and a huge cliff shaped like a fire-breathing dragon in the middle. Welcome, this is the Charizard Valley here. Charizard is regarded as the guardian of luck and is recognized as a lucky Pokémon. GK said. As GK's voice fell, Lisa also landed on the ground with the two of them. Especially without training, that is to say, the most wild Charizard is respected by everyone. GK jumped off Lisa's back and said. Wutong also got out of the basket and followed GK to the depths of the Charizard Valley. The Charizards here do not rely on human power to become stronger, and in order to improve each other's strength, they constantly compete with each other. The Charizard Valley is a valley where the Charizards who aim to become the strongest Charizards compete with their companions and practice for themselves. GK continued to introduce to Wutong. At this time, the two also came to a gate. On this gate is a stone sculpture of two Charizards holding their claws. So how do we solve the problem of Charizard's injuries here? If we treat it as a guardian, we can't just watch it get injured and do nothing, right? Wutong asked. You are the first Pokemon trainer to pay attention to these. Of course, we pay close attention to the health of each Charizard, but because the Charizards here are practicing every day, there is often a shortage of medical staff. GK replied. Is that so? I have another question. There shouldn't be only Charizards here. Even if they are all Charizards at the beginning, as long as there are different sexes, they will always mate and lay eggs. So will their children also survive in the Charizard Valley? Wutong continued to ask. Compared to a Pokemon trainer, you are more like a breeder. This is indeed a very important question. Of course, there is actually a valley in the center of the Charizard Valley, where Charmander and Charmeleon live. In fact, the Charizard Valley is also one of the places where the three major families of the Alliance are provided. GK waved his baton and said. Is that so? Come out, Charmander. Wutong nodded and released Charmander. Your Charmander looks very different. Is it shiny? It's a shiny look I've never seen before. GK asked excitedly when he saw Charmander. Yes, my Charmander is special. It's a special shiny type, but its strength is very good. Wutong said, touching Charmander's head. Kana. Charmander also called out in cooperation. Is that so? Then say it again. Welcome to Charizard Valley. GK nodded and said. As GK spoke, the door behind her slowly opened. Chapter 168. As the gate slowly opened, the true appearance of the Charizard Valley appeared in front of Wutong. Looking around, Countless Charizards were living in it, some were resting, some were eating, and more were fighting. Kana. Charmander was very excited to see so many Charizards for the first time. Charmander, be careful, don't run around. Wutong said a little worriedly. After all, if Charmander annoyed a Charizard, he might be sprayed to death. Don't worry, although the Charizards here have been fighting and practicing, they are very friendly to Charmander and Charmeleon. GK said. Is that so? Wutong replied, and then he saw Charmander running to the two Charizards that were stretching their heads to eat the fruit. Kana kana kana. Charmander shouted at the two Charizards. Roar. X2 hearing Charmander's cry, the two Charizards lowered their heads and looked over. One of the two Charizards had a scar on its right eye, and the other Charizard had one long horn and one short horn on its head. Obviously, these two Charizards were veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Is there really no danger? Wutong couldn't help but confirm again when he saw the ferocious appearance of the two Charizards. Don't worry, the fight in Charizard Valley only happens between Charizards and when facing invaders. GK said. The two Charizards with ferocious faces looked at Charmander, then looked at each other, and then picked a few fruits from the tree and handed them to Charizard. Kana Charizard happily took the fruit and started to eat it. Seeing that Charmander was happily chewing, the Charizard with the scar on his right eye picked two more fruits for Charmander, and the other Charizard with the long and short horns reached out to touch Charmander's head. Roar. The Charizard with the scar on his right eye opened the claws of the long and short horns Charizard directly, as if he was afraid that the long and short horns Charizard might hurt Charmander by mistake. Roar. The long and short horns Charizard glared at the Charizard with the scar on his right eye. The two Charizards glared at each other and began to roar at each other. They were about to fight, but at the moment of the fight, the two Charizards stopped at the same time and looked at Charmander together. Kana. Charmander shouted in confusion. The two Charizards carefully put Charmander a little further away and in a relatively safe position, and then the two Charizards started fighting. Well, I'm sure the Charizards here are very friendly to Charmander. Wutong is now sure that this is no longer friendly, but they are pampering him like their own child. Okay, let's go inside and take a look. GK ignored the two Charizards that suddenly started fighting and continued to invite Wutong to visit. Wutong nodded and called back Charizard, and followed GK to the depths of the Charizard Valley. Looking at the Charizards that were stronger than each other nearby, Wutong felt that this completely wild training method was also a good choice. Just like Xiaozhi's old Charizard, when he first came here, he was like a little chicken, and no one could beat him. After practicing here for a long time, his combat power increased significantly, and he also had a wife, and he directly reached the peak of his dragon life. However, Wutong felt that it was not enough to practice wildness here alone. He still had to cooperate with the training of the trainer and the perfect nutritional combination of Pokemon food. Wutong has begun to consider sending his Charizard here to practice regularly after it evolves into Charizard. If Charizard has Charizard Valley, do Venusaur and Blastoise also have their own holy places for cultivation? Wutong suddenly asked. The holy places for Venusaur and Blastoise to cultivate? I don't know the details, but I heard that there are two places called Venusaur Courtyard and Blastoise Strait. GK didn't say much, just mentioned two names. Vulpes Courtyard and Blastoise Strait? If I have the chance, I must go and see them. Wutong said to himself. As expected of the first generation of the three great families, the lineup is full, and each has its own exclusive holy place for cultivation, but I don't know where the Venusaur Courtyard and Blastoise Strait are. Wutong followed GK and continued to move deeper, and soon came to a small valley entrance. This is Charmander Valley, where Charmander and Charmeleon live. GK pointed to the gate and said. Wutong looked at the valley in front of him curiously, but the name is Charmander Valley? Sure enough, Charmeleon didn't. Is it a good place? Although it is the place where Charmander and Charmeleon live, it is the safest place. There are several Charmanders that can be ranked in the top 10 in Charizard Valley, guarding in shifts. If there is a problem here, all Charizards will rush to it as soon as possible. GK said to Wutong, not knowing whether to show off or warn. Well, safety is indeed very important, but can I really go into such an important place? Wutong asked doubtfully. No problem, after all, you are only a Charmander trainer now, and the Charmanders here are also very warlike. Your Charmander can also try to practice. GK said that there was no problem. Is that so? Let me ask, what will happen if I release other Pokemon here to challenge Charizard? Wutong asked. Maybe you will be beaten up. Of course, if you can get the consent of the Charizards, you may be able to fight normally. GK thought for a while and said. Wutong looked at the group of fierce Charizards nearby and felt that it was better not to commit suicide. After GK opened the gate of the Charmander Valley, Wutong followed him in obediently. Walking into the Charmander Valley, it was similar to the Charizard Valley outside, with people still fighting, eating, and resting. The only difference was that the protagonists changed from Charizard to Charmander and Charmeleon. Charmer, go ahead and try to reach the top here. By the way, you are not allowed to turn on the fierce fire mode when fighting other Charmers. If you want to turn on the fierce fire, go and fight Charmeleon, okay? Wutong said to the Charmander beside him. Kana. Charmander nodded obediently and ran to other Charmers. Wutong was not worried about not being able to recognize his own Charmander. After all, his Charmander looked unique in the world. GK took Wutong around the Charmander Valley again, and stopped when he saw a Charmander resting on the ground. This Charizard should be here to protect Charmander Valley, but it doesn't look very good. Why haven't you eaten yet? You can't keep doing this. GK walked up to the Charizard and said. Wutong followed and found that there were a lot of tree fruits around the Charizard, but these tree fruits seemed to have been there for a long time and were a little wilted. Roar! Charizard shouted and lay on the ground wilted again. What's wrong with this Charizard? Wutong asked in confusion. I don't know either. This guy hasn't eaten since the day before yesterday, and I don't know why. GK said in confusion. Let me take a look if you don't mind. Wutong thought for a while and said. Hey, Wutong, are you a Pokemon doctor? GK said in surprise. No, I've just been learning Pokemon breeding techniques since I was a child. Wutong said. Learning Pokemon breeding techniques since childhood? Wait, are you the grandson of Mr. Aquin and Ms. Xingzi? GK suddenly asked. Yes, I am. Wutong replied. So that's the case, that's great, I always felt like I'd heard the name Wutong somewhere. GK said happily. Forget it, just be happy. Wutong said helplessly. So, Brother Long, what's wrong with you? Wutong squatted beside Charizard, and a green light appeared on his hand and he put it on Charizard's body and said. Roar roar. Roar. Perhaps because of Wutong's own affinity, Charizard shouted at Wutong. Yeah, so that's the case, okay, just give up treatment. After listening to Charizard's story, Wutong stood up and said to GK. Hey, what's going on? What happened? Why did you give up treatment? GK asked in confusion. Because although I have a wealth of knowledge about raising Pokemon, I really can't do anything about licking dogs. Wutong said helplessly with his hands spread out. This Charizard told Wutong that its dream dragon has completely ignored it recently, and even refused to let it help deliver fruit. Although I don't know what licking dogs is, I still ask you to give it a try. GK said. Well, okay. Wutong looked at Charizard helplessly. What else can a good dragon do, but a licking dog? Wutong squatted in front of Charizard again, and this time he was too lazy to even use the power of Champion. Hey, Brother Dragon, how can you be so self-destructive? Haven't you ever thought about it? This is a test from the goddess to you. Wutong said. Roar. Charizard looked shocked, raised his head and looked at Wutong, and his eyes seemed to ask if it was true. Of course. Think about it, if she just pretended to ignore you and you gave up, how can you impress your goddess without any perseverance? Question mark. How can you let your goddess trust you with the rest of her life like this? Wutong continued. Roar. Roar. Charizard regained his spirits and immediately grabbed a few wilted fruits and was about to fly away. Wait a minute. Do you want to take these stale fruits to your goddess? Wutong stopped Charizard and said seriously. Roar. Charizard stopped immediately and looked at Wutong with curiosity as if he was looking at his life mentor. You have to eat these yourself. Only by protecting your own stake can you better serve the goddess. Eat these fruits and pick the freshest fruits for your goddess. Remember, don't be affected by her words, they're all tests. Wutong said seriously. Roar. Charizard looked like he had just woken up from a dream and swallowed the fruits in his claws. Okay, it's solved. Wutong returned to GK and said. Although I don't quite understand what you are saying to Charizard, I always feel that this child is a bit embarrassing. GK said with a troubled look. Roar little Lisa nodded behind GK, and looked at Charizard with obvious contempt. Okay, remember, everything is a test. You must keep yourself healthy, only in this way can you serve the goddess around the clock. Wutong patted Charizard and said. Roar. Charizard nodded vigorously at Wutong to show that he understood. Wutong shook his head helplessly. Licking dogs are really everywhere. After solving the problem of licking dog Charizard, Wutong followed GK to continue to visit the Charmander Valley. At this time, Wutong's Charmander also began his own combat training. However, ordinary Charmanders are difficult to threaten Xiaoxia, so Xiaoxia began to look for those Charmanders with stronger bodies. Soon, Xiaoxia locked onto a Charmander that was obviously larger than the other Charmanders. Kana. Xiaoxia walked up and called out. Kana. The sturdy Charmander looked at Xiaoxia and called out disdainfully. Kana, Kana. Xiaoxia hooked his finger at Charmander, indicating that you go first. Kana. The sturdy Charmander couldn't stand the provocation and sprayed a mouthful of sparks at Xiaoxia. Kana. Xiaoxia's claws emitted a metallic luster and directly dispersed the flying sparks. Then Xiaoxia rushed towards Charmander, grabbing Charmander with his claws without losing momentum. Kana. Kama. Charmander's claws also emitted light and grabbed Xiaoxia. After a collision, Xiaoxia and Charmander both retreated, but Xiaoxia retreated a little more. It seems that Charmander is stronger. Xiaoxia did not stop, and his tail covered with the metallic luster lashed at Charmander. Charmander was not afraid at all, and slashed at Xiaoxia with his right claw. Xiaoxia and Charmander collided again. This time, Xiaoxia jumped into the air with a reaction force, and then a puff of smoke was sprayed out to block Charmander's vision. Kana. Charmander exhaled a blue-purple breath to disperse the smoke. However, when Charmander regained his vision, he saw a light blue light appear on Xiaoxia's body, and he rushed down with murderous intent. Charmander was unable to dodge and was hit head-on. After being hit hard, Charmander's eyes turned into circles and he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Kana. The victorious Xiaoxia happily put his hands on his hips and shouted. On the other side, the bracelet on GK's wrist, who was showing Wutong around, suddenly flashed red and vibrated. GK said that he would show Wutong some rare scenes, so he took Wutong to fairy egg storage room. The fairy eggs here are divided into different areas, and the sign in front of the fairy eggs in one area is flashing constantly. Then, as if the time had come, all the fairy eggs in this area glowed. Wutong witnessed the birth of a group of little fire dragon babies. GK saw the little fire dragon babies being born and immediately distributed the prepared food to the little fire dragon babies. Each little fire dragon baby held a bottle and drank. However, among the group of little fire dragon babies, a fairy egg with a slightly whitish color stood out. Is there such a poor little fellow this time? GK sighed as he looked at the elf egg. Wutong also came to GK and looked at the elf egg. The elf egg was covered with subtle cracks. For some reason, Wutong felt as if he could feel the elf egg was still beating. Chapter 169. The cracked egg was in her arms, and her face was full of regret. GK held the cracked elf egg in her arms, with a look of pity on her face. Miss GK, what happened to this elf egg? Wutong asked. I don't know the details, I just know that this elf egg didn't hatch normally. There are always 2 or 3 such children every year who can't be born for various reasons. GK's words were full of regret. Don't you try again? Wutong asked. In fact, this little guy is not the first time. Do you see this mark? We have tried to save every elf egg, but GK showed Wutong the red mark on the white eggshell and said. Wutong wanted to say that he felt that the Pokemon egg was still alive, but he had no evidence to prove it, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. And if the Pokemon egg cannot hatch normally, there is no way to rely on artificial power to help it hatch like ordinary oviparous creatures cannot hatch. Because the hatching of Pokemon eggs is not so much about hatching and birth, but about the evolution from eggs to Pokemon. You can refer to all the egg hatching scenes in the animation. Except for the Digipi who barely looks like he has hatched, the rest are all evolutionary, so the eggshell is a part of the Pokemon in a sense. If you break it directly, the egg will really be hopeless. Now the Pokemon egg is covered with fine cracks, which is why GK judged that the Pokemon egg is hopeless. Kana. At this time, Wutong's Charmander chased over and stared at the Pokemon egg in GK's arms. What's wrong, Charmander? Wutong asked, looking at Charmander's appearance. Kana, Kana Kana. Charmander pointed at the Pokémon egg in GK's arms and shouted. Your Charmander seems to want this Pokémon egg very much? GK guessed while looking at Charmander. Wutong raised his eyebrows when he saw Charmander's expression. That's right, since he couldn't prove it, he could just take this Pokémon egg that was considered dead. As the grandson of Aquan and Xingzi, it shouldn't be a disrespect to ask for a Pokémon egg that has already died. As for how to save this Pokémon egg, he can think of a way later. After all, it is a Charmander. Even if he can't command it at that time, it's good to give it to his best friend. Thinking of this, Wutong's eyes changed when he looked at the Pokémon egg in GK's arms. Miss GK, if you don't mind, can you give me this Pokémon egg? I still want to try it. If it doesn't work, I will bury it well. Wutong said. After hearing Wutong's words, GK was also stunned. She didn't expect that someone would want a dead elf egg. If it were an ordinary person, GK might still doubt whether he wanted to taste the taste of Charmander's elf egg. But as the grandson of Mr. Aquan and Ms. Xingzi, Wutong would definitely not do such a thing. It should be because of his love for Charmander that he wanted to try again. Thinking of this, GK looked at Wutong as if he was looking at a comrade who was fighting together. Okay, I hope you can save this little guy. If you can save it, you don't need to send it back. Just let it follow you directly. GK said even though he had no hope at all. Wutong took the elf egg and took it in his hand. Wutong seemed to feel the elf egg beating again. He subconsciously used the power of Changpan. Wutong felt the elf egg beating twice again. It seems that the key to hatching this Pokémon egg lies in his own evergreen force, but I don't know how much evergreen force is needed to save this little guy. Thank you, Miss GK, Xiaozhi. Here, this is your future brother or sister, you must protect it well. Wutong handed the cracked Pokémon egg to Charmander and said. Kana. Charmander carefully took the Pokémon egg and called out seriously. After the Pokémon egg episode, Wutong followed GK to look at the Charmander Valley and prepared to leave. After all, there was nothing else to attract him. After making an appointment with GK that he would come back to see it after his Charmander evolved into Charizard, Wutong left the Charizard Valley and continued his journey. After leaving the Charizard Valley, Wutong took back the Pokémon egg from Charizard. He wanted to know how much of his evergreen force this Pokémon egg would need to swallow before it could hatch. Will recover. Holding the Pokémon egg, Wutong began to use the power of evergreen with all his strength, and the green light covered the entire Pokémon egg. The cracks on the Pokémon egg were slowly recovering, but the speed was very slow. Wutong stopped only when he felt sleepy. However, the cracks on the Pokémon egg did not disappear much, and it seemed that this was also a big user of evergreen's power. You know, his current evergreen's power is much stronger than when it was used as a power bank for the three little ones. In this way, Wutong had one more homework every day, which was to deliver the power of evergreen to the Pokémon egg. Judging from the recovery speed of this Pokémon egg, it would take more than half a month to fully recover. While Wutong was delivering the power of evergreen to the Pokémon egg, he was also training the three little ones, Farfetch'd and Ditto. He would let the main players out to practice when he had nothing to do. Oh, by the way, there was also Crystal Onyx. Although the properties of Crystal Rock Snake make its positioning very awkward, and it may not be able to escape the fate of being a means of transportation, but means of transportation also need to be trained. After a few days of very fulfilling journey, Wutong successfully arrived at the next city, Scorpio Town. As soon as he entered Scorpio Town, Wutong saw an extremely conspicuous building. At the door of the building, there stood a statue of a sturdy man wearing Scorpio-like equipment. Is this the legendary Scorpio? Since I'm here, I might as well buy a specialty. Wutong walked to the front of the building and said to himself. Walking into the lobby on the first floor of the building, there is a large area of surroundings, with various Scorpio dolls and Scorpio figurines. There are also Scorpio masks, weapon toys, etc. Although Wutong doesn't know much about Scorpio, he still selected some peripheral products that he is interested in. Just as a way to make up for the regret of never buying the genuine product to play the peripherals. Oh, you bought so much at once, you are a loyal fan of Scorpio. At the cashier, a man dressed like a cowboy with a beer belly said to Wutong. No, this is my first time seeing Scorpio, but boys must be very interested in this masked hero. Wutong said bluntly. Ha ha ha, so, if you don't mind, let me tell you about Scorpio. I think no one in the whole Scorpio town knows Scorpio better than me, said the middle-aged man. Really? I'll leave it to you, Wutong said. Haha, by the way, I'm the store manager Aang here, let me take you to appreciate the charm of Scorpio, Aang said and turned on a monitor. The picture of Scorpio immediately appeared on the monitor. In the city at night, the people attacked by the monster, the mark in the night sky calling Scorpio, the mask covering half of the face, the cloak like the wings of the Scorpio. It's him. Bateman. Ahem, no, it's Scorpio. How is it, is he a charming hero? Aang asked Wutong. Yes, he is indeed a very good hero. Wutong nodded and said. Ho ha ho ha, it seems that we have a lot in common. In this case, I'll give you a good thing. Aang took out a whistle with a Scorpio mark and handed it to Wutong. What is this? Wutong asked. This is a whistle that can call out Scorpio. If you are in trouble, blow it and Scorpio will go back to help you, Aang said. Wutong saw Aang's expectant look and accepted the whistle, just as a peripheral. Then I look forward to meeting you next time, brother, Aang said and went to receive other guests. Carrying a lot of things, Wutong left the Scorpio building and prepared to find a place to rest. After all, there seemed to be no Pokemon Center in Scorpio Town. Just as he was about to look for a place to stay tonight, there was a sudden explosion from the Scorpio building behind him. What's going on? Wutong turned around in surprise and saw black smoke coming out of the Scorpio building. Everyone inside ran out like they were fleeing. What happened? A citizen couldn't help asking. Since you are asking sincerely. A proud female voice sounded. Common sense won't answer. A male voice appeared. Omitted below, this plagiarized opening line is. After hearing the line, Wutong suddenly thought of two idiots. Sure enough, after the opening line, two people in Rocket Team uniforms appeared. The rare Pokemon and valuables here belong to the Rocket Team, said Yamato. That's right, give up resistance, Xiaozhi also said. At this time, a man who looked like a shop assistant blew a whistle. You bad guys. I won't allow you to do whatever you want. A voice full of justice sounded. A man wearing the same clothes as the Scorpio man, with a Scorpio beside him, but with a beer belly, appeared in front of Amato and Xiaozhi and said. Where did this strange guy come from? Amato said. You think you can stop our Rocket Team? Xiaozhi said disdainfully. Go, Scorpio. The Scorpio man directly commanded the Scorpio to start attacking. The Scorpio flew directly to Amato. However, before he touched Amato, he was knocked to the ground by a Dallaby. What? Scorpio, cheer up. The Scorpio man called out. The Scorpio man is in a tough battle, it seems that I need to come out. Wutong was just about to help when he suddenly thought of something. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. It really has to conform to the style of Scorpio Town. Wutong said as he put the large and small bags in his hand on the shadow, and the items slowly sank into the shadow. At the same time, Wutong looked around to find a suitable place. No one can hinder us this time. Stinging jellyfish, tie up all the guys who resist. Amato commanded happily. Behind her stood a ferocious stinging jellyfish, which seemed to be assigned to her by the Rocket Team for missions. Eridus, tie up this strange guy and let him know that the Rocket Team is not easy to mess with. Xiaozhi also commanded. Behind Xiaozhi, an Aladus sprayed silk to tie up the Scorpio. That's it. A girl's voice appeared. What? Who is it? X2 Amato and Xiaozhi looked up in surprise. I am Scorpio number 2. Scorpio girl. Scorpio. Listen to me now, please. A girl wearing a Scorpio-like outfit shouted from the roof of the Scorpio building. The Scorpio, who was held down by Dallaby, broke free instantly upon hearing the Scorpio girl's voice and flew to the side of the Scorpio girl. Could it be? The Scorpio looked at the Scorpio girl and said to himself. What? Said Amato. Why is there another strange guy? Said Kasaburo speechlessly. Then the Scorpio girl began to execute justice. After a few minutes, justice failed and the Scorpio girl was also tied up next to the Scorpio. I thought it was so powerful, Amato said as he looked at the Scorpio and Scorpio girl tied together. It turned out to be so. Kasaburo followed. Really? Then I wonder if I can satisfy you too. A voice appeared. Damn it, it's endless. Who is it? Question mark. Amato couldn't help shouting. If you dare to say it, come out. Kasaburo also shouted. As you wish. Along with the sound, two figures fell from the air. A man wearing a magenta leather suit and a helmet like a barcode fell in front of Armado and Spearow. Behind him, a sturdy pink giant Swampert was looking at Armado and Spearow with his hands rubbed. You. Who are you? Armado's pupils shrank after seeing the giant Swampert, and he said stumblingly. Why are you here? Are you? After seeing the giant Swampert, Spearow felt his heart slow down and couldn't help saying. I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Remember it. In order to prevent the two from exposing their identities, Wutong shouted hurriedly. Damn it. We won't surrender. Stinging jellyfish. Armado gritted his teeth and said. Eridus, you too. Spearow also shouted. Swampert, get rid of them. Wutong said calmly. Leg. Swampert bumped his fists and walked towards the Stinger and Eridus. The battle was very short and boring. Although I had Stinger and Eridus assigned by Team Rocket as the gang leaders, I was still no match for Swampert. Armadia and Spearow still did not escape the fate of being beaten away. Before they were beaten away, they vaguely saw Wutong secretly making gestures to them. The two decided to run fast and never fall into Wutong's clutches. After beating up Armado and Spearow, Wutong untied the Scorpio and Scorpio girl. Thank you, I don't know who you are. The Scorpio who regained his freedom asked. I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by. Wutong said calmly. Thank you, Pink Man. The Scorpio girl said gratefully. Pink Man. Pink Man. The people nearby also shouted loudly. Don't follow, just give it a name. And, this is Pink. Wutong's roar spread throughout the street. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. The first time, the second time. Wutong was invited to the underground floor of the Scorpio building, a secret base with a full sense of technology. Welcome to the secret base of the Scorpio. The Scorpio said happily to Wutong. Wow, Manager Aong, you actually built a secret base, so amazing. Wutong looked around and exclaimed. Ho ha, that's right, my daughter talked about it for a long time when I built this base, cough. Wait a minute, I'm a Scorpio, not Manager Aong. Scorpio Aong quickly changed his words halfway through. Manager Aong, your secret base is built underground in the Scorpio building, what else is there to struggle with? Wutong took off his helmet and said. Yes, is it too obvious? Hey. Brother, it's you. Aong also took off his mask and looked at Wutong in surprise. Aong quickly accepted the fact that the pink man was Wutong, and took him to visit the secret base and told him the origin of Scorpio. During the visit, Wutong saw a row of things and showed an interested look. Manager Aong, can you sell me one of these? Wutong asked. Are you sure? Can you? I can give you one directly. Aong said generously. No, just give me a discount, and if possible, it would be best if you can help me change it. Wutong said. If you insist, it's fine, but it may take a day. Aong thought for a while and said. After staying in Scorpio Town for a day, Wutong got what he wanted, and then Wutong continued his journey. During this time, Wutong went to look for Yamato and Spearow, but the two guys did not listen to him and ran away directly. Wutong decided that he would teach those two guys what it means to be obedient the next time he met them. However, Wutong was quite puzzled as to why these two guys appeared here and tried to rob Scorpio Town. Was it because of the butterfly effect caused by his existence? Rodham, how far is it from Hinoki Town? Wutong asked Rodham on his mobile phone in the forest. At the current speed, it will take 2 days to reach Lotto. Rodham on his mobile phone said. Something is coming. Wutong suddenly stopped and said. Hey, young man, are you a Pokemon trainer? A steady voice appeared. Yes, I am a Pokemon trainer. Do you have any advice? Wutong replied, and he saw a middle-aged man in a samurai costume. Please fight Pokemon with me. The middle-aged man in a samurai costume said. Try the sword? Well, just treat it as a warm-up in advance. Wutong replied. As soon as Wutong finished accepting the words, a red figure appeared in the forest behind the middle-aged man, jumping between the trees and rushing towards Wutong. Zhang. A sound of metal clashing rang out. A large hornet with a silver body and dark red stripes crossed its two needles in front of it, blocking the attack of a giant mantis. Ambush is not a good habit, uncle. Behind the hornet, Wutong said with an open Pokeball in his hand. That's really sorry. After all, I want to know how strong you are, little brother. The middle-aged man said. Hornet. Double needles. Mantis. Metal claws. There was another sound of metal colliding, and the hornet and mantis fought together. Wutong already knew what plot he had encountered. Mantis, stop. You're a very strong guy, I hope you can do me a favor. The middle-aged man stopped the mantis and said to Wutong. Beedrill, stop and tell me more, but my price is very high, Wutong said with a profiteer's smile. Interesting boy, as long as you can succeed, everything else is easy to talk about. The middle-aged man replied generously. This middle-aged man is called Muramasa. He used to be a powerful trainer and won many championships. Now he has opened a dojo in the forest here, in order to pass on his experience to new trainers, hoping that they can win championships and major competitions around the world in the future. To put it simply, the former excellent player wanted to make use of his remaining heat after retiring, so he changed his goal and became a coach. And his most outstanding apprentice, who is also his son Shingo, appeared in the question. Now Shingo feels that he has found the deepest meaning of Pokemon battle. He believes that no one's strength can surpass the data, so he is obsessed with a player database he built, and thinks that no one is his opponent, so he has not fought for a long time. And Muramasa hopes that Wutong can awaken Shingo through the battle and let him understand that Pokemon battles cannot rely on data alone. Wutong gladly accepted this commission. After all, he thinks Shingo actually has great potential and is a trainer who follows the data flow, but this child has gone astray. In Wutong's view, Shingo has overlooked that the focus of Pokemon battles is on the battle, and data can only be used as an auxiliary, and cannot be completely relied on. Under the leadership of Muramasa, Wutong came to a dojo hidden in the forest. Although it is located in the forest, the dojo covers a large area. And although the style is simple, it does not look shabby. Walking into the dojo, it is a scene where many trainers train with their Pokemon. This is the Pokemon dojo I opened. Muramasa proudly introduced. It's a very good dojo. Wutong couldn't help but say. Kana. Charmander followed Wutong with a Pokemon egg in his arms and shouted. For some reason, Charmander liked the Pokemon egg very much, so Wutong simply let Charmander follow him with the egg when he was free. As for when he encountered trouble, he would temporarily send the egg to the Dream Demon in the shadow, but the time should not be too long. After all, Pokemon eggs are also considered living beings, and it is difficult for them to survive in the shadow for a long time. Wutong never understood what the space in the shadow was, which was really full of mysteries. Master. Welcome back. XN saw that Muramasa was back, and the trainers and their Pokemon who were training stopped at the same time, bowed respectfully to Muramasa and greeted him. Wutong could feel that these disciples respected Muramasa from the bottom of their hearts. It seemed that Muramasa was an excellent master. Mr. Muramasa, your disciples are also very good. I can feel that they respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Wutong said. Ha, thank you for your compliment, brother Wutong. You guys continue to study. Jilang, you entertain the guests. Wutong, you take a break. I'll instruct my disciples. Muramasa responded with a smile. Yes, master. Guest, please follow me. A short-haired boy said to Wutong. Under Jilang's leadership, Wutong sat in the house, where he could directly see how Muramasa instructs his disciples. After serving tea to Wutong, Jilang introduced his master, Muramasa, with admiration in his words. Red Flash? Not a bad title. Wutong said while drinking tea. It's no big deal. A voice suddenly appeared. Young master. Jilang said when he saw the person who suddenly appeared. Roar, is that you? Wutong said when he saw the man leaning against the door frame with a laptop in his hand. This is my son Shingo. Wutong, please fight with my son. Muramasa walked over and said. Dad, although you want to force me to fight, I am very satisfied with this opponent, right? The champion of the Quartz Conference, Wutong. Shingo said to Wutong. After hearing what Shingo said, Wutong immediately held Shingo's hand and looked very excited. You seem to be a good kid. Wutong said with emotion. Shingo was shocked by Wutong's behavior and wanted to pull his hand back, but how could he, who was walking around the room every day, have more strength than Wutong? Hey, What's the matter with you? Isn't it a battle? Let go. Shingo couldn't help but said after pulling it twice and found that he couldn't pull it out at all. Ahem, sorry, I was excited for a while. After all, it's rare to meet someone who knows me. Wutong let go of Shingo's hand and said, Humph, Wutong, the champion of the Quartz Conference, you belong to Type A in my database. Whether it is offensive, tactical or Pokemon cultivation, you are very good. Shingo saw Wutong let go of his hand and regained his confident look and said, Oh, is it a business blow first? Wutong said. But it's useless. I have collected your information and have ways to deal with you. Originally, the people in my database were not worthy of me to take action, but you are the champion, so you are worth my action. Shingo said. Really? Then it seems that I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am looking forward to how you will fight me. Wutong said with interest. As for being angry, would you argue with a frog in a well? Is he angry because of the size of the sky? In Wutong's opinion, Shingo, who is trapped in the data, is not much different from a frog in a well. Then let's fight in the field outside. After hearing that Wutong was the champion of the Quartz Conference, Muramasa felt more stable, so he took the initiative to say. Wutong and Shingo stood on each side of the field. Shingo vs. Wutong, using one Pokemon. Muramasa said as a guest referee. Go, Beedrill. Wutong released his Pokemon directly after standing up, and his attitude was already very obvious. I gave you the problem clearly, now let me see how you crack it. Is this the confidence of a champion? But it's useless. Go, Bray. Shingo also sent out his own Pokemon, which was not surprisingly a giant mantis. Bray is my strongest Pokemon, surpassing my father's authentic speed, strength and physical strength, and is the most perfect giant mantis in the world. Shingo said confidently, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground and turned on the computer. Both sides are ready, the battle begins. Muramasa shouted. Lay the mines. Use lightning flash. Shingo commanded while staring at the screen. Scare. A blue light burst out from the body of the giant mantis and rushed towards the giant bee. Beetle, move at high speed, use the missile needle to stop it. Wutong commanded. But the giant bee's speed increased significantly and began to move at high speed on the field, while firing energy needles at the path of the giant mantis. The command reaction speed is 0.12, which is much stronger than the average giant bee. Giant mantis, we also move at high speed. Catch up. Shingo commanded. Scare. The speed of the giant mantis continued to increase, leaving a series of red after images on the field, which really looked like red flashes. Seeing the red flashes on the field, Wutong raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, their giant mantis was a little abnormally fast. You should know that after Scyther evolved into giant mantis, the racial value changed a lot. Although the total amount did not change, the distribution method changed a lot. Abandoning 40 points of speed, they were added to attack and physical defense respectively. This is because after the evolution, there is a steel system and a steel shell on the body. Whether it is Muramasa's Masamune or Shingo's Bray, they are different from ordinary giant claws mantis in speed and are very fast. Even if they use high-speed movement and lightning flash, they can still feel the obvious difference, and Wutong is sure that it is not because of the characteristics. If it is a light metal characteristic, the speed of giant claws mantis should be faster as a whole, but in Wutong's opinion, the abnormal speed of giant claws mantis is more like a special burst skill. This is also the reason why Wutong is willing to accept Muramasa's commission. After all, his giant bee has a similar situation to giant claws mantis. If he can learn this skill, the combat effectiveness of giant bee will definitely grow significantly. Big B, double needles. Wutong knew that he could not continue to compete in speed, so he commanded. Buzz the two needles of giant bee flashed with cold light and stabbed at giant claws mantis. Bray, keep speeding up, dodge it, and then use the metal claws. Shingo commanded with a smile as if he had won. SHHH. The speed of the giant claws mantis increased again and instantly dodged the double needles of the giant bee, and appeared behind the giant bee. The two giant claws were covered with the metallic luster and hit the giant bee. Big B, metal claws. Wutong shouted. Zhang. The sound of metal clashing appeared, and the giant bee turned halfway and blocked the metal claws of the giant claws mantis with one needle arm. What? How could the giant bee use the metal claws? No, how did it block it? Shingo said in disbelief. Then start to speed up next. Big B, Double Needles Bullet Punch. Wutong commanded. Buzz! The giant bee turned around completely and faced the giant claws mantis head-on, and the double needles stabbed out with a burst of afterimages. Bray, get out of the way! Shingo shouted. However, how could the bullet punch at this distance be so easy to dodge? Even though Mantis tried hard, it was still stung several times. How is it possible? The attack speed suddenly increased so much? We need to change the data quickly. Shingo quickly operated the computer. Where are you looking at? Beedrill, malicious pursuit. Wutong shouted. Buzz! The black mist wrapped around the double needles of Beedrill, and Beedrill instantly caught up with Mantis and stabbed out 2 long needles again. What? Play! Shingo couldn't help shouting. It's not over yet. Double needles, continuous slash. Wutong continued to command. Buzz! The double needles of Beedrill flashed with cold light as if they had turned into 2 knives and kept slashing at Mantis. At this time, Shingo, my eyes kept switching between the battlefield and the computer screen, and for a moment I didn't know where to look. The last blow. Fatal stab. Wutong said coldly. Buzz! The giant bee appeared behind the giant mantis, and the long needle on the right stabbed out. The giant mantis was fatally injured and fell to the ground. The winner is decided. The giant mantis has lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Wutong. Muramasa announced. Chapter 171. The old man was very angry. Looking at the giant mantis that had lost its fighting power, Shingo couldn't help but throw his laptop aside and run to the giant mantis. Seeing Shingo's actions, Wutong nodded. It seems that this child is not hopeless. As long as he finds the right way, he will definitely be an excellent trainer. How about it? Do you have any ideas? Wutong walked in front of Shingo and said. I don't know. There is obviously enough information, and the result of the calculation is obviously not like this. Shingo whispered while holding the giant mantis. Because the information is just information, no one will give you time to check the information during the battle. Maybe you can analyze the response methods of various situations, but do you think the opponent will give you time to analyze? The battlefield changes rapidly, and you can't predict all situations. Wutong said like a teacher at this time. Yes, you are right. I didn't have time to look at the data just now. What is the meaning of my data? Shingo said unconfidently. That's because these data don't belong to you. Wutong said. No, they belong to me. Shingo was completely confused and asked Wutong. Yes, no matter how complete the data you have collected and how many ways to deal with it are, they are all in the computer. You can only use them if you remember all the data in your mind and make them all your own. Wutong said something that is basically impossible to accomplish. How is this possible? How can I remember the data of so many people? Shingo immediately shook his head and replied. This is another problem. Your data itself has problems. You know, it is unrealistic to want to collect the data of other trainers, because people will grow up, and it is difficult for you to keep your data up to date forever, so relying on data blindly will only be defeated by your own data in the end. Wutong said. Then what should I do? Shingo asked. First, go fight by yourself. If you can't adapt to the battle, it's useless to memorize everyone's information in your mind. You need to learn to deal with various situations. This is what a trainer should do. Wutong said. Shingo nodded and continued to look at Wutong. Then, continue on your way. No problem. Everyone has their own way to become stronger. Isn't your way based on knowledge? But you must remember that you are the master. Don't be controlled by the information. They can only be a reference and a tool to help you become stronger. Wutong continued. I am the master. Shingo's eyes gradually regained their spirits and he muttered to himself. Third, change your collection method. As you said, you can't remember everyone's information, but you can remember all the Pokemon's information, right? The characteristics, features, and possible skills of each Pokemon? Don't say you can't remember them. An old trainer will remember most of them without having to remember them specifically. Wutong said. Remember the Pokemon. Shingo continued to repeat Wutong's words. The last point is that you can remember the trainer's information, but you don't need to remember all of it. Just remember their style and the Pokemon they represent. As long as you have enough knowledge of Pokemon, you can take most of the advantages when they temporarily send out Pokemon combined with their fighting style. However, the premise is that you have to learn to fight. But I think this is not a difficult point for you. Wutong said. This is what Wutong thinks is the normal state of a data flow Pokemon trainer. In fact, Wutong thinks that he is also a data flow trainer, or perhaps a data flow plus cultivation trainer. So that's how it is. It turns out that I have been going astray. Thank you. Shingo completely recovered his vitality. After taking back the giant claw mantis, he stood up and bowed deeply to Wutong. Thank you, Wutong. It seems that the effect is very good. I can feel the changes in my son. Muramasa said at this time. I didn't do anything. After all, I recognize Shingo's talent, and I want to be the strongest Pokemon trainer. The more excellent opponents there are on the road of trainers, the more interesting it is, isn't it? Wutong replied with a smile. The strongest Pokemon trainer? I won't lose either. Although it's because you enlightened me, I also want to work hard to become the strongest Pokemon trainer. Shingo said. Of course not. The problem is, it won't be boring if there are opponents. I came to the Johto region to participate in the Silver Tournament. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Wutong asked. Silver Tournament? That's really exciting. My father used to be the champion of many tournaments. I haven't even won a championship yet, but I think I have no opponent. Now I think it's really ridiculous. Shingo said self-deprecatingly, but his words have already shown his interest in the Silver Tournament. It seems that you are preparing to participate in the Silver Tournament, so I look forward to meeting you in the Silver Tournament. By the way, I have 4 other strong opponents. Don't be polite when you meet them. Go and fight them. I won't let you down. Wutong said. Really? The opponents who can be recognized by you are all very strong trainers. I suddenly feel a little excited. Shingo said expectantly. Wutong told Shingo the names of Shinji, Satoshi, Mao, and Ming. Shingo said that he would definitely learn from them if he met them. I won't say thank you a second time. So, Wutong, what should I use to thank you? You look like you have a goal. Don't worry, just say it. As long as I can get it. Muramasa said to Wutong. In fact, my Beedrill is a bit similar to the nature of Mantis for some reasons. To put it simply, it is slower because of physical reasons. But I saw that the speed of your and Shingo's Mantis is very unusual, so I hope to learn this skill. Of course, it doesn't matter if it is a family heirloom. Wutong said. Ho ha ho ha, what family heirloom is there? It's just a little trick I discovered by chance. But because it is mainly Mantis, no other Pokemon has learned it, and I'm not sure if it will work on other Pokemon. Muramasa said generously. Wutong was about to reply when he felt a vibration in his clothes and a ringing sound. It was the communicator of the Pokemon investigator. Sorry, Mr. Muramasa. Wutong apologized and ran to a deserted place outside the gym. Hello, it's me. Wutong said after answering the communicator. Where are you now? Is it far from Hinoki Town? Otto's voice came from the communicator. Neither of them mentioned their names. After all, it was still a secret that Wutong was a Pokemon investigator. I'm going to Hinoki Town, ready to challenge the Hinoki Gym. What happened? I'm not far from Hinoki Town now. Wutong estimated. According to Rodham on the phone, he will reach Hinoki Town in 2 days, provided that he maintains walking, training and moving forward, and takes a break and eats when the time comes. If he goes directly, the time will be greatly shortened. Is that so? I'm sorry, but can you please go to Hinoki Town immediately? Recently, Team Rocket has been very active in the Johto area, and their traces have appeared in many places. The Alliance is already short of manpower. Now Hinoki Town has reported that Team Rocket has appeared and is likely to take action, so I hope you can rush over to support them. Otto said with a hint of apology in his words. After all, before Wutong came to the Johto region to travel, Otto said that he would focus on growth and would not let him participate in the mission, but now he started to let him go to support. Although Otto's identity does not need to feel sorry at all, after all, the relationship between the two is a legitimate dispatch mission, but with Otto's character, this kind of thing that violates the word still makes him feel a little sorry. Okay, I know, after all, I am also a Pokemon trainee investigator. How can I leave the Rocket team alone? But this operation will not be just me, right? Wutong asked. No, there is another trainee investigator, and I will rush over as soon as I have finished the work at hand. Otto replied. I understand, I'll leave now. Wutong replied. After Otto reminded Wutong to pay attention to safety, he hung up the call without a word of extra nonsense. Obviously, Otto was also very busy. It's still very busy, but I just got a good thing. Wutong put away the communicator and said to himself. Wutong, are you in trouble? Do you need my help? Muramasa came over and asked enthusiastically. Obviously, Muramasa had great goodwill towards Wutong, who had awakened his son. No, Mr. Muramasa, but I need to leave immediately. Wutong declined. I see, this is for you. It records the method I developed to make the giant claw mantis have the speed of the flying mantis, Muramasa said as he handed a scroll to Wutong. Thank you so much, Mr. Muramasa. Time is running out, so I have to leave first. Say goodbye to Shingo for me. Goodbye, Wutong said after taking the scroll. What an interesting child. Looking at the direction where Wutong left, Muramasa muttered to himself. Finding a deserted place, Wutong quickly transformed into Xiaotong mode. Charmander also took back the Pokeball, and the Poke-Egg was temporarily placed in the shadow with protective measures. Then, let's get ready to go, Wutong said as he gently kicked his own shadow. Wutong's shadow stretched strangely, and then waves appeared, and a brand new motorcycle emerged from the shadow. This is a modified motorcycle, which Wutong bought from Scorpio, and the modification is based on the motorcycle that Wutong gave to Xiaoming. But the difference is that a groove is left on the front of the car. Rodham, come out to work. Destination, Juniper Town, Wutong said. Got it, Lotto. The mobile phone Rodham flew out and stuck in the groove of the front of the car, fitting perfectly. After the mobile phone Rodham stuck in the groove, the whole motorcycle seemed to have a little more spirituality. Then, get ready to go. Wutong, who was wearing the Pokemon trainee investigator uniform but without a cloak, put on a helmet and got on the motorcycle and said, 3, 2, 1. Go. Lotto. The lights of the motorcycle flashed and Rodham's voice came out, and then the motorcycle rushed out directly. Although wearing a helmet, the long silver hair in the pupil mode could not be completely put into the helmet. When the motorcycle started, it left a silver trace in the air. With a mobile phone Rodham navigation and automatic driving, Wutong rushed to the town of Hinoki at a very fast speed. At this time, in another direction, a person wearing the uniform of a Pokemon trainee investigator was also rushing to Hinoki town, but the way this trainee investigator rushed was a bit strange. Keely, come on, this mission must be completed perfectly, Xiaozhi said to the Kylie with a flower on his head. Kylie, let Xiaozhi ride on his neck, protect Xiaozhi with 2 arms, and sprint towards the town of Hinoki with the other 2 arms swinging wildly. If Wutong saw the way Xiaozhi was rushing, he would definitely tell this guy to quickly catch the Pokemon that can only be used as a means of transportation. In Hinoki town, near the well of Slowpoke, Amato and Kasaburo were directing some Rocket Team soldiers to take action. Move faster, and make sure to finish before Lord Lance comes, Amato shouted. That's right, work faster, Kasaburo also shouted in cooperation. This operation cannot fail again, otherwise our wages will be completely ruined, Amato said with gritted teeth. That's right, it's all because of that little brat. Otherwise, how could we need to do this kind of work to make money? Kasaburo also said unhappily. But the person in charge this time is Lord Lance, and we are just helping him, Yamato continued. Even if that little brat comes to get in the way, we don't need to go up. Kasaburo nodded and replied. On a cliff somewhere near the well of Slowpoke, Wutong hid his figure and stared at Team Rocket who were doing bad things below. It's those 2 idiots. It's just right that we let them run away last time. We must teach them a lesson this time. But is Team Rocket short of funds? Wutong muttered to himself. Because below, next to the well of Slowpoke, a group of Slowpokes were thrown into a pile at random, and the tails of these Slowpokes were all cut off. And the Rocket's miscellaneous soldiers were still cutting the tails of Slowpokes. In the Pokemon world, Slowpoke's tail is a very high-end food, and it is said to taste very delicious. Many rich people like to eat Slowpoke's tail, which also leads to the high price of Slowpoke's tail. Even if the league prohibits large-scale hunting of Slowpoke for its delicious tail, there are still delicious tails popular in the black market. And the Rocket's actions this time are self-evident, just for money. It seems that they have found their original intention and remembered that the purpose of the Rockets in the first place was to make a lot of money. I don't know when my teammates will arrive. I can't face so many Rockets at the same time by myself. I hope my teammates can arrive quickly, Wutong muttered to himself. Rockets, stop your illegal behavior. Just surrender. A voice suddenly sounded. What? Question mark. Wutong looked over in surprise, and saw a handsome blonde boy riding on the neck of a monster with a flower on its head, shouting righteously to the rockets next to the well of Slowpoke. This idiot! Wutong couldn't help but yelled after seeing his teammates. Chapter 172. The rockets were working, and the supervisors, Yamato and Kazuburou, were all stunned when they saw a strange man riding a strange force suddenly jump out. Crystal Rock Snake. Falling rocks. Just as everyone present was stunned, a voice sounded above their heads. Then countless rocks fell from the sky, and the rockets, who were not prepared for a moment, were hit by the rain of rocks and ran around. This voice is the master, Xiaozhi said after hearing the voice. As soon as Xiaozhi finished speaking, a girl wearing a Pokémon trainee investigator uniform, with long silver hair and a dark blue arm guard on her right arm, fell from the air in front of Xiaozhi. Master, are you here to support me? Xiaozhi said to Wutong happily. I support you, Banana Stick Hammer. Don't you have any other way to complete the task in your mind except rushing? You dare to jump out with so many rocket team here? Wutong jumped up and gave Xiaozhi a slap and shouted. There was no way. Xiaozhi was riding on the neck of the strange force now, and he couldn't hide him without jumping up. As for not hitting girls, Wutong really couldn't treat this guy in front of him who was more handsome than himself and had a brain defect as a girl. It doesn't matter, I'm very strong, and the master is here to help, there must be no problem. Xiaozhi jumped off the strange force and said. You two guys, you don't take us seriously. Amado shouted after recovering from the chaos. That's right, only two people also want to stop the rocket team's actions. Guys, prepare to fight back. Xiao Sanlang shouted. Yes. X and rocket team soldiers released their Pokémon one after another. DOS. X and Iridius were released one by one. These Iridius looked a little thin, but their eyes were very scarlet and fierce. It was no accident that they were the laboratory products of Orb Silk Spider Town. Tisk, this is troublesome. Wutong said as he looked at the large number of fierce Iridius in front of him and smacked his tongue. Garnado, come out, Melita. Xiaozhi called out his Pokémon without fear. Garnahana, two Pokémon that looked very cute, appeared beside Xiaozhi, but Wutong, who knew the true gender of these two Pokémon, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. No way, Dream Demon, please help me. Wutong said helplessly. The Dream Demon flew out from Wutong's shadow and floated beside Wutong, and the ground behind Wutong also shook. A large rock snake with a crystal clear body rushed out from the ground, raised its body high, and protected behind Wutong. The members of Team Rocket ordered the Iridius to attack without any hesitation, and large patches of purple energy needles shot at Wutong and Xiaozhi. Roar! Without Wutong's command, Crystal Onyx directly blocked Wutong and Xiaozhi, blocking the poison needle attack with its body. Because the Crystal Onyx, whose attributes were changed by the power of Flash, has the attributes of Ice plus Steel, the poison needle did not cause effective damage to Crystal Onyx. Milihua, use Sweet Fragrance and Paralysis Powder. Xiaozhi also commanded. Hana Milihua jumped onto Crystal Onyx and danced a lovely dance. A pink mist with a sweet breath flew towards Team Rocket and Iridius. If you look closely, you can vaguely find a little yellow powder in the mist. The scarlet color of the Iridius who smelled the sweet aroma faded slightly, and they absorbed the aroma intoxicatedly. The paralysis powder and the aroma was also inhaled into the body of the Iridius. What a sweet smell! Amado also smelled the sweet aroma and couldn't help saying. Don't smell it, quickly command a counterattack. Xiaozhi said soberly. In Xiaozhi's shout, the rocket team's miscellaneous soldiers also knew that they couldn't smell it, and hurriedly commanded a counterattack. The Iridius who could still move jumped up and shot out spider webs from their abdomens. The paralyzed Iridius struggled to spit out spider silk and shot it at Wutong and Xiaozhi. Dream Demon, Magic Flame. Wutong shouted with a wave of his hand. Dream. The Dream Demon flew to the front and spit out a rotating orange-red flame from its mouth, burning the spider webs and spider silks shot at it. Garnado, calm them down, Hypnosis. Xiaozhi commanded. Sarah. Shinado instantly moved to the side of the Dream Demon, with his eyes a blue light appeared. Invisible energy waves shot towards the Iridius, who were already paralyzed by the paralysis powder and gradually became sleepy. However, there were too many Iridius, and it was difficult to make all the Iridius on the field fall asleep relying on Gardevoir alone. Dream Demon, help Gardevoir, use Hypnosis. Wutong commanded. Dream. The Dream Demon shouted, and blue light appeared in his eyes, and a hypnotic wave stronger than Gardevoir appeared. All the Alidus fell asleep under the influence of double hypnosis. Yamato, Kazuburou and the rest of the Rocket Team members also fell asleep and collapsed on the ground. Then just in case, Gardevoir, use Dream Eater. Xiaozhi said as he looked at the Alidus and the Rocket Team members sleeping on the ground. Gardevoir raised her arms horizontally, and pink mist-like energy appeared and covered the sleeping Alidus. Waves of energy were absorbed into Gardevoir's body. Gardevoir's consumption was not much, and with a large rhizome, Gardevoir was instantly oversupplied. Gardevoir hugged herself with her arms, a strange blush appeared on her face, and she kept twisting her body. Tisk, this is a healthy novel, how could such a pervert appear? Wutong said unhappily when looking at Gardevoir's appearance. Hey, master, what are you talking about? Gardevoir is not a pervert. Xiaozhi said. What happened when I was away? Why were my subordinates defeated? Can you two explain it to me? Just as Wutong and Xiaozhi were about to tie up all the members of Team Rocket, a polite voice sounded. Who is it? Xiaozhi asked sharply. Dream Demon, Hypnosis. Wutong did not hesitate, and commanded the Dream Demon to start attacking the moment he heard the voice. The Dream Demon's eyes emitted blue light and an invisible wave was emitted. Expat, ultrasonic wave. A man wearing a black Rocket Team uniform and a black newsboy cap appeared in front of Wutong and Xiaozhi. Next to this man was the Expat, which opened its mouth wide and released a wave of sound waves. Hypnosis was blocked by ultrasonic waves. Wutong said in disbelief, although he had long known that hypnosis would hardly work when facing a powerful Pokémon trainer. But Wutong did not expect that the hypnosis of the Dream Demon would be neutralized by ultrasonic waves. Sure enough, the operability of skills in reality is much higher than in the game. It's very rude to interrupt others casually. Let me see, the cute lady with silver hair and the handsome guy with blonde hair. It seems that you two are the two Pokémon investigators who captured our Rocket Team members in Orb Spider Town. The man looked at Wutong and Xiaozhi and said, I am a Pokémon investigator, Wutong, you should be a cadre of the Rocket Team. Wutong looked at the man in front of him vigilantly and asked, Wutong? It's a good name. My name is Lance, a senior cadre of the Rocket Team. Now, it's time to settle the problem of you repeatedly blocking the Rocket Team's actions. Lance said. Wutong frowned, he felt that things were getting troublesome. Dream Demon. Telekinesis. Wutong commanded. The blue light appeared in the eyes of the Dream Demon again, and the nearby stones also showed a slight blue light, and then flew up and shot at Lance. Attack the trainer without hesitation, Zbat, Air Blade. Lance commanded. The wings of the bat flapped, and an arc-shaped air blade appeared and shot towards the Dream Demon. The stones controlled by the Dream Demon's telekinesis were all cut and fell to the ground. The air blade continued to fly towards the Dream Demon. Gardevoir. Shadow Ball. Xiaozhi shouted. Gardevoir. Gardevoir stretched out its arms, and several dark purple energy balls shot out, blocking the air blade. 2 against 1, it's really bad for me. Double Bullet Gas, Mud Attack. Lance released another Pokémon. A dark-colored Double Bullet Gas appeared, spitting out balls of purple and smelly mud and shooting at Wutong and Xiaozhi. Roar. Crystal Onyx wanted to help the two block it. The purple mud hit Crystal Onyx's body, and a hissing sound appeared. The mud that hit Crystal Onyx seemed to be very corrosive, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from the position where Crystal Onyx was attacked. It stands to reason that Crystal Onyx, which has the steel attribute, should be immune to poison, but I don't know how Lance trained it, since it made the sludge attack of Double Bomb Gas corrosive. Crystal Onyx's body a certain degree of corrosion has occurred. There is no other way. I can't hold on even if I don't reveal my identity. This guy is definitely close to the strength of the king. Wutong said with gritted teeth. He knew that it was impossible to block Lance's attack with only the Dream Demon and Crystal Rock Snake. Even if all the main forces were called out, there was not much hope of defeating Lance. At this time, Wutong had completely confirmed Lance's identity. He was a senior cadre of the Rocket Team, Lance, one of the 4 generals, and was best at using poison-type Pokémon. Although Lance's hard power should be close to the king level, or the feeling of a king-level goalkeeper. But it was not something Wutong could handle. After all, he and Yuji, who only had a Dragonite and was barely on the edge of the king level, were both in a bitter battle. Now facing a guy like Lance, Especially when he was playing with poison, the danger was even more dramatic. There was no other way. Wutong's hand had already touched the Pokeball of the main force at his waist. It was better to expose his identity than to die here. Dragonite, Dragon's Fury. Just as Wutong's hand touched the Pokeball, a voice like that of a god sounded. As the voice fell, a thick blue-white energy beam fell and caused an explosion. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lance, who became very embarrassed, stared at the sky. At this time, there was another sturdy Arbok and a Mormoth beside him, and 4 Pokemon protected him together. This voice is Lord Adu. Xiaozhi said excitedly after hearing the voice. Huh, it's finally here. Wutong said with a sigh of relief. Dragon Messenger Adu. Lance said as he looked at the pretentious figure in the air with his arms folded in front of him, standing steadily on the back of Dragonite. Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, it seems that he has encountered a big fish today. Adu looked at Lance and said, I didn't expect to meet the Dragon King here. It's really my honor. But I don't want to go to jail yet. Let's stop here today. As soon as Lance finished speaking, the 4 Pokemon around him launched an attack at the same time. However, the target of the attack was not Adu in the air, but Wutong and Xiaozhi. Dragonite. Adu shouted, and Dragonite instantly understood and blocked in front of Wutong and Xiaozhi, knocking down all the flying attacks. Goodbye, Pokemon Investigator Xiaotong. I will remember you, and I hope no one will disturb us next time. After Lance finished speaking, his double bullet gas sprayed billowing smoke to block the sight of everyone present. Dragonite, blow away the smoke. Adu commanded. Dragonite flapped its wings and rolled up a strong wind, and the black smoke was blown away in an instant. However, Lance's figure could no longer be seen, and there was a pit on the ground. The members of the rocket team who were originally asleep did not know how they were woken up by Lance, and they all fled in all directions. This cunning guy. Adu couldn't help but say as he looked at the scene in front of him. The pit on the ground was unbelievable. In order to get out safely, Lance woke up the rocket team soldiers and created obstacles for Adu, Wutong and Xiaozhi. After all, they couldn't let these soldiers run around. Who knows what problems would arise. Without Adu's command, Wutong and Xiaozhi ran to chase the soldiers. Adu also drove Dragonite to capture the rocket team members nearby. Unfortunately, Lance was not found in the end, but it was also normal. He was able to become a senior cadre in the rocket team without being caught. His escape skills must be very good. He might not last more than 3 minutes under Adu's hands, but if he wanted to escape, Adu would have difficulty catching him even if he was given 3 hours. Adu, who didn't find Lance, could only catch some of the rocket team soldiers who were running away. Wutong and Xiaozhi also caught a lot of rocket team soldiers. However, Amato and Kasaburo were not among these soldiers. It was unknown whether they were taken away by Lance or their escape skills were better and they were not caught. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise the result would be hard to say. Wutong said to Adu. It was my mistake. I didn't expect the senior cadres of the rocket team to be here. Adu said directly. How can this be Adu's problem? Or is it because my master and I are too weak, and we have to ask you to save us? Can you please sign for me? Just sign here on this cloak. Xiaozhi said to Adu with shining eyes. No problem, this cloak is good, you have good taste. Adu looked at Xiaozhi's cloak and said. Wutong suddenly felt a little speechless. These 2 guys, a cloak fanatic and an auto fanatic, were really annoying when they got together. Wutong simply cleaned up the scene. Although the cadres were not caught in this operation, but the team leader definitely has 1 or 2. And they also successfully stopped the rocket's actions. After all, those delicious tails that were cut off were still piled up there. Obviously, Lance and other members of the rockets didn't have time to take care of these tails when they were escaping. It's just a pity for these slowpokes. They can only live without tails for a while. After all, these tails have been cut off and it's impossible to reattach them. Fortunately, Slowpoke's tail can continue to grow. I don't know if Slowpoke has evolved the ability to regenerate a broken tail because its tail is always cut off, or because of the ability to regenerate a broken tail, people always miss its tail. Chapter 173. After cleaning up the battlefield, he counted the number of Team Rocket members he had captured, and gave Slowpoke, whose tail had been cut off, a simple treatment. After collecting the delicious tails, Wutong returned to Adu and Xiaozhi. Otto was still explaining the benefits of the cloak to Xiaozhi, and Xiaozhi was still a little fangirl, watching Otto's explanation with twinkling eyes. Wutong suddenly felt a headache. I've already sorted it out. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wutong said indifferently. Wutong felt that he couldn't stay with these two guys any longer, otherwise he might be infected with some strange virus, such as the cloak virus, the reckless virus, and so on. After saying goodbye to Otto and Xiaozhi, Wutong returned to his original appearance, probably because he had changed his clothes too many times recently. Wutong always felt that he was changing clothes faster and faster. Wutong even began to consider whether to ask someone to make a one-click dressing device. According to the black technology level of the Pokemon world, it can really be done. Thinking of this, the figure of the Rocket Trio appeared in Wutong's mind. These three guys might be able to do it. Although there are many ways to get these three guys to work, it may be necessary to expose the fact that he is wearing women's clothes. It seems that he still needs to think of a different way. While thinking about it, Wutong walked into the town of Cyprus, where slowpokes can be seen everywhere. Let's just change the name of this place to Slowpoke Town. There are slowpokes everywhere. Wutong said as he looked at the scene on the street in front of him. Obviously, the rocket team caught a lot of slowpokes at the well of slowpokes and cut off their tails, but there are still so many slowpokes in Cyprus Town. Just when Wutong was thinking about whether to challenge the gym first or visit Steel first, Wutong saw a huge slowpoke standing in front of a group of slowpokes and counting their numbers. Is this a strange ritual? Wait, I remember the plot. The one wearing this doll costume seems to be, Wutong muttered to himself. Wutong walked towards the huge slowpoke to confirm it. Just after taking 2 steps, he felt as if he stepped on something soft. Wutong looked down and saw that a slowpoke lying on the road had its tail stepped on by him. This plot, could it be? Wutong quickly moved his feet away, and the slowpoke with a very long reflex arc slowly hugged its tail and started to cry. Wutong quickly looked around, and sure enough, a few bear children who jumped out of nowhere began to clamor for Wutong to hurt Slowpoke, and were ready to teach Wutong a lesson. As these children shouted, a group of bear adults also appeared. A large group of people surrounded Wutong with fierce faces. Hey, calm down, I was just careless, Slowpoke was not hurt. Wutong slowly backed away, his hand already touching his waist. How dare you bully Slowpoke? Catch him. Send him to the police station. Beat him up. The crowd ignored what Wutong said and shouted angrily. The huge slowpoke who was counting the number of slowpokes was also attracted by the situation here. Hey, let's talk it over. It's not good to use violence. Wutong was still trying to reason with these people, but they rushed towards Wutong as if they had lost their minds. We have to help this kid, the huge slowpoke said. However, before he could act, he saw several pink figures appear, and then the irritable crowd was suppressed in an instant. So, I said, violence is a bad behavior, why do you have to force me to use violence? Wutong folded his hands in front of his chest and looked down at the people who were kneeling in front of him honestly. Behind him, Swampert, Platyman, Heracris and Crow had lined up and stared at the group of people in front of him. This is really a powerful child, but this child looks a little familiar. The giant slowpoke said. So, should you say something? Wutong looked at these people with cold eyes and said. Yes, sorry, we were impulsive. X and the people kneeling on the ground said in unison. Someone called the police just now, what happened here? A Miss Juncha appeared and asked while looking at the situation in front of her. Miss Juncha is here. X and when Miss Juncha appeared, people started shouting again. Tisk, a group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Guys, be quiet. Wutong let out a sharp roar. The shouting people immediately quieted down. Wutong told Miss Juncha what happened, and Miss Juncha also showed a helpless expression after listening. I'm so sorry, I've told them many times, but because it hasn't rained for a long time recently, everyone's nerves are more sensitive, I'm really sorry. Miss Juncha said apologetically. It's not a bad thing to have your own beliefs, the problem is that what's the difference between them and cults? Today, I am strong enough. If I don't have the ability to resist, who knows what will happen to me? Wutong said coldly. You, apologize to them quickly. Miss Juncha shouted at the people. Yes, I'm sorry. Xentisk, it's really annoying. Wutong said unhappily as he looked at the people who apologized honestly. Slowpoke in the well of Slowpoke didn't see these people when the rockets cut off its tail. When a Slowpoke was accidentally stepped on by an ordinary trainer, these people showed up, as if their faith was inviolable, which was really disgusting. Wutong saw that Slowpoke was still holding its tail and shaking its head, so he walked over. "Sorry, I stepped on you." A bright green light appeared on Wutong's hand, and Slowpoke's tail instantly returned to normal. Slowpoke, who found that its tail didn't hurt anymore, looked up at Wutong blankly, then crawled to Wutong's side and rubbed Wutong affectionately. "With this ability, are you Aquan's grandson Wutong?" The giant Slowpoke walked over and asked Wutong. "You are? Grandpa Steel," Wutong said when he saw the human face coming out of the giant Slowpoke's mouth. "It's Xiaotong. I didn't expect you to have grown so big, you guys. You must remember the lesson you learned this time. Don't do this kind of thing again. Would you be willing to be beaten by everyone if you accidentally stepped on Slowpoke?" Steel turned around and shouted to the people who were still kneeling on the ground. After hearing Steel's words, the people kneeling on the ground looked at each other and their faces turned red. After apologizing to Wutong again, they ran away in disgrace. HMPH, these guys, they took their anger out on others because of the drought. It's really shameful. Steel snorted. "Then I'll leave first. I'm really sorry that you encountered this kind of thing. Junpei Town is actually a very good town." Miss Juncha waved to Wutong and left. Then, "Xiaotong, come with me. It must be very tiring to encounter this kind of thing just after arriving in Junpei Town. Oh, by the way, remember to follow me and don't get lost," Steel said to Wutong. "Got it, Grandpa Steel," Wutong said helplessly. It seemed that his grandparents told Gangti that he was favored by the lost god. Following Gangti back to Gangti's home, a little girl with 2 pigtails ran out to greet Gangti. "This is my granddaughter Qianhu. Qianhu, this is your grandfather Aquan's grandson Wutong," Gangti said to Qianhu. "Hello, Qianhu." Wutong greeted Qianhu. "Hello, brother Wutong," Qianhu said politely. Gangti took Wutong to the reception room and let Wutong take a rest first. He changed his Slowpoke doll clothes. Qianhu ran to prepare tea. "I always feel like I forgot something," Wutong, who was staying in the reception room, said to himself. The dream demon suddenly emerged from the shadow, and with it came a cracked elf egg. "Xiaoxia, come out." When he saw the Pokemon egg, Wutong knew what he had forgotten. After Charmander appeared, he started looking for Pokemon eggs. When he saw the Pokemon egg next to the dream demon, Charmander ran over happily and held the Pokemon egg in his arms. It was a close call, as Charmander's future brother and sister almost died prematurely. After changing his clothes, Steel came to the reception room and chatted with Wutong about family matters. Steel was just a little surprised about the extra Charmander holding the Pokemon egg and didn't react too much. Qianhu was full of curiosity when she saw Charmander, and she took the Slowpoke given to her by her father and played with Charmander. "By the way, Grandpa Steel, what were you doing in the town before? It seemed like you were counting the number of Slowpokes," Wutong asked. "Alice, actually, for some reason today, the number of Slowpokes in the town suddenly decreased a lot," Steel said in confusion. Wutong thought for a moment and told Steel what happened in the well of Slowpoke. As for why he knew about this, he used the reason that he met Otto by chance. "What? This happened, love. Damn Rocket Team," Steel said angrily after hearing what Wutong said. Chihu on the side also hugged Slowpoke a little scared. "It's okay now. Most of the Rocket Team that did bad things have been caught. Although some ran away, they should not dare to come back to do bad things again," Wutong comforted Steel. Under Wutong's comfort, Steel regained his composure. "By the way, Xiaotong, why did you come to Hinokyu Town? Are you here to challenge the gym?" Steel asked. "Yes, I just finished my trip to the Kanto region and am now traveling in the Johto region," Wutong replied. "Is that so? Xiaotong has grown up too, but you came at the wrong time. The gym is temporarily closed due to drought and water shortage," Steel said. "Closed? That's really troublesome, but as long as it rains, the gym can be reopened, right?" Wutong asked. "That's right, but it's not that easy to get out of the rain, but it doesn't matter, you can stay at my place first, I just happen to have a gift for you," TD said. Wutong didn't refuse, but he thought he could give it a try when it rained. TD chatted with Wutong for a while and then went to work. while Wutong came to the guest room to rest. Although he said he was resting, Wutong was not tired at all, so he took out the scroll Muramasa gave him and read it. So that's how it is, Mr. Muramasa is really amazing. After reading the scroll, Wutong couldn't help but sigh. The scroll records the speed burst technique that Muramasa tailored for the giant claw mantis. The principle is probably to use a special breathing method to control the muscles of the whole body to vibrate at high speed to generate a large amount of energy in a short time. This large amount of energy is mainly heat, and a large amount of steam will appear along with the heat to fill the metal shell on the body, which in a sense also reduces the weight of the metal shell. However, this technique also has a disadvantage, that is, only Pokemon like Giant Claw Mantis can use it. Because the energy generated by the high-speed vibration of the muscles cannot be stored normally, it will easily dissipate when exposed to the air. What is needed, it can retain energy, and the metal shell of the giant mantis can do this. The metal shell can block the energy and greatly reduce the speed of energy dissipation. Thus, the giant mantis can burst out at a speed beyond its peers in an instant. Another reason why Muramasa's giant mantis is known as the Red Flash is because of this technique. Because the metal shell blocks the energy, the temperature will rise sharply. Because the high temperature will make the metal shell of the giant mantis turn red, it will show a red flash effect when moving at high speed. No wonder every time the giant mantis bursts, steam will be ejected from the pores on its back. But this technique is indeed useless for ordinary Pokemon, but it is just right for Beedrill. Wutong said, looking at the scroll in his hand. After all, Beedrill, who is affected by the power of Flash, also has similar biological properties to the giant mantis to some extent, so there is no problem using this technique. Wutong thought about it and called Beedrill out to start the experiment. According to the explanation on the scroll, Beedrill began to adjust his breathing and control the muscles of his whole body at the same time. Because it was the first time to use it, Beedrill tried for a long time. As time went by, Beedrill's body temperature began to rise, and the dark red lines on Beedrill's body gradually brightened, emitting a dark red light. Then a burst of steam spurted out from the gap of the poison needle at the tail of Beedrill, and Beedrill disappeared instantly, leaving a silver and red afterimage in the air. The speed of this burst is very good, but the preparation time is too long. It seems that more practice is needed. It must be like Muramasa and Shingo's giant mantis, which can burst instantly anytime and anywhere. Wutong said to himself as he watched Beedrill fall to the ground, his chest rising and falling with heat all over his body. Obviously, this burst skill consumes a lot of energy. Shingo's claw mantis must have practiced for a long time before it became instinctive. Well, let's go out and try to solve the rain problem. After letting Beedrill try a few more times, Wutong said to himself as he looked at the darkening sky outside. On the other side, in Steel's studio, Steel was carefully making Pokeballs at the workbench. On the table next to him, several special Pokeballs of different shapes were already placed. These Pokeballs were all emitting heat, and they were obviously just made. It seems that the gift Steel wanted to give to Wutong was these Pokeballs with special effects. Chapter 174. The next morning, a quarrel was heard in Steel's home. Why doesn't Grandpa want to make a Pokeball for me? He has made so many Pokeballs for Brother Wutong. Why don't you make one for me? Kainu asked Steel, puzzled. I can only make Pokeballs for people who can use Pokeballs flexibly. You can't do this now, and you're too young. It's too dangerous to go outside by yourself. Steel replied. Wutong stood between the two with a box full of Pokeballs. It was neither persuasion nor non-persuasion. Brother Wutong, please help me persuade Grandpa. By the way, Brother Wutong, please take me to capture Pokemon, okay? Kainu said to Wutong. No, it rained last night. Today, the Hinoki Gym will be open. Xiaozhi has to challenge the Hinoki Gym and has no time to play with you. Gangti directly refused on behalf of Wutong. Hey, Grandpa Gangti, let me take Kainu for a walk in the forest. I think she must want to make friends with more Pokemon. Wutong said. Is that so? Okay, then you go. Here, the friendship ball you want. Gangti said after hearing what Wutong said. It seems that Gangti has already prepared the friendship ball, but he just doesn't want his granddaughter to be in danger. Great. Brother Wutong, let's go. Kainu happily pulled Wutong and said after seeing Gangti agree. Grandpa Gangti, we are going out. Don't worry, I won't let Kainu get into danger. Wutong said hello to Gangti and followed Kaianhu out. After a night of rain, the air in Hinoki Town was still a little humid, but with this night of rain, the drought problem in Hinoki Town was solved. As for this rain, it was of course caused by Wutong. Last night, Wutong returned to the well of Slowpoke. Although the Slowpokes here have experienced the destruction of Team Rocket, they are still lying on the water side in a daze. Some Slowpokes whose tails have been cut off have a small bulge on their tails again. It seems that they can grow their tails again as long as there is enough time. Facing these dazed Slowpokes, Wutong used the power of Evergreen to communicate with them. Although the communication process was very painful, these Slowpokes still understood what Wutong meant. A group of Slowpokes came to the cliff and prayed for rain together. In this way, with the efforts of the Slowpokes, it rained all night in Hinoki Town, and the drought was solved. Kaianhu, what kind of Pokemon do you want to capture? Wutong asked. I want to capture a more lively Pokemon as a friend. Although Slowpoke is also very cute, it is too lazy. Kaianhu said. Is that so? Then let's look for it together. Wutong replied. The two began to wander around the forest looking for the Pokemon that suited Kaianhu's heart. Finally, under a tree with a beehive, a cute baby bear instantly struck Kaianhu's heartstrings. With the help of Wutong, Kaianhu successfully captured the baby bear with a friend's ball. Kaianhu was very happy to get a new Pokemon. After Wutong sent her home safely, he was ready to do business and challenge the Cypress Gym. Arrived at the door of the Cypress Gym, it was open as usual because it rained all night last night. After entering the Cypress Gym, it looked like entering a forest. After walking in the forest for a while, a green caterpillar fell from the tree. Following the green caterpillar, many metal pupae also fell together. Are you here to greet me? I'm here to challenge the gym. Please take me to find the gym owner. Wutong said, looking at the green caterpillar in front of him. After hearing what Wutong said, the caterpillar nodded and took Wutong deeper. Under the guidance of the caterpillar, Wutong came to a battlefield in the forest. A young boy who looked young was standing on the other side of the battlefield. Welcome to the Hinoki Gym. I am the owner of the Hinoki Gym, Abi, known as the Encyclopedia of Bug-type Pokemon. You are the first challenger today. Abi said proudly. The Encyclopedia of Bug-type Pokemon? It's a very confident title. I am Wutong from Takawa City, and I am here to challenge the Hinoki Gym. Wutong also introduced himself. Wutong didn't think much of Abi's boasting. After all, in the setting, the skills of the bug type are continuous. It was discovered by Abi. He also has a scythe that is very good at continuous slashing. Of course, this is only on the surface. No one knows whether Abi has hidden a giant claw mantis or something like that. Then let's start. I will let you appreciate the charm of bug-type Pokemon. Abi said. Then, now let's start the game between Abi, the owner of the Hinoki Gym, and Wutong of Viridian City. The Pokemon used are limited to 3. Are both sides ready? I don't know when. The referee has stood on the sidelines. I have no problem. Let's start. Wutong picked up a Pokeball and said. I'm ready too. Come on, Wutong. Abi also took out a Pokeball and responded. The game begins. The referee shouted, waving the flag in his hand. Have you heard of this sentence? That those who conquer the bug-type Pokemon are equivalent to conquering the world. Abi suddenly said. I haven't heard of such a tiger-like and wolfish word. This sentence is not what you said. Wutong replied. That's right, that's what I said. The first one I'm going to use is a silent warrior among the bug-type Pokemon. Go, Orb Spinner. Abi threw out a Pokeball and shouted. An Orb Spinner appeared on the field. Xiaoho, it's decided to be you. Wutong said as he threw out the Pokeball in his hand. The Pokeball fell to the ground and nothing happened. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Kana. A puzzled voice sounded from behind Wutong. Wutong turned around and found that Charmander was holding the Pokemon egg and looking at him puzzledly. Hey, Xiaoho, give me the Pokemon egg. Wutong stretched out his hand to Charmander and said. Kana. Charmander obediently handed the Pokemon egg to Wutong. Very good, go, it's your turn to play. Remember to pick up your Pokeball by the way. Wutong took the Pokemon egg and rubbed Charmander's head and said. Kana. Charmander ran to the field and picked up his Pokeball, then ran back to Wutong and handed it to him. After doing all this, Charmander stood on the field again and shouted to the opposite side in spirit. Abi and the referee watched all this happen silently. Your Charmander, is very good. Abi said after a moment of silence. Charmander, smoke screen. Wutong didn't want to continue this topic, and directly commanded Charmander to start attacking. Kana. Charmander's mouth sprayed black smoke covering the field. Orb Silk Spider uses spitting silk. Abi shouted. Orb Silk Spider ignored the black smoke and began to spit out spider silk continuously. Charmander, belly drum. Wutong directly asked Charmander to continue stacking buffs. A dull drum sound came from the black smoke. Orb Silk Spider, continue to spit silk. Abi continued to let the Orb Silk Spider spit silk as if he didn't see anything. The smoke on the field gradually dissipated, revealing a field full of spider silk. This is really a bit disgusting. Xiaozhi, spark, burn them. Wutong commanded. Kana. Charmander spit out a flame and burned the spider silk. This won't work. Orb Silk Spider, poison needle. Abi shouted. The Orb Silk Spider, clinging on the spider web, spit out purple energy needles to block the flames. Sure enough, you are prepared, Xiaozhi, rush forward, metal claws. Wutong said. Kana. Charmander shouted, and his claws were covered with the metallic luster and rushed towards the Orb Silk Spider. Orb Silk Spider, get out of the way. Abi commanded. The Orb Silk Spider jumped up, and then moved horizontally in the air in an extremely weird posture to avoid Charmander's metal claws. Although the Orb Silk Spider is silent, it is very flexible. Abi said proudly. This way of moving is too disgusting. Wutong couldn't help but say. Because the spider's tail and mouth spit out spider silk, sticking to different places, and moving by retracting the spider silk. Then destroy all the spider silk on the ground first. Xiaozhi, metal claws. Wutong commanded. Kana. Charmander began to tear the spider silk on the ground with its claws. Orb Spider, spit silk. Abi commanded without panic. The spider silk shot out of the mouth of the Orb Spider again, aiming at Charmander who is tearing the spider silk. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Xiaozhi, sparks. Wutong shouted. He decided to teach Charmander some large-scale skills after beating the gym, otherwise it would be too annoying to encounter such disgusting silk. Kana. Charmander spit out a flame again, and the spider silk around Charmander instantly burned up, and soon burned out, leaving a piece of empty space. Orb Spider, entangle. Abi commanded. Get out of the way, Xiaozhi. Wutong shouted. Orb Spider spraying spider silk from front and back at the same time, Charmander dodged left and right, avoiding the spider silk shot by the Orb Silk Spider. However, the Orb Silk Spider's target seemed not to be Charmander from the beginning. Several spider silk stuck to Charmander, and then the Orb Silk Spider began to circle around Charmander. Charmander was directly tied up tightly by the spider silk. Orb Silk Spider, suck blood. Abi seized the opportunity to command. The Orb Silk Spider crawled along the spider silk to Charmander and bit Charmander. Finally caught you. Xiaozhi. Flame Fang. Wutong said. The spider silk that bound Charmander suddenly burned, and Charmander regained its ability to move. It pressed the Orb Silk Spider with its two claws, and flames came out of its mouth and bit the Orb Silk Spider. Metal claws. Wutong continued to command. Charmander's two claws showed a metallic luster and crossed the body of the Orb Silk Spider. How is it possible? It's clearly entangled, how can it still move? Abi said in surprise. Kana. Charmander threw the Orb Silk Spider that had lost its ability to fight aside, and then shook its flaming tail. After all, it's spider silk, it can't resist fire. Wutong said. You actually burned the spider silk with a fire on your tail. Abi understood why Charmander could recover. The Orb Silk Spider lost its ability to fight, and the winner is Charmander. The referee announced. I didn't expect you to think of a way to defeat my Orb Silk Spider. Next, my next player is the brave and fearless warrior among the bug-type Pokémon. Go, Karis. Abi released his second Pokémon. Kalo. A Karis appeared on the field. Seeing Abi release Karis, Wutong raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, even the youngest gym owner in the Johto region has some private goods. I thought Abi would send Metapod as his second Pokémon. Xiaoho, shout. Karis, sword dance. Wutong and Abi shouted at the same time. Kana. Charmander shouted at Karis. Karo. Karis raised his two claws high, the two horns on his head opened and closed, and he kept shaking his body. Why does this sword dance look so strange? Xiaoho, rush forward, Metal claws. Wutong commanded. Kana. Charmander grabbed Karis with his claws covered with the metallic luster for the umpteenth time today. Karis, harden. Abi commanded. Karo. Karis protected himself with his arms, and his whole body flashed a hint of iron. Zhang. The sound of metal colliding sounded. Karis, use revenge. Abi said. Karo. Karis clamped Charmander with his two horns on his head, and then raised his head to throw Charmander out. Karis, continue, use continuous slash. Abi continued to command. Kalo. Karis rushed towards Charmander, his two claws constantly scratching Charmander. Kana. Charmander screamed and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Charmander has lost his ability to fight, the winner is Karis. The referee announced. Come back, Charmander, you've worked hard. Wutong took back Charmander and said. Looking at Karis on the opposite side, Wutong thought for a moment and threw a Pokeball. Gah. A dirty-looking onion duck with rough eyebrows, sharp eyes, and carrying a super long onion appeared on the field. Your onion duck seems to have not taken a bath for a long time. Are you abusing your Pokemon? After seeing the onion duck, Abi looked at Wutong suspiciously. Gah. 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 After hearing Abi's words, Onion Duck shouted angrily. This kid said it's not dirty, its feathers are originally this color. Wutong said expressionlessly. Is that so? In that case, Karis, use sword dance. Abi commanded. Kalo. Karis danced a strange dance again. Isn't it just sword dance? Onion Duck, let's do sword dance too. Wutong waved his hand and said. Gah. Sword-shaped energy appeared around Onion Duck, and then Onion Duck used one duck wing to carry the onion on its shoulder, then laid down and did single wing push-ups. As an excellent ingredient, you must always ensure that your meat is firm. Wutong's eyes twitched. Well, the sword dance of his own dirty duck doesn't look too serious. Onion Duck, flash of lightning. Wutong commanded. Gah. Onion Duck brought a burst of white light and rushed straight to Karis. Kalo, harden. Abi shouted hurriedly. Kalo. A metallic luster appeared on Karis' body, and his defense was improved again. Onion Duck, dance wildly. Wutong continued to command. At this time, Onion Duck had already hit Karis, and the black mist was wrapped around the onion. Onion Duck grabbed the super long onion with its two wings and waved it wildly. Karis, revenge. Abi planned to repeat the same trick and commanded. How can it be so easy? Onion Duck, see through it. Wutong shouted. Gah. Onion Duck's sharp eyes flashed a gleam, and it jumped back directly. Karo. Karis pushed with his horns, but it missed. Onion Duck, continuous slash. Wutong continued to command. Gah. Onion Duck changed the way it held the onion, like a swordsman, and the onion in his hand kept slashing at Karis like a knife. Karis, cheer up. Abi called Karis. It's useless, the last blow, a sneak attack on the vital point. Wutong said. Gah. The black mist once again wrapped around the green onion, and Onion Duck appeared behind Karis in a flash, swinging the green onion in his hand and hitting the vital part behind Karis. Kalo. Karis cried out in pain, his eyes turned into circles and he lost his ability to fight. Kalis lost his ability to fight. The winner is Onion Duck. The referee announced immediately. Chapter 175. The battle was over, but the battle was over. Abi took back the unconscious Karis. Although he was at a disadvantage, Abi still looked confident. You are a good opponent. My last player is it? A gorgeous warrior among the bug-type Pokemon. Go. Scyther. Abi threw the Pokeball and shouted. Scare. A Scyther who looked very energetic appeared on the field. There are so many warriors among the bug-type Pokemon. Farfetch'd. Sword dance. Wutong said. Gah. Farfetch'd started its magical sword dance again. Scyther. Let's do the sword dance too. Abi commanded. Scare. Scyther crossed his arms in front of him and began to spin. Onion Duck, compete with it in swordsmanship, continuous slash. Wutong shouted. Gah. Onion Duck dragged the onion and rushed straight to Scyther. Scyther, use shadow clones. Abi obviously had no intention of confronting head-on, and directly ordered Scyther to dodge. Scare. Scyther flashed and 7 or 8 more Scythers appeared on the field. Onion Duck had already rushed to Scyther, and with a wave of the onion in his hand, the scythe in front of him was directly shattered. Obviously Onion Duck made the wrong choice. Onion Duck, smash them all. Lightning flashed. Wutong said. Gah. Onion Duck heard the command and directly brought a burst of white light, slashing one fake scythe after another. When the onion chopped another scythe, Onion Duck felt that the feel was wrong this time, and it seemed that it had chopped the real body. Raising his head, Onion Duck saw a pair of equally sharp eyes. At this time, Scythe used his sickle arm to hold Onion Duck's onion. Onion Duck Scythe. Continuous slash. Wutong and Abi shouted at the same time. Onion Duck held the onion with its wings, and the super long onion slashed at Scythe like a knife. Scythe waved its arms to fight with Onion Duck. Seeing Onion Duck's onion collide with Scythe's double knives, Wutong was a little worried that Onion Duck's super long onion would turn into chopped green onion. However, the toughness of this super long onion was beyond Wutong's expectations. It was not known whether it was because of the energy protection of the skill or the quality of the onion itself was strong enough. After such a high-intensity continuous collision with Scythe, the onion was still strong. Scythe split it. Abi saw that the situation was in a stalemate and chose to change the attack method. Scare. Scythe saw the opportunity and raised his right arm high, slashing it fiercely. See through. Wutong commanded. Gah. Onion Duck's eyes flashed, and he used the white part of the onion, which was equivalent to the handle of the knife, to gently pick up Scythe's attack and deflect it elsewhere. Ambush the vital point. Wutong continued to command. Gah. The black mist wrapped around the onion, and a horizontal slash hit Scythe, which was unstable because of the mist attack. Scythe. Cheer up. Abi shouted when he saw Scythe being knocked away. Scare. Scythe stabilized its body again after hearing Abi's call. Scythe. Move at high speed. Abi tried to regain the initiative. Scare. Scythe appeared behind him and rushed towards Onion Duck. Onion Duck, a flash of lightning. Wutong shouted. Gah. Onion Duck turned into a white light and rushed straight towards Scythe. Scythe and Onion Duck crossed each other in the air. The two Pokemon exchanged places and stood there. After a while, Farfetch'd swung the onion in his hand and put it to his side like a swordsman putting away his sword. Scyther swayed and fell to the ground. Scyther has lost his ability to fight. The winner is Wutong from Viridian City. Seeing that Scyther had lost his ability to fight, the referee immediately announced. Scyther, you've worked hard. Abi took back Scyther and said. Good job, Farfetch'd. Wutong said to Farfetch'd who came to him. Gah. Farfetch'd proudly carried the super large onion on his shoulder. Seeing Farfetch'd's appearance, Wutong took it back into the Pokeball. Farfetch'd's performance was beyond Wutong's expectations. Farfetch'd's fighting talent was unexpectedly good. I lost this battle. This insect badge is yours. Abi walked up to Wutong and said. Thanks, your Scyther is pretty good too. Wutong said after taking the insect badge. Next time, come and play with my insect-type Pokemon Bay, let's fight. Abi said. Okay, I'll let you see my bug-type Pokemon next time. Wutong replied. After leaving the Hinoki gym, Wutong went to the Pokemon Center to restore Charmander and Farfetch'd. Holding the Pokemon egg, Wutong waited for his Pokemon to recover. Looking at the Pokemon egg in his arms, there was only a small crack left on it. It would probably take another day or two to fully recover. Wutong, your Pokemon has recovered. Miss Joy's voice came. Wutong immediately walked over after hearing the voice and took back the Pokeballs of Charmander and Farfetch'd. Wutong, are you from Takua City in the Kanto region? Miss Joy suddenly asked after handing the Pokeball to Wutong. Yes, how did you know? Wutong asked curiously. Someone left a message for you in the message system of the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy said. Message? Wutong repeated in confusion. Yes, wait a minute. Miss Joy said as she took out a tablet computer. After operating it twice, an envelope-like interface appeared. Wutong clicked on the envelope and a familiar big face appeared on the screen. Hey, brother Wutong, I heard that you came to the Johto region, so I left you a message at the Pokemon Center. Remember to contact me after seeing this message. Aussie said directly on the screen. Then a contact number appeared on the screen. Speaking of which, Aussie is the gym owner of the Johto region. I guess Master Shiba told Aussie. Wutong muttered to himself after writing down the contact information. After returning the tablet computer to Miss Joy, Wutong left the Pokemon Center. Speaking of which, I haven't restored the Pokemon eggs today. Xiaoxia, come out. Wutong walked to the forest outside the Hinoki town and released Charmander. Kana. Charmander appeared in front of Wutong and shouted in spirit. It's time to recover every day. Come and hold your future brother and sister. Wutong sat cross-legged in front of Charmander and handed the Pokemon egg to Charmander. Charmander took the Pokemon egg skillfully and raised it up. Well, let's get started. Wutong placed both hands on the Pokemon egg, and a bright green light appeared and connected to the Pokemon egg. The cracks on the Pokemon egg slowly healed under the power of Evergreen. As time went by, the cracks on the Pokemon egg became fewer and fewer, and finally disappeared completely. Okay. Finally, this Pokemon egg is fully recovered. Wutong said. Charmander held the Pokemon egg and looked at it carefully. He found that the cracks on it had indeed disappeared, and shouted happily. Just when Wutong and Charmander were observing the Pokemon egg together, the Pokemon egg emitted light. What is this? It's going to hatch. Wutong said in surprise. The little Charmander also quickly put the elf egg on the ground. Accompanied by the white light, the shape of the elf egg changed for a while, and finally became the appearance of a little Charmander. The white light dissipated, and a small, snow-white little Charmander with a faint blue flame on its tail appeared in front of Wutong and Xiaozhi. Looking at the little Charmander in front of him, Wutong was very sure that this was a shining little Charmander. The newly born little Charmander slowly opened its eyes, and its ruby-like pupils looked at Wutong. Looking at the little Charmander's big watery eyes, Wutong felt that he must have been single for a long time, and he felt that a little Charmander was handsome. A babyish cry appeared, and the little Charmander stretched out two small claws to Wutong, looking like he wanted Wutong to hold him. Wutong subconsciously picked him up. After all, this newly born little Charmander was so cute. The little Charmander rubbed Wutong, looking very intimate. This is also normal. After all, the first thing the little Charmander saw when he was born was Wutong, and Wutong had been using the power of Changpan to treat the little Charmander that was still a spirit egg for more than half a month. Wutong's breath had long been engraved in the little Charmander's mind, and he had a natural sense of closeness to Wutong and the little Charmander. Kana. Xiaozhi cried when he saw the little Charmander held in Wutong's arms. Yes, I can't forget you. After all, we are all little Charmanders. Xiaozhi has a name, and it's not good for it not to have one. You are so white, so just call it Xiaobai. Wutong said, touching Charmander's head. Xiaobai called out more obediently and rubbed Wutong, then looked at Xiaozhi curiously. This is Xiaozhi, your brother. Come, congratulations on having a sister, Xiaozhi. Wutong put Xiaobai in front of Xiaozhi and said. Xiaozhi looked at Xiaobai in front of him, stretched out his paw carefully and touched it, as if he was afraid of damaging it. Xiaobai seemed to be very close to Xiaozhi, and rubbed the paw that Xiaozhi stretched out. Xiaozhi's face suddenly turned red, revealing a happy expression. Hiss, Xiaozhi can't be a lolly control, this expression is wrong. No, Xiaozhi himself is still a Shota, could it be a child bride? Wutong looked at the interaction between the two little fire dragons and muttered to himself. Wutong was not surprised by Xiaobai's intimacy with Xiaozhi. After all, Xiaozhi had been holding the elf egg almost 24 hours a day. Could it be that Xiaozhi had known that the elf egg would hatch a female little fire dragon? Is this the object of grabbing the baby from the baby? This child is so terrifying, and his scheming is really deep. Wutong looked at Xiaozhi in surprise and thought secretly. Kana. Xiaozhi called out in confusion when he saw Wutong's shocked expression. By the way, let's take a look at this kid's information. Wutong said as he took out the Pokemon encyclopedia. Ah, big brother, Xiaoxi's voice appeared after opening the Pokemon encyclopedia. Really, you haven't played enough. Wutong said helplessly. Hey, because big brother's reaction is very interesting, eh? There is a white Charmander, could it be that elf egg? Xiaoxi said after seeing Xiaobai. Yes, that's right, it's Xiaobai, and it will be the youngest in the family in the future. Help me scan Xiaobai and see. Wutong said to Xiaoxi. Xiaobai? Okay. Xiaoxi scans Xiaobai. Charmander, a lizard Pokemon. The flame of its tail is the light of its life, and when it is energetic, the flame will also burn. Charmander, power of the sun mastered skills, primal power, grasping, crying, sparks inherited the primal power? The characteristic is also the power of the sun. Wutong said as he looked at the information scanned from the encyclopedia. Okay, the mission is completed, I'm going back to sleep. Big brother Xiaoxia yawned and flew back to the Pokemon encyclopedia. Why does this kid seem to be getting lazier? Wutong said helplessly as he took back the Pokemon encyclopedia. He looked back at Xiaobai, who was now staggering and could move on his own. Then we have to let everyone see the new members. Everyone come out. Wutong said as he released all the Pokemon. Kana. Xiaobai, who was practicing running hard, suddenly felt the sky darken. After raising his head, he found a group of pink big men surrounding him and staring at him. Xiaobai trembled in fear, tears instantly filled his eyes, and he looked like he was about to cry at any time. Dream. The Dream Demon flew out and shouted at the pink men. Swampert, Infernape, Crowhead, Heracris, and the non-pink crystal Onyx and Beedrill that had mixed and all moved away awkwardly. There was no way, seeing a newly born Pokemon for the first time, they were definitely curious. Frog and Turtle came to the side of Little Fire, with gossipy expressions on their faces. Farfetch'd held the scallion in its wings and observed Little White, then shook its head, saying that it was still too young and needed to be trained before it could become an excellent ingredient. Ditto also stared at Little White and then shook his head, saying that it was too young and could not provide him with a new collection. These guys. Wutong looked at his Pokemon helplessly, especially the two idiots Farfetch'd and Ditto. These two guys must not be allowed to lead Little White astray. Wutong suddenly felt that there was a little too much yang in his Pokemon. Without the Pterosaur, there was only one girl left, Dream Demon, except for the newly born Little White. Don't scare the kids, Dream Demon, take good care of them. Don't worry, Xiaobai, they are all your brothers and sisters and won't hurt you. Wutong rubbed Xiaobai's head and said softly. Kana. Xiaobai's tears stopped when he heard Wutong's words. Obviously, Xiaobai completely trusted Wutong. Soon, with Wutong's encouragement, Xiaobai began to get familiar with his unreliable brothers and sisters. Wutong's Pokemon also seemed to be very fond of Xiaobai. Don't ask why, just because he is too cute. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.